Chapter 33. Tessa Mulgrave had no idea how she'd managed to get downstairs, through the front door, and out to her car. She had no memory of hunting for her phone among the rubble from her bag on the front passenger seat and dialing 999. She couldn't say who she'd spoken to or what she'd said. Time passed. Then a car pulled up in front of hers. The flashing blue lights dazzled her. She came out of her dark reverie and saw two uniformed police officers climb out of the car and come towards her. One of them knocked on her window. She wasn't used to driving this car and had to look for the button to lower it. "Tessa Mulgrave?" the young man asked. "PC Nichols, you dialed 999. You mentioned your friend and her family have been murdered." She nodded. The police officer's fragrance caught her nose. It was sweet. She liked it. He was firm-jawed and had a smooth face. He looked so young. "Do I need to go back in the house? Please don't say I have to go back in. I don't think I could. I can't. I still... That's all right. I'll get Leanne to stay with you. Is it this house here? Number 97? Tessa nodded. "And where will I find your friend and her family?" "Are you going inside?" she asked. She opened the car door and jumped out. "You shouldn't. Not on your own. It's horrific." "Leanne?" the police officer called out to his colleague. "Mrs. Mulgrave, why don't you come and sit in the police car with me and tell me exactly what you found this morning?" The female officer looked younger than the male. She was small and blonde and had a sweet smile, a happy face. She put her arm around Tessa and walked her to the police car. Tessa looked over her shoulder and watched PC Nichols, tall, slim and straight-backed, heading for the house with confidence. She wanted to warn him. She wanted to shout at him and tell him not to go in there. There was nothing she could do to stop him. Tessa sat in the back of the police car. She rambled through the reason for her pulling up outside the Wishart family home this morning, how she and Lorelei were physiotherapists, and both had appointments at the same practice today, so it made sense to take one car rather than two. How she waited outside, but Lorelei didn't come out of the house. How she had a spare key and let herself in. How she walked up the stairs. How she opened the door to the master bedroom and found. When she finished, PC Leanne Fletcher's face was white with horror. "Can I leave you in here for a moment, Tessa? I want to go and check on my colleague. I promise I won't be long." Tessa nodded, though she didn't fully hear what Leanne had said to her. All Tessa could think about was Laurie and Ben, and poor Roman and Honor, and their grins, their deathly, bloodied grins. Leanne stepped out of the police car, closed the door carefully behind her, and took in a huge breath of cold air. What Tessa had described sounded like something film censors would ban from a horror film as being too graphic. Surely she must be mistaken. She walked towards the house, turned into the driveway, and saw PC Nichols standing in the doorway to the house. His face was ashen. He was talking on his radio. The closer she got, the stronger the smell of vomit. She looked down and saw a pool of sick by the door. "Liam?" she asked. He looked at her. His eyes were wide, his lips blue. He was shaking. "I've just been on to Sergeant Richards. He needs to send a specialised murder team out or something. Tessa's been telling me what she saw in there. I didn't think... She was right. I've never seen anything." Leanne reached out and placed a hand on his arm to steady him. He looked like he was ready to collapse. "Don't go in there, Lee. Don't go in there. You don't need to see that." Oh my God. Come back to the car.
I'll stay here a bit longer. I think I might be sick again.
It was half an hour before more police arrived. D.I. Rachel Thorogood stepped out of the Astra and looked up at the house as she buttoned up her coat. Small in stature, she made up for her lack of height with her killer dress sense, no-nonsense haircut, and a deep, daggered glare she'd perfected. "What do you reckon? 1.5 mil?" she asked her sergeant, who towered over her.
Maybe 1.8. More if they've got a decent-sized back garden,
D.S. Warren Attlee said. Nice, quiet neighbourhood. Moneyed people. That means security. Tall trees line the street. That means cameras will have caught bugger all. D.I. Thorogood took long strides up the driveway. She looked up and locked eyes with P.C. Nichols, who was standing guard at the front door. "Is that your vomit?"
"Yes, Mum,"
he said. He was still deathly pale. "Have only you been inside the house?"
"Yes, Mum."
"Were you sick in the house?"
"No, Mum."
"Did you touch anything you shouldn't have?"
"I didn't touch anything. I wore gloves, Mum. And I put on overshoes in the hallway just in case."
"You didn't take any photographs of the crime scene?"
"No, Mum, I wouldn't."
"If I see anything appear online, I will wipe the fucking floor with you, understand?" P.C. Nichols opened his mouth to say something. The words wouldn't come. D.I. Thorogood picked up a white forensic suit from the plastic box in the doorway and headed into the house. Warren Attlee put a hand on Nichols's shoulder.
"You all right?" "No."
"Charlie," he called over his shoulder.
"Can we get another uniform on the door?"
"Sure, leave it with me." "Go back to the station, have a cup of tea, plenty of sugar, and write up your report," Attlee told him.
"Thank you."
D.S. Attlee watched the young uniformed officer walk slowly back to his car, only to be replaced on the door by someone equally green around the gills. He rolled his eyes as a CSI van pulled up at the top of the driveway and saw Spencer Gore climb out and head for the house.
"I might have known it would be you,"
Attlee said.
"Good morning to you too, Warren. How's the husband?"
"Busy. You still single?"
"Only way to be,"
he said with a smile and a wink. "What have you got for me?"
"I'm not sure what number Saw film they're on at the moment. I lost interest after number 3, but it sounds like there's a sequel going on upstairs. Sounds right up my street."
D.I. Thorogood is inside waiting for you.
She better not be trampling all over my crime scene."
"I heard that." Rachel's dulcet tones reverberated around the empty hallway.
"You were supposed to,"
Spencer said.
"Can you come out here, please, so we can put up a tent in front of the house? I don't want anyone going inside until I know what we're dealing with here."
Rachel came outside, holding her hands up in submission, though the look on her face was bitter. She didn't like being told off. "You're dealing with 4 dead bodies who've been lined up and had their mouths cut open, by all accounts."
"Seriously?"
Spencer asked. "I don't joke about crime scenes," she admonished.
"I've never known you joke, full stop. Do you know D.I. Foley at Sanderson Street?"
"I'm aware of him. Why?"
"You might want to give him a call. He had a murder about a month ago. A family killed in their own home, lined up, mouths cut open into a rictus grin."
Jesus. If there's a serial killer in London who goes around carving up whole families, he's welcome to this one. I'll give him a ring while you do whatever it is you and your weird team get up to in there."
"We do all the hard work to make you look good,"
he said with a smile.
"Keep telling yourself that, Spencer,"
Warren said, slapping him playfully on the shoulder. From his case, in a sealed bag, Spencer took out a white forensic suit. He put it on carefully, zipped it up and pulled up the hood. He placed plastic overshoes over his black Doc Martens and double-gloved his hands. Before he put a mask over his nose and mouth, he turned to see 3 other CSIs had joined him and were similarly togged up.
Bradley, I want you to follow me upstairs with my case while I lay down the footplates. I know I don't need to tell any of you this, but I'm saying it again anyway. Stick to the plates and touch absolutely nothing. Understand?
There were nods of assent. They'd all heard about the horror show that was awaiting them upstairs, and none of them looked eager to go up. Except for Spencer.
Onwards and upwards,
he said with a grin. Spencer led the way, placing a metal footplate on each stair. On the landing, he turned and saw the master bedroom ahead at the end of a long corridor. Dropping plates at random intervals, he headed towards the crime scene. He could smell the metallic stench of blood getting stronger the closer to the room he went. In the doorway, he stopped and looked inside. 4 people were sitting, their backs against the fitted wardrobes, their bodies riddled with stab wounds, blood, literally, everywhere. There were no pillowcases this time, like there were with the previous 2 slaughtered families. This time the victims were presented for all to see, their mouths cut wide open, grinning, almost laughing. Spencer froze. He turned back to look at Bradley. He took his case from him.
Are you ready for this?
No, he answered honestly.
There's some Vicks in the case. Now's the time to rub some under your nose, if you need to. Thanks.
Spencer stepped inside the bedroom while Bradley was out on the landing preparing. He couldn't take his eyes from this family, who he assumed were father, mother, and 2 children. They didn't look real. It was the smiles. They looked as if they were posing, and any moment they'd jump up and shout boo. Spencer walked towards them. He dropped to his knees and looked close up at the evil grimace carved into the woman he assumed was the mother. It was a deep, jagged cut that almost went from ear to ear. It was a full-on smile.
What's so funny?
Spencer asked her. Chapter 34. D.S. Leon Ripner drove at speed, or as fast as driving through the congested streets of London allowed him. In the front passenger seat, D.I. Amias Foley sat, stony-faced, looking out of the window, his mind working overtime, wondering if the same killer had struck again, if he'd taken photographs of his victims a 3rd time. In the back, D.S. Holly Goodfellow was reading out loud everything she could find out about the Wishart family. Benedict Wishart is 43 and has a private orthodontic practice in Harrow. He drives an Audi A6 e-tron and has been married to Lorelei for 18 years. She works as a private physiotherapist.
Benedict and Lorelei. I don't like them already,
Leon commented. They have 2 children, Roman and Honor.
Bloody hell. Talk about setting your kids up to be high achievers before they're even out of nappies,
Leon said. They moved into their detached house in Gordon Avenue, Stanmore, 3 years ago and paid $1.7 million for it.
Fuck me, and I can't even get a mortgage on a 200 grand flat,
Leon moaned.
Can we do without the running commentary, please?
Foley said.
Carry on, Holly.
No criminal records for any of the 4. Excellent credit rating for Benedict and Lorelei. Once a month he volunteers at Reach Out, a homeless charity in London, and gives free dental checkups to anyone who wants one. There's also a story online which states Lorelei has raised more than £500,000 for 2 cancer charities. She is a breast cancer survivor.
Chloe Duffy volunteered as a cook at a homeless shelter,
Leon commented.
Check to see if they're the same one,
Foley said.
Anything about the kids? He asked Holly over his shoulder. Any trouble, gangs, drugs?
Not that I can see, Holly said as she scrolled through her tablet. Roman is 16 and is a young tennis star. He reached the semi-final stage at Wimbledon Juniors last year.
A model family,
Foley mused. Just like the Duffys and the Greenacres, Holly added.
We're here,
Leon said as he turned into Gordon Avenue. A police cordon was in place. Blue and white police tape stretched across the road, acting as a barrier for the gawkers to not get too close. It didn't stop them holding up their mobile phones and trying to take pictures of the murder house. Foley climbed out. He leaned back in.
Leon, get uniform to move the tape further back. I want these people as far away as possible. Will do.
Foley stood at the driveway and looked out at Gordon Avenue as a whole. Beautiful, detached houses, high walls and privet hedges, gated driveways. There was some serious money behind these front doors. People living here had well-paid jobs. But were they friendly with each other? Did the neighbours keep to themselves, or did they know each other's business? All he needed was one nosy Parker to give them something. Anything. To point them in the right direction. Foley showed his ID to the uniformed officer on the entrance to the crime scene tent and signed the log proving he was entering the scene. Before going into the house, he struggled into the paper onesie and followed the direction of the metal footplates up the stairs and along the landing. "Bigger house than the Duffys," Holly commented as she followed.
I wonder if they knew each other,
Leon said.
What are we, about 4 or 5 miles away from Pinner? That would only take about 10 to 15 minutes by car, depending on traffic on Uxbridge Road. About the same distance to Wembley too, I think.
"I'll do some checking," Holly said. "The kids are roughly the same age. Maybe they belong to the same after-school groups or something."
Care home manager, PR, orthodontics, pharmacist, and physiotherapist,
Leon said, thinking aloud.
Would their paths cross?
A pharmacist and a physiotherapist might. Maybe even a pharmacist and a care home, possibly, Holly said. They reached the bedroom. All three stood in the doorway and took in the horror scene in front of them.
"Oh, Jesus Christ,"
Holly said.
She turned away. "No pillowcases. That's different,"
Leon said. Spencer Gore had been tentatively placing plastic evidence bags around the hands of Roman Wishart when the police entered. He paused and stood up, standing back to allow them to view the scene in its tragic technicolor.
"Ah, Detective Inspector Foley, so we meet again,"
he said, with a smile behind his mask. Foley ignored him.
"Jesus,"
Foley uttered under his breath.
"Holly, ring Olivia. Tell her I'm sending a car for her."
"You can't ask Olivia to come and see this," Holly said. Jesus Christ, nobody should have to see this in person."
"She saw the Duffys in Pinner,"
Leon said.
"She'll get more from the scene than she will from photographs,"
Foley said, raising his voice slightly. "She'll not thank you for it." Chapter 35. It was unusual for Sebastian to be late for work. When he eventually did turn up at 9:30, he had the twins, Robert and Catherine, in tow. He looked flustered as he entered the meeting room, where Olivia and a shattered-looking Ryan were waiting for him.
"There's no heating in the school, so they're closed for the day,"
he explained.
"Go and play with Stanley while I get you some juice,"
he told them. They immediately threw off their coats and made a beeline for Stanley, who they loved. Sebastian let out a sigh of frustration.
"When I was at school, if the heating wasn't working, which was frequently, especially in the mobile classrooms. The teachers just told us to keep our coats on. Why close the entire building, for crying out loud?
Health and safety, Ryan said.
It's 4 degrees outside. They're hardly going to freeze to death. I could understand if it was -4. All this mollycoddling we do these days is ridiculous.
Why don't we set the kids up in your office? Olivia said. I think there's a spare tablet knocking around somewhere. We can download Candy Crush or whatever, and I'll send Daisy out for some snacks.
The school has given them some homework. They'll be fine with that. By the way, the school photographs have come back,
Sebastian said, rummaging in his bag. He pulled out a pack of photos and handed them to Olivia. The picture showed Robert and Catherine sitting at an angle, looking to the camera. Beaming smiles, hair neat and tidy, school uniform pressed and ironed. Soft lighting and a muted backdrop made the kids look almost angelic.
Ah, that's a gorgeous photo.
I can see rosemary in their eyes, Seb, Olivia said.
I know. I get the feeling Catherine is going to be her double when she grows up. She's got the same kink in her hair. I hated having my photo taken at school,
Ryan said.
Why? All that false smiling, pretending to be happy. I always looked awkward in my pics. I can't look at mine now,
Olivia said.
Before Claire died, we always had them taken together. A similar picture to Robert and Catherine. Afterwards, I was on my own, and you can literally see the sadness in my eyes.
She handed the pack back to Sebastian.
I think natural photos are better than forced poses. I'm surprised schools still go in for it. They'll be getting a cut of the prints ordered, I'm guessing. And look at the order form at the back. You can get key rings, mugs, coasters, anything. It's a big earner.
The door opened. Olivia turned to see Daisy enter the room.
Daisy, you couldn't run to the shops and buy some cookies or something for the kids, could you?
Olivia asked.
Sure. Ash has just pulled up. He's here to start the media wall. Shit, I forgot that was today, Olivia said, standing up. That's this room out of bounds. Send him in, Daisy. Aren't we having a briefing, then? Sebastian asked. It doesn't look like it, not now.
Ash Catsby entered with his bag of tools, which he dropped down on the floor with a thud. He said hello to everyone, tousled Robert's hair, and asked if he was going to help him.
Can I, Dad?
He asked, looking hopefully at his father.
I'm not letting you near any tools until you're at least 30, not after what you did with the hammer and the patio table last summer. Morning, Ryan. I'm surprised.
Ash stopped talking when Ryan quickly shook his head.
I'm surprised you've all not cleared this room for me,
he said, quickly covering himself.
That's completely my fault, Olivia said. I've got my days mixed up. Give us 5 minutes to move out and the room is all yours. No problem. I'll get the rest of my things. I'll take the kids upstairs,
Sebastian said. Can you take Stanley too?
Sure. Ryan, we'll go into my office until...
Olivia, Daisy began, standing in the doorway. She had to squeeze in when Ash came back in with a folded-up workbench.
DS Holly Goodfellow is in reception. She wants a word.
Olivia ran her fingers through her hair.
Bloody hell. I thought this was going to be such a quiet day today. I'll be right out. Give me a few minutes, Ash. I won't be long. Ryan, do you think you could put the kettle on?
Sure. As soon as Olivia saw the drained expression on Holly's face, she knew there had been another murder. Another family killed in the same way as the Duffys. She was sitting in the centre of the leather sofa, perched right on the edge, leaning forward, elbow on her knees, nibbling at her fingernail. She looked like her mind was a million miles away. Holly, Olivia said quietly. She looked up. Her eyes were wet. She blinked away her tears. She stood up and smoothed down her professional suit.
There's been another one, hasn't there?
Olivia asked, when Holly didn't say anything. She was clearly struggling with her emotions.
Holly nodded. Where?
Stanmore.
She only said the one word, but her voice cracked. Something's different though, isn't it?
No pillowcases this time.
He's changing.
D.I. Foley wants...
I know what D.I. Foley wants, Olivia interrupted. I'm assuming the bodies are still in situ. She nodded. Shit. She was going to have to walk into a bloodbath.
I'll get my coat. I'll be in the car.
Holly headed for the door. Olivia reached out and placed a hand on her arm. Are you all right?
No, I'm really not.
Give me a few minutes.
Thanks,
she said, giving a succinct smile before leaving. Olivia turned to see Daisy at her desk.
You want me to ask Sebastian to look after Stanley, don't you?
Please.
And ask Ryan to go through everything you want in the briefing room with Ash?
Yes, please.
And cancel your video call with Dr. Parnell in Paris.
Olivia had completely forgotten about that.
You're so good to us, Daisy. Keep that in mind when you're doing your Christmas shopping.
You can have Boxing Day off as a thank you.
Humbug,
Daisy called out after Olivia as she went back into the meeting room.
Ryan, I have to go. There's been another...
She stopped when she noticed Ash in the room.
D.I. Foley needs me. You know everything that's going on with the construction work, don't you?
Yes, I'm pretty sure Ash has everything in hand. Did we decide a size for the TV? It's already upstairs in its box, 85 inches.
Of course it is.
Sorry, she said, flustered.
Okay, give me a ring if you need me, or Sebastian's upstairs.
She grabbed her coat from the back of her chair.
Sorry, I'm having to rush off, Ash. I'll leave you with Ryan. He knows everything.
And with that, she was gone.
Yep, leave it to me,
Ryan said. He turned to Ash.
Coffee?
Sure. I'm guessing they don't know about your drinking sessions. They're both very much textbook people. Whereas you're very much a percentage person.
Exactly,
Ryan said, tipping Ash a wink before disappearing into the kitchen. Chapter 36. Holly looked tense as she drove Olivia to Stanmore. Her jaw was firmly set. Her arms were locked at the elbow, gripping the steering wheel tightly. Her knuckles were white. Do you want to talk about it? Olivia asked after the silence had grown to unbearable levels. Holly shook her head. She opened and closed her mouth a few times, searching for the words to use, but nothing would come.
How can someone do that?
She asked.
I mean, I'm a detective. I work on a murder team. I know that people go around killing each other, sometimes for pleasure. But to do what he's done, posing them, cutting them, photographing them, it's beyond sick. He's playing with them. It's like a cat when it corners a bird and it toys with it before killing it. Why?
They do it to display their dominance, to show how powerful and in control they are. And they do this because they're usually lacking something in their lives. I think something has happened to this killer. Something dark. Something that he believed to be the norm. But then he saw that it wasn't, and is conflicted. He's lost and broken.
Is this his revenge?
Olivia thought for a moment.
I don't think so.
He's angry, and he's trying to make sense of things. He's trying to find order among the chaos.
He's a control freak?
Not necessarily, though control clearly is an aspect of the killings. Olivia remained silent while she marshalled her thoughts. She was thinking about the killer, what had happened in his life to make him turn against the family unit,
and want to destroy that. Had he been abused by his parents when he was a child? Was he severely bullied? Had his wife left him, taking the kids, running off with his best friend, leaving his world shattered? It could literally be anything that to an outside person seemed trivial, but to the killer was monumental. Holly pulled up in the middle of the road, ahead of a line of blue and white tape stretched across Gordon Avenue in Stanmore. She climbed out from behind the wheel and slammed the door behind her, before Olivia even had a chance to remove her seatbelt. Olivia got out and looked around her. This was a very affluent neighbourhood. The road was wide, the houses set back from the pavement by huge driveways, front gardens and trees. As she walked slowly towards the murder house, she glanced left and right and couldn't see in a single window. People clearly valued their privacy in Gordon Avenue. Olivia could understand that. However, from an investigative point of view, it was extremely selfish of the neighbours not to be able to see much of what was going on around them. Holly walked on ahead, and Olivia followed. She ducked under police tape and headed for the forensic tent in place at the front door. The flaps were held back for her as she stepped inside. She could feel the horror and anxiety in the atmosphere. Holly handed Olivia a forensic suit. The realization of what she was about to walk into dawned on her. This was a house in the middle of a beautiful street, where a family lived quite happily. Upstairs in the main bedroom, they lay dead, butchered, covered in blood, much like her own 25 years ago. Shit. She was leaning against a wall, struggling with the hood when D.I. Amias Foley came carefully down the stairs.
"Olivia, I'm sorry I've had to call you out here again,"
he said. She looked around her at a sea of expectant faces glaring at her. They all hoped she had the answers they needed, as if she was able to go upstairs, take one look at the bodies, and give them the name and address of the murderer. If only it was so simple. She didn't say anything to Foley, and took a pair of overshoes from Holly. She wanted to go. She felt uncomfortable in this house, and it was nothing to do with the area or the family. It was what was lying in wait for her upstairs. She could feel her heart hammering away inside her chest. She placed a mask over her nose and mouth. It was constricting. Olivia needed to breathe, to take in huge lungfuls of fresh air. She felt hot. "Holly tells me there's a change to the scene this time. No pillowcases." Olivia detected a change in her own voice. It was shaking. She wondered if the others had picked up on it.
"That's right. Why would he do that?"
Olivia swallowed hard. Her mouth had dried. Putting the pillowcases on and off will have taken a lot of time. Also, the pillowcases would have been soaked in blood, rendering them cumbersome to handle. They weren't necessary for him. They were simply a prop, one he realized he could do without. "The evolutionary process of a serial killer," Holly said. "Exactly." Foley stood to one side, as if inviting Olivia to ascend the stairs. Reluctantly, she stood up and crossed the vast hallway.
"You need to prepare yourself."
Foley bent down and whispered to her. Inside, she was screaming. Everything was telling Olivia to turn and run. She looked at the stairs ahead, at the metal floor plates and the smears of blood. She looked down at Foley's feet and saw the blood-soaked overshoes. "You'd better lead the way," she told him. Foley went first, Olivia in the middle, and Holly following behind. As they walked up the stairs in silence, Olivia looked around at the expensive wallpaper. She was sure it was William Morris. The paintings on the walls were either original or limited edition prints, and the curtains at the window on the landing oozed expense. This was a family with money, and while the other two families weren't poor, they weren't rich, but something connected the three. What? As they approached the master bedroom, Olivia leaned to one side and saw through the doorway, ahead of Foley. She saw the red on the cream carpet. She felt her mouth dry and her breathing become more erratic. She closed her eyes and saw her mother and sister on the bed at her childhood home in Kingston-upon-Thames. Why the bedroom? Why was it always the bedroom? Run, Olivia, run. Her mother's final words to her screamed loud in her head. She wished she could run. Foley entered the bedroom and turned back. She couldn't make out his facial expression beneath his mask, but from his wide eyes, she knew it was going to be bad if a seasoned detective looked afraid. She walked in and stopped in the doorway. On the other side of the room, she saw 4 people. 4 happy, innocent, kind, caring, normal people. Used by a sick, twisted individual whose only objective was to destroy. He'd inflicted pain and torment on this good family. He'd revelled in their torture as he turned them into a disturbing tableau. Olivia could hear talking. She recognised the voices but didn't know where they were coming from. Her eyes were locked on the scene before her. 4 people, mother, father, son and daughter, lined up together as a family, dead, butchered, murdered, smiling at her. Their huge bloody grins were almost laughing. She tuned out the voices in the background. She breathed rapidly as she stepped closer towards them, and the metallic smell of blood grew stronger. Same, but different, CSM Spencer Gore said. Have you identified them yet? Olivia asked Foley over her shoulder. Yes, Holly began. Benedict and Lorelei Wishart and their 2 children. Roman is 16, Honor is 14. Olivia felt sick. She could feel the sweat running down her back. She turned her attention to the father. He doesn't seem to have any stab wounds. No, Spencer said. Not a single one. He has deep lacerations to his throat and neck. No other injuries from what I can see so far. But the other 3 clearly have stab wounds to their chest, stomach, arms. The boy, Roman, has several to his back too. Spencer added. Am I all right to sit on the bed again? She asked Foley. He nodded. The sheets have been taken away. You're fine. She sat down, rummaged for her iPhone amid the forensic suit and her own jacket. I've already checked this, Spencer said. She ignored him as she opened the camera app and pointed it, landscape, to the family. It was a perfect fit. She didn't need to zoom in. They filled the frame beautifully. It's the same killer, isn't it? Foley asked. There are a few discrepancies, but it's the same, isn't it? Olivia glanced around the room. She took in the huge pools of blood on the carpet, the arterial sprays reaching up to the ceiling, the bloody smears on the wardrobe doors. Yes, it's the same killer. Foley came over to the bed and sat down beside her. Why this family, Olivia? Why this level of horror? Olivia looked up at Spencer, who was standing to one side. He was looking down at the family. His white forensic suit was bloody. He looked like a living victim. I can't help you, she said, turning to Foley. What? I'm sorry, I can't help. What do you mean? Of course you can. You can tell us what kind of a maniac I'm looking for. Run, Olivia.
Run. I can't, she said, jumping up and heading for the door. Why not? She stopped and looked back. Because I don't think you're looking for a maniac. You're looking for a man who is so calm and so controlled that causing this level of destruction and horror means absolutely nothing to him. And when this gets out, because it will, the press is going to be all over it. And the first person they're going to come to for an insight is me. I can't deal with that. She headed for the stairs. She could hear Foley running after her. Olivia, wait. He grabbed her arm. She shook him off but turned to face him. No. I'm sorry, Amias. No, I can't handle this. If the Home Office want us to work live cases, then they're going to have to get someone else to head the BSA, because I quit. I got a flash in there of what's going to happen. Your lot will release a statement to the press. The Home Office will be all over it, demanding the killer is caught quickly. They'll put pressure on us to solve it. We're not performing monkeys, but they'll expect us to be. I refuse to be a marketing tool. I'll give you as much advice as I can, but I'm not working on this or any other case, Amias. I'm sorry. She turned and ran down the stairs. She couldn't get the white suit off quickly enough. Chapter 37. Olivia likened her mind to Pandora's box. Her life as a survivor of a serial killer and everything she had learned as a forensic psychologist, and the hundreds of killers she had interviewed around the world, had all forged together in her head. Her own memories, stories she had been told by murderers, the meticulous research she had done on serial killers before she met them face to face, the photographs of crime scenes and post-mortems she had pored over in the vain hope of understanding the mechanics of the human brain, were all locked away in her head. How much suffering was in there? What would it take for the lock to be broken, and all the agony and horror to be unleashed? She could cope with photographs. She could manage reading interview transcripts and even listening to a recording of a serial killer revealing the motive behind their violent crimes. When she was researching, she was locked away, safely, in her own home. She could put the photographs away if the sights of murder victims became too much. She could turn off the recording and watch a comfort film if she felt herself struggling. But attending a crime scene, an active crime scene, was too real. It was way out of her comfort zone, and she had nowhere to hide. When she was 9 years old, she walked into her parents' bedroom to see her mother on the bed, covered in blood, clinging to life, holding her youngest child dead in her arms. The room was a bloodbath. When Olivia saw photographs of similar crime scenes, she was able to separate the 9-year-old victim from the 34-year-old forensic psychologist. But when she literally stepped into a room drenched in blood and saw the lifeless victims, it brought it all back. The stench of death, the metallic taste of blood scratching at her throat, the heavy atmosphere of a violent act. It was too real. It transported her back in time to that Christmas in 1999, when she walked in on her father killing her mother and sister. Run! Olivia, run! Her mother's words. She should listen to her. It was sound advice. It was advice that had saved her life 26 years ago, and it could save her now too. She ran from the scene in Gordon Avenue. She turned the corner and didn't look back as she ran until she felt she was far enough away to slow down and stop. She doubted Foley would have followed her. He was too busy. It wouldn't be long, however, before her phone started ringing. She rummaged for it in her coat pocket and quickly turned it off. When Foley couldn't reach her, he'd get straight on to Sebastian,
who would tear London apart if he had to in order to find Olivia and make sure she was all right. Of course she wasn't all right. She was never all right. But she wanted some time on her own. For an hour or so. She wanted not to be Olivia Winter. She wanted to be someone else, anyone. A faceless nobody in a crowd. She wanted oblivion. And she knew one person who could provide that. Olivia had no idea how she made the journey from wherever she'd stopped running to Ethan Miller's apartment in Covent Garden. 1 minute she was leaning against a wall taking deep breaths. The next minute she was getting out of a black cab and looking up at the building Ethan lived in and hoping to God he was at home. She pressed the buzzer and looked around at life going on as normal. Afternoon was dissolving into evening. The sun was setting, and people were heading for home or for after-work drinks. That's what she could do with right now. A large drink. A glass of Chardonnay, perhaps. Or maybe a double gin and tonic.
"Olivia, what are you doing here?"
The sound of Ethan's deep voice came out of the speaker. "Hi, Ethan. I was nearby. I thought I'd... Can I come in? Are you busy?"
"No, come on up."
The door buzzed and she pushed it open. It was an old building. She pulled open the lift, big enough for only 2 people, 3 if they were super skinny, and pushed the metal gate closed. She remembered she had to press the button for the 3rd floor several times for the lift to register, and it juddered as it left the ground floor, and took Olivia, painfully slowly, rattling up to the 3rd floor. When she pushed open the doors, Ethan was standing in his doorway, waiting for her. She looked at him, and she wished she hadn't bothered coming. To Olivia, Ethan represented someone who could help her forget. He was a tall, broad, hunky, masculine man. He rode a motorbike, and was often seen wearing full biker leathers. He reeked of testosterone and oozed masculinity. His hair was dark and ruffled. He was permanently stubbled, and he gave in to Olivia's appetites for rough, physical, painful sex. Right now, standing in the doorway wearing an oversized hoodie and Spider-Man pajama bottoms, he looked like someone who would struggle to get the lid off a jar of beetroot. "Nice gym jams," she said. He looked down, then back up. He gave her a smile. It made him look cute, sweet, innocent.
"I wasn't expecting visitors. Come in."
He headed into the flat, leaving Olivia behind to follow. She was unsure. She didn't come here for a cup of tea and a chat. She needed him to be rough with her. She wanted him to grab her, throw her over the kitchen table and rail her hard. He'd done it before, many times. She doubted it would happen today. He was a Spider-Man fan. Who knew? She entered the apartment and closed the door. It was a bare brick and open-plan affair, tall ceilings and huge windows looking out over the Capitol, or as far as the latest office block at least. In the centre of the room were 2 open suitcases, both half full. "Are you going somewhere?" Ethan was in the kitchen. He had the fridge door open and took out a bottle of wine. He held it up to Olivia, who nodded. She definitely needed something to dull the pain. If she wasn't getting sex this evening, Annihilated would have to suffice.
"Yes, I'm going to Canada. The photos I took last year were a hit with the scientists. They've asked me to join their team for their polar bear expedition."
"Wow. How long will you be away for?"
"A couple of months."
"Oh," she said, surprising herself by how disappointed she felt. When do you leave?"
"Next week. Flight to Toronto, then on to Ottawa for a briefing and meet the rest of the team. Then we go to Labrador."
"Bring me back a puppy," she said, taking the glass of wine from him.
"Sorry?"
"Labrador.
As in the dog. All right, yes. He laughed. She quickly turned away, appalled at herself for making such a terrible joke. She took a long swig of wine, almost draining the glass. How have you been? He asked. Fine, keeping busy. You? Same. How's work? Oh, it's a riot of fun. She turned back and smiled. I heard on the news at lunchtime about a murder in Stanmore. Multiple victims, they said. A few weeks ago there was that family murdered in Pinner too. You helping the police with that? We've been drafted in, yes. Despite not working active cases? It turns out we do now. Oh, how do you feel about that? It keeps us on our toes, she said with a fake smile. She handed him her empty glass and raised her eyebrows, indicating a refill. Ethan took the bottle of wine and poured her another glassful. How's the new house? Chaotic. Everything's still in boxes. That's not like you. I misjudged how much furniture I had. I'm still waiting for my invite over. Olivia took another long swig. You're welcome any time. He raised a questioning eyebrow. The conversation was awkward. They hadn't seen each other properly since the summer. Once again, Ethan Miller had told Olivia he loved her, and he wanted their relationship to move forward. Once again, she hadn't told him she loved him in return. She couldn't, despite wanting to. Olivia, don't get me wrong, it's lovely to see you again. But why are you here? Do I need a reason? You've never called by unannounced. I wanted to see you. She drained her glass and helped herself to another. Bad day. What makes you say that? You're on your third glass of wine in less than 5 minutes, and I've only had 2 sips. Then you'd better catch up, slow coach, she said, necking the glass in a single gulp. Olivia, why don't we go out? Out? Yes, let's go out. Let's go to a bar, have a few drinks, maybe a club. I fancy letting my hair down. I think I'm way past going clubbing, Ethan said. No, you're not. A few drinks inside you and you'll feel like you're 20 again. I doubt that. Well, it doesn't have to be a club. We could stay in. She placed her empty glass on the central island and pitched up in front of Ethan. She placed her hands on his chest, reached up on her tiptoes, and kissed him softly on the mouth, nibbling at his bottom lip. We could order a couple of pizzas, have a few bottles of wine. You could put your leathers on. Ethan sighed. Olivia. She pushed her hand beneath the waistband of his pyjama bottoms and grabbed him. I can see you're already starting to like the sound of that. It does sound good. You can order your usual chicken supreme, and I'll... She yanked his bottoms down to the floor and dropped to her knees. Treat myself to a spicy sausage. She opened her mouth and took Ethan inside her. She began sucking hard. She grabbed Ethan's hands and placed them on the back of her head. Ethan's eyes rolled back. He loved this. Olivia knew how to pleasure him. But there was a fine line between turning him on and it getting out of hand. It wouldn't be long before Olivia would want to go further, to a dark place. And although he occasionally enjoyed getting rough, Olivia had more perverse pleasures that he wouldn't satisfy. He looked down to see Olivia looking up at him. She had fire in her eyes. He removed his hands from the back of her head and gently stroked her hair. She grabbed his hands and put them to the back of her head. Olivia. She looked up at him again. Skullfuck me, she said. What? Do it. Fuck my mouth. Choke me. Ethan jumped back. Olivia, stop. He grabbed his trousers and pulled them up. What? What? Seriously? You've just asked me to skullfuck you. I don't even know what that means, but it sounds horrible.
Ethan, come on. You know...
No,
he said, holding up his hands.
I'm sorry, Olivia, no. I can't do this. Not anymore.
What are you talking about?
I love you, Olivia, you know I do. But you don't love me. I can't be here waiting for you to commit, and you just come over when you want fucking to forget. I can't be that person.
Ethan.
No, I think you should go, Olivia.
What are you saying?
I want you to leave. Shit,
he said. He grabbed a sheet of kitchen roll, tore it off and wiped his eyes.
I don't want to see you anymore, Olivia. It hurts too much. I hate seeing you like this. You need help, and you're not getting it. And until you do, I don't want to see you again. Please, if you think anything about me at all, lose my number.
Olivia felt sick. She had been using Ethan. She'd known it for a long time, but hoped Ethan hadn't realised. She knew he loved her, and as much as she wanted to love him in return, she couldn't. However, for her own disturbed pleasures, she'd allowed him to continue loving her, rather than letting him go. Ethan was a good man. In a dark and violent world, Ethan Miller was one of the few good men left, and he needed to remain that way.
I'm so sorry,
she said quietly, on the verge of tears. Ethan had his back to her. He was about to turn around when she stopped him. No, Ethan, stop, please. Don't look at me. I'm sorry, I do love you. In my own way, I love you. But it's not the same way in which you love me. And I don't know how to feel like that. I've tried. I can't open myself up in that way. I'm scared, Ethan. She stopped. She knew she was only making things worse. I'm going to go. Be safe in Canada. Don't get too close to the polar bears. She turned and left, slamming the apartment door behind her. Chapter 38.
One rancid veggie burger, which looks like it's made out of polystyrene and spray-painted brown, no added onions, small fries, and a salad.
D.S. Leon Ripner said, as he handed Holly her meal. Thank you, she smiled. They were sitting in D.I. Foley's office. He'd gone home early with a headache and an urgent need to walk his dogs. The rest of the murder investigation team had gone too, and CID was dotted with a skeleton staff in the eventuality that something came in overnight. Of course, the phone would be ringing at some point. This was London, where knife crime and unexplained deaths seemed to be endemic. Holly opened her paper bag and carefully took out her meal. She looked across at Leon, who had his bag balanced on his lap. He tore it open, pulled out the weightiest burger she had ever seen and took a huge bite. Sauce and grease dribbled down his chin. Several slices of gherkin fell out. She pulled a face in disgust. Bloody hell, Leon. How can you eat that stuff? He quickly chewed and swallowed.
It's important to allow yourself a treat every once in a while,
he said, wiping his mouth with a napkin. Considering how much time you spend at the gym and counting the glasses of water you drink, I'm surprised you call that a treat. Do you know how many chemicals are in that so-called beef burger?
At least there is a percentage of actual beef in here, even if it is a small percentage. That thing you're putting in your stomach is 100%, God only knows.
She held up her burger. This is made from soybeans, tofu, nuts, grains, seed, and misoprotein.
Yum! All my favourite ingredients,
he said, taking another bite. Anyway, why aren't you at the gym tonight? You usually can't wait to leave here. Leon sighed. He slapped his burger down on the bag and wiped his fingers. He unscrewed a bottle of water and took a lengthy swig.
If I tell you, you have to promise not to tell anyone.
I don't do gossip, Leon. You should know that by now.
Okay. You know I coach people from time to time. Well, I've been training this new kid for a few weeks now. He's got a false leg. He was worried it would stop him bulking up. I said it wouldn't and worked out a program for him. I didn't ask him how he ended up with a false leg. I assumed he was born like it. Anyway, a few nights ago, he's on the bench press and he did a few extra reps than he usually does. He stood up too quickly and lost his balance. Obviously, I reached out and grabbed him. I asked if he was all right. He said yes. I held on to him for a bit until he was steady. And then... Holly, he only tried to kiss me.
You're joking.
No, he actually kissed me on the lips.
Bloody hell, what did you do?
I think I handled it okay. I told him I wasn't into blokes, but that I was flattered.
What did he say to that?
Nothing. He grabbed his towel and went off to the changing room. Our session was over anyway.
So that's why you're avoiding the gym?
Just for a few nights. Let things die down. Do you think I'm doing the right thing?
Holly thought for a moment. Yes, I think so. I mean, you let him down gently. You weren't rude or anything. Next time you see him, just say hello and be friendly. Don't act like it didn't happen, but act like you're fine with it.
I am fine. I've no problem with people being gay. Tom, who takes the yoga classes, he's gay, and we get on well. And DC Warner, he's gay too.
Is he? She asked. I didn't know that. Has he got a boyfriend?
I thought you didn't do gossip.
Oh, no, I don't, she said demurely, sitting back in her chair and nibbling on a few fries.
You won't tell anyone, will you?
No, of course I won't.
Thanks,
Leon said. He picked up his burger and finished it off in 4 huge bites. He swilled his mouth with the bottle of water and swallowed.
Right then, are we working still or do you want to knock it on the head for tonight?
Ready when you are, she said, placing her burger on the napkin on her desk. She wasn't even half finished.
So, typically, House to House on Gordon Avenue has revealed bugger all. In fact, it's given us less than bugger all. The house opposite has a doorbell camera, but didn't pick up on anything. There is a side way into the house through the utility and a back door, so the killer could have used either of those.
No sign of forced entry again either. Same with the Duffy and Greenacre houses, Holly said. We need to see if there's a link between the 3 families.
Apart from the Greenacres, the kids are roughly the same age, but they don't go to the same schools. I was wondering if there might be a link with the jobs the parents do. Brandon Duffy worked in PR, so he's the odd one out. But his wife Chloe was a pharmacist. Benedict was a fancy dentist. And his wife Lorelei was a physiotherapist. Linda Greenacre worked in the care home sector. They're all medical in some way.
Holly screwed up her face as she thought. Benedict and Chloe would have had easy access to some very powerful drugs. I'm not sure about Linda, as she was mostly management. Could they have been selling drugs to fund their affluent lifestyle?
It's possible. But when we spoke to the staff at Chloe's pharmacy, they mentioned nothing about any drugs going missing or any irregularity. And they would have done.
But did we actually ask them the question outright? Maybe there had been a problem months ago and it's since been sorted out. They're not going to want the adverse publicity that drugs had vanished, are they?
And if head office had noticed the drugs going missing, maybe Chloe stepped back in her dealings, and that's why her family was killed, because she stopped supplying.
Leon added. I'll go to the pharmacy and call the head office first thing in the morning.
I'll do the same with Benedict's dental practice too.
Holly picked up a crime scene photo showing the Wishart family in the bedroom, backs against the wall, evil grins cut into their faces, blood soaked into their clothing. Would a drug deal gone awry lead to a murder scene so elaborate? Holly asked. If this was to do with drugs, surely the killer would just go into the house and shoot them all or something. And if it's to do with drugs, then it's to do with money. So why not steal anything? Lorelei had some very expensive jewellery. I looked up that watch of hers we found. It's worth over $3.5 grand. And Benedict's wallet was right there in the hallway with £100 in it.
Maybe it's a message to the dealer's other suppliers. Don't mess with us kind of thing.
Possibly, Holly mused. But why pose them like that? Why cut smiles into their faces? Why take their photograph?
If that is what he's doing,
Leon interrupted.
We've only got the word of Olivia Panic Attack Winter for that.
Even if he isn't taking their photo, he's messing around with them. Look at what he did with Linda Greenacre and her sons. He copied the photograph above her bed. That's seriously messed up. He's got to be some kind of a sadist to do something like that. Holly sat back in her seat and chewed her bottom lip. I think something's happened to him that has completely screwed with his head. Maybe he was a fragile person to begin with, and whatever happened sent him over the edge.
You're going all psychological on me again, aren't you?
I wonder if Dr. Winter is going to come in tomorrow.
Leon sniggered. Do you really think we should be trusting the judgment of someone like Dr. Winter?
Why not? She's a highly qualified woman. She's very insightful.
She's also batshit crazy. You saw how she ran out of the crime scene earlier. She practically flew down those stairs.
She doesn't see active crime scenes as often as we do. They're upsetting. You have to admit that.
Yes, but bloody hell, the woman is a pincushion. Her father stabbed her 4 times. Jamie Farr stabbed her 4 times. She's spent her life bent over crime scene photographs showing some of the most horrific murders in history. How can she be freaked out when she's face to face with it?
There's a huge difference between seeing a photograph and seeing something for real. Before I attended my first post-mortem, I looked at so many photos and videos to prepare. I didn't want to faint and make a complete tit of myself. Guess what happened?
You made a complete tit of yourself?
Absolutely. I vomited and fainted.
I just fainted at my first PM.
Dr. Winter walked in on her dad killing her mum and sister. That's going to mess you up a bit, isn't it? Holly asked.
Yes, and it was more than 25 years ago. Shouldn't she have come to terms with it by now? Shouldn't she have been in therapy to stop herself from overreacting when she sees blood? The woman is clearly cuckoo. She may have a brilliant analytical mind, but it's completely fucked. I don't think D.I. Foley should be allowing her anywhere near an active crime scene. Fancy a tea?
Please. Leon stood up, cleared away the remnants of their fast food evening meal, and left the room. Holly picked up more crime scene photos and flicked through them, wincing as she got to the close-ups of Roman and Honor Wishart, their mouths sliced open. She didn't think going through the family's backgrounds was going to solve this case. It would be useful to see if there was a drug element to this, but the amount of time the killer spent with each family, tormenting them, putting the fear of God into them, torturing them, then posing their corpses. This was a deep and meaningful act by the killer, and it was psychology that would point them to their murderer. Holly didn't care what Leon said about Dr. Winter. She knew the woman was a top mind in her field. She would pay her a visit at George Street tomorrow and ask her to talk her through the mindset of someone who had killed 12 people in 8 weeks. Chapter 39. Ryan didn't want to go home. When he left George Street, he lied, saying he had a session at the gym. He wouldn't be going back there. Not since he made a fool of himself in front of his coach, Leon. He should have known how he was going to react. As if someone like Leon would be interested in a short, skinny runt like Ryan with a prosthetic leg. He threw his backpack over one shoulder and walked. He had no idea where he was going. He didn't care. He passed pubs and looked in the windows at people having after-work drinks, men in shirt sleeves, lanyards around their necks, laughing, joking, throwing back pints. Women in impressive suits with perfect hair and makeup, having a chat, enjoying themselves, and sipping glasses of wine. Colleagues. Friends. Ryan wished he was on his way to meet up with Ash again. They'd been spending a lot of time together lately. Ash was good company, and easy to talk to, and he genuinely listened. He wasn't like Lawrence Schindler, who was paid to listen. Ash cared. He spoke common sense and didn't sound like Ryan was listening to a textbook on audio. Ryan had opened up to Ash. He'd left nothing back. He told him all about his useless parents, his isolation at university, being bullied by his colleagues in the police force, what happened at the hands of Leslie Quinn, being saved by Olivia and welcomed into the home of Sebastian and made to feel like one of the family. Ash had offered plain-speaking advice that made sense, that Ryan took on board and began to accept. He was feeling different too, just talking, sharing his feelings, discussing his difficulties, was addressing them. He didn't need the duplicitous Dr. Schindler. It started to sleet. Ryan pulled a beanie hat out of his rucksack and stepped into a bus shelter to put it on. There were 3 others in there, waiting for a bus. He looked at them and smiled, but they quickly turned away. Why were Londoners so antisocial? What was wrong with smiling at a fellow commuter? Ryan felt sad. He could feel a headache coming on too. Maybe he would have been better off staying in Newcastle. He had no friends up there either, but at least there were fewer people than there were in London. Being lonely in Newcastle was much easier than being lonely in London. It was more escalated in the capital. Nobody wanted Ryan. He spent weeks in hospital finding that out. The only person who offered him support was Olivia. And she had more than her fair share of problems to deal with than he knew about when she visited Newcastle. Maybe he should have gone travelling. Maybe he should have just emptied his bank account and walked away completely. Then there was Sebastian. He had been kind in opening up his home to him, allowing a stranger to move into his daughter's bedroom while she was in America. Ryan was grateful to him. But on the other hand, he had seen him sharing a drink with Dr. Lawrence Bloody Schindler. Since then, paranoia had taken root in Ryan's mind, and he was seeing Sebastian in a different light. Had Lawrence shared some of Ryan's darkest secrets with Sebastian? Surely he should get into trouble for doing that. The only time a therapist can reveal the contents of a private session is if he believes the patient to be a danger to himself or others. And Ryan isn't a danger to anyone. Am I? He asked himself. He looked at the other people in the bus shelter, who were now starting to pay him some attention. He buttoned up his coat and quickly walked away. He headed for the nearest pub. He went inside and marvelled at the warmth. He went to the bar and ordered half a pint of lager. He found a single table at the side of the room and perched himself on the stool. He took a sip of his drink. He looked around him. He took in the groups of people, watched the relaxed conversations, and listened to the odd sentence. He smiled when he saw others laugh. But then it dawned on him. In this entire pub there must be 50 or 60 people, all of them in groups. And here he was on his own. Completely alone. He felt sick. The loneliness sat heavy inside him. He could feel the dark emotion take hold and fester and mutate into something that tasted vile. It was a horrible feeling. Laughter broke out somewhere in the pub. Ryan closed his eyes. He didn't want to be here. He wished they would all shut up. Just shut up, just shut the fuck up. He picked up his drink and pushed his way through the crowd to a small table in the far corner of the pub. He took off his rucksack and placed it on his lap, unzipping it and reaching inside for his notebook. One thing Ryan had found useful was to keep a diary of his thoughts. When things became difficult, when he struggled, he would write down what he was feeling, read it back, and try to make sense of it and understand it. Remarkably, it was one piece of advice from Dr. Schindler that Ryan was sticking to. He pulled out the notebook, found a pen, and flicked to the first empty page. Something fell out and landed on the floor. Ryan bent down and picked it up. It was a Polaroid photograph. The picture showed 4 people, 2 adults, 2 children, sitting with their backs against a wall. They were covered in blood. Their mouths had been cut open. He quickly tucked the photo in among the pages of his book and slammed it closed. He stuffed it into his bag and jumped down from his stool. He needed to get out of here. Ryan barged through the crowd. He ignored the calls for him to watch where he was going and laughter from strangers wondering if he was drunk. He reached the door and yanked it open and stumbled out into the cold, dark air. He looked around him. Bright lights, vehicles driving at speed, sirens blaring, people laughing and chatting. Sirens, sirens, more fucking sirens. Ryan closed his eyes and leaned against the pub, trying to make sense of what was happening to him, but nothing would come. He turned around. He didn't recognize his surroundings. He had no idea where he was, and no idea how to get home. He was lost. Chapter 40. Olivia knew who she really was. As she looked out of the living room window over the darkened mews and watched the sleet splash against the glass, she saw her reflection glaring back at her. She took in her sad expression, her heavy eyes, and her downturned mouth. The rain running down the windows made her look as if she was crying her eyes out. But she wasn't. Her emotions were stunted. It had taken her more than 25 years to discover what kind of a woman she was. She was a destructive personality. She destroyed everything around her. She delighted in living in misery. There was Ethan Miller, who on paper was the perfect man for her. He was tall, good-looking, strong, sexy, funny, intelligent, creative, loved nature and animals. He cared about everything. He loved her. All she had to do in return was love him back and allow him into her life. But she couldn't. She had to destroy it. She needed to keep herself in this eternal state of paranoia, angst, pity, and isolation. She knew why. She felt she didn't deserve a shot at happiness after the murders of her mother and sister. Their lives had been cut short, yet she had survived. A person would take survival one of 2 ways. They could either embrace life and live it to the full, or retreat into a life of sadness and despair. Olivia had chosen the second option, and nobody, not even the perfect Ethan Miller, could pull her out of it. She turned away from the window and saw Stanley curled up on the sofa. She went to sit next to him. He looked up at her, sensed she needed comfort, and jumped up onto her lap. The presence of a dog was an instant support, and Olivia felt herself relax. So I'm going to be sad and lonely for the rest of my life. Does that really matter? She asked Stanley. I've got my work, I've got Sebastian, and I've got you. I might even get another dog. Amias copes with 2. And they're huge German shepherds. I'm pretty sure I can cope with a second dachshund. I'm clearly going to be working more active cases. So I either resign and go freelance, or I suck it up and shut off the few remaining emotions I have left. What do you think? Stanley looked up at her. He yapped. She looked at her watch. I agree. Let's eat. She picked Stanley up off her lap and placed him on the floor. They both headed for the kitchen. First thing we need to do, though, Stanley, is sort out these boxes. We're going to be spending a great deal of time in this house, so we need to feel relaxed and comfortable. While Stanley ate his biscuits and chicken breast, Olivia warmed up some soup. She sat at the island, dipping in the crusty bread, eating, but not tasting, her evening meal. The background merged into one noise, the sound of the rain beating against the skylight, Stanley crunching on his biscuits, the hum of the fridge, the voices in Olivia's head screaming for attention. She knew she should spend the evening thinking about the Greenacre, Duffy and Wishart murders. Would Amias want her help now, after she ran out of the crime scene? She shook her head. Let that be a tomorrow problem. Tonight she needed to put herself first. She finished her soup, let Stanley out into the back garden to do his business, and thought about a film to watch on TV. Something entertaining and far-fetched, something that required little thinking. Maybe something with a bit of eye candy, too. As she dried Stanley's tiny paws, the door buzzed. As tempting as it was to leave it, she couldn't leave whoever it was standing out there in the cold and rain. She hoped, fingers firmly crossed, it might be Ethan. The screen on her phone lit up with the face of Sebastian staring at her. She pressed the green accept button and the gates at the bottom of the mews were unlocked. She went to the front door, looked through the spy hole, and watched as he came closer. She opened the door as he ascended the stairs. Bloody hell, it's cold tonight, he said, as he stepped over the threshold and wiped his feet. You should have stayed in, she said. Is that you telling me to go? No, she said with a smile. Would you like a coffee? Please. You haven't brought the kids with you? Alistair is on a school trip in Norfolk, and Robert and Catherine are having a birthday sleepover with one of their friends. They live in Chelsea and have a treehouse the size of my living room. Ooh, posh. I know. I've told them not to get any ideas. Olivia made the coffees and they sat down at the island. So, Foley called me earlier, Sebastian began, after taking a sip. She looked at him over the rim of her mug. Did he? Yes. He said you ran out of the crime scene at Stanmore. You'd have run out too, Sebastian. You know I can just about get my head around a person killing someone, but what this guy is doing is beyond evil. He's not just killing them, he's spending time with their corpses. He's posing them, playing with them, making them look as if they're happy and enjoying themselves with their bloodied grins. What is the mentality of someone who does that? That's what Foley is asking you. I don't want to know the answer. I can talk to killers after the event. I can research them and look at crime scene photos of their victims. But actually attending the scene, being in the same room as the killer, merely hours after the murder, seeing their victims up close and personal, being able to taste the metallic stench of blood, it takes you back to 1999. Sebastian finished her sentence for her. It does, Olivia admitted, wiping away a tear. Every time I walk into a room and I see dead bodies and blood, I see my mum and Claire. I see my dad in my peripheral vision. I hear Mum telling me to run. I feel Dad's breath on me as he's looming over me in the woods and he's stabbing me. I relive it all. Sebastian stood up, went around to Olivia and placed his arm around her. He held her close and allowed her to sob and let out the emotion.
"I think you've reached a crossroads, Olivia,"
he eventually said.
"You need to make a change in your life. You either need to pack all this in and do something completely different, or you need to harness your tragedies and put them to some use."
She looked up at him. "What do you mean?" He walked back around to the opposite side of the island.
"Your mum and sister were murdered. You saw it happen. It was horrific. You can help others come to terms with their grief after losing people to murder, or you can sort out your own grief and do your job to the best of your ability. I have sorted out my own grief. I can't help being reminded of it." "You haven't sorted out your grief, Olivia,"
he interrupted.
"And shall I tell you why?"
"Go on."
"Because although your dad is in prison for what he did, although he admitted killing your mum and sister, he's not shown any remorse. He's never apologized for what he did. He's never explained why. And you're waiting for that moment to come, even though you know it never will. You've moved house because he taunted you, and I can fully understand that, but you're still waiting for that phone call, that letter, that email from someone saying your dad is ready to talk and reveal the truth about everything, and you're stuck in that limbo state. You can't reconcile what happened to Geraldine and Claire until you get the truth, despite knowing, deep down, you will never know."
Olivia sucked in her tears.
"So how do I move on from this?" "You have to accept that there isn't an answer to every question. Your mum and sister died. You are never going to know why. You need to accept that and move on."
The tears came. They fell from Olivia's eyes and rolled down her cheeks. She didn't bother to wipe them away.
"Their lives were for nothing,"
she cried.
"Now you're just being melodramatic,"
he said with a smile.
"Once you accept your grief, you'll suddenly no longer be overwhelmed by it, and you'll feel your mum and sister's love and personalities in you. They'll be a part of you, and you can carry that forward."
They sat in silence. Sebastian was looking at Olivia, trying to read what she was thinking on her face. Olivia was doing the same, but in reverse, trying to organize her thought process.
"Take a few days,"
Sebastian said.
"Do something mind-numbing, sort your house out, get unpacked. Make this place a comfortable and relaxing home. Just, for once, stop thinking about killers."
Easier said than done.
"We're doing a job that it's not easy to switch off from. We don't leave the office at 5 o'clock every evening and immediately forget about the day. It stays with us. But we have to do something to stop everything gnawing away at us. I take the kids on holiday. We have weekends at the coast and go to adventure playgrounds. We watch films and play Lego and laugh and have picnics in the garden in the summer. What do you do? What do you actually do when you come home?"
She looked up at him. She didn't answer. He knew.
"You are a wonderful, insightful, and intelligent woman, but you're killing yourself. If you don't start taking care of you for a change, you'll end up getting committed into a secure unit. And trust me, I'm not saying this lightly. You genuinely will go mad."
Olivia swallowed hard. Tears were streaming down her face. Sebastian reached out for her again and held her close.
"How do you expect to move on if you never let anything go?"
Olivia wrapped her arms around Sebastian. She needed this. She needed to feel someone close to her.
"I need help, don't I?"
she asked him.
"Yes, you do. And knowing that you do is the first step."
She looked up at him.
"I'll ring Dr. Schindler and see if he'll see me as a patient."
Sebastian smiled.
"You're making the right decision."
Chapter 41. Ryan sat at the meeting room table, iPad on one side of him, mug of tea on the other. He'd woken early, disturbed, yet again, by another nightmare. He'd decided to get dressed and come into work before Sebastian was even up. Sebastian opened the door and stepped in. He had his big winter coat on and a beanie hat, which he pulled off when the heat of the room hit him.
"Morning. You left the house early."
"Yes, fancied a walk," Ryan said, not making eye contact with Sebastian. "Clear my head."
"Understandable. You must have a lot to think about with the therapy."
"Yes," Ryan said. He hadn't told Sebastian he'd missed yesterday's session with Dr. Schindler, or the previous two. Sebastian took off his coat, pulled out a chair and sat down. The pack of photographs from the twins' school was still on the table. He'd forgotten to take them home last night.
Bugger, I knew there was something. Right, first things first.
Olivia is taking a few days off work. How come?
She needs a break, basically. She never takes a holiday, and attending a crime scene yesterday was sort of the final straw. She just needs some time to relax and put her feet up.
Oh, I see. Is she all right?
She's fine,
Sebastian said, with a false smile. Now, I'm going to fill in for her with the police if they still want our help with these murders. That means work on the book is going to have to take a back seat. Hopefully it won't be for long. In the meantime, can you continue with your research?
Sure.
How's the research going? Very well, actually. I'm finding out some useful information for you.
Excellent.
And you're okay here on your own? Yes, I think Ash is coming later this morning to do some of the media wall. He's wiring up the TV next. I was going to ask about that, Sebastian said. He ran his fingers through his receding hair.
I should probably be here for that. I don't think I've spoken to him at all. It's very rude.
I can deal with it all. I don't mind. It's more or less finished. Sebastian looked up at the far wall.
It does seem to be coming along nicely.
Okay, you deal with... What's his name again? Ashley. He prefers Ash.
I can't stand my name being shortened,
Sebastian said. Anyway, I'll be in my office. I need to give D.I. Foley a ring. I may need to pop out and see him, actually. If you need anything, give me a ring. I will.
Brilliant,
Sebastian said with a succinct smile. He picked up his tablet and notepad and headed for the door. He stopped and turned back.
Oh, how's the therapy going? Have you had another EMDR session?
Ryan looked up. He wondered if the question was a trap. Had Lawrence Schindler told Sebastian he'd missed his last 2 sessions? Sebastian was unreadable. Next week.
Oh, good. I'll see you later,
he said, leaving the room, closing the door firmly behind him. Ryan was left alone. Something he was beginning to get used to, though it didn't make it easier. His phone buzzed in his pocket. He fished it out and saw that Dr. Schindler was calling. He had no intention of answering. He could leave another voicemail, not that he'd listened to the previous 3. The ringing stopped, but immediately started up again. Dr. Schindler had decided against leaving a message. He obviously wanted to talk to him. He put the phone in his rucksack and zipped it up. Humming loudly to himself to block out the sound of the vibrating mobile, Ryan turned on his tablet and continued his research on Vladimir Vinichevsky, known as the Urals Monster, who, at the age of 17, was the youngest known Soviet serial killer. He was executed in 1940 for the murders of 8 children. As he read, Ryan grabbed a Kit Kat and sat back to get more comfortable. He didn't notice, but a tear ran down his cheek. Chapter 42. Olivia had turned her alarm off before going to sleep last night. She knew Sebastian would literally ban her from the office if she turned up, so decided she didn't need to be woken up by a buzzing sound at 6:30. A natural sleep was what she needed. She went to bed at midnight and pulled the duvet up over her head. She lay in the darkness and the silence, broken only by Stanley's gentle snoring, and hoped her mind would switch off and allow sleep to envelop her. Sebastian was right. She needed to let go of everything. Her past, her father in particular. She'd moved house. There was no way he could find her. She shouldn't let him infect her life anymore. Richard Button needed confining to the pages of history. Permanently. Only then could she begin to regain control of her own life. Maybe, and it was a big maybe, she could make amends with Ethan, if he'd have her back. It didn't take long before she fell asleep, and it wasn't a fitful sleep. She woke at 5 and was unable to drift back off. Eventually she decided to get up and make herself a cup of tea and start sorting out her books and belongings. This house was more than likely to be her final move. It already felt safe and secure. It needed to feel comfortable and homely too. Olivia was tempted to have a media wall built into her living room like Amias had done, but she was worried it might look too perfect for a sitting room. She wanted softness and relaxation, and that came from imperfections. Everything tucked away, unseen, might seem sterile. Curled up on the sofa, she looked on her iPad for antique shops and second-hand furniture shops close by. She fancied an eclectic style of decor, mismatched bookcases from different eras, different heights and types of wood. She wanted a large, thick rug in the centre of the room, in deep colours. She wanted gilt-framed artwork on the walls and a huge central ceiling light hanging down with low lighting. It needed to be classy, yet comfortable. Chic and stylish, yet tidily messy. It was a contradiction, but it would match how she felt. She closed her eyes and could picture how the room would look. She just needed to see what items matched her image. "Fancy a day of shopping?" she asked Stanley. Olivia returned to her gated mews a few hours later. She had no idea how much money she had spent, and right now she didn't particularly care. She had found several adorable bookcases with ornate carvings in the wood. Some were chipped or had stains or pieces missing from them, but that added to their charm. It would give her sitting room character. She bought an antique mirror to go over the fireplace, a rug which was exactly what she saw in her mind when she closed her eyes, a gorgeous, stained oak occasional table, and a floor lamp with a huge cream shade. They would all arrive over the next couple of days, and hopefully, by the weekend, her ground floor would start to take shape. Upon leaving the furniture shops, she popped into John Lewis and ordered cushions and more bedding and a pair of fitted curtains. She found an eatery that allowed dogs in, and she ate a delicious pasta salad while the waiting staff made a fuss over Stanley. She found a second-hand bookshop she'd never seen before and browsed the shelves, walking out with a textbook on the human anatomy from 1905, which had intricate drawings of the various parts of the body. She had no idea if she would ever need the book for anything, but she just loved the look and feel of it. She also found a stunning hardback copy of Little Women by Louisa May Alcott. This edition was over 100 years old. It was her mother's favourite book, one she had read many times. She was rereading it when she died, and the book was sitting on Olivia's bedside table, with the bookmark still in place. Olivia had never read it. She couldn't bring herself to. But knowing that her purchasing this copy would have made her mother smile gave Olivia's heart a lift. As she and Stanley stepped out of the taxi, she felt the rush that spending money gave people, a hit of dopamine. She suddenly understood how people became addicted to shopping, buying things you want, not necessarily what you need. It would have been the easy way out for Olivia to ask Ash to give her a media wall, built-in bookcases and wardrobes. But today, she had done something she hadn't done for as long as she could remember. She hadn't even thought about work. She and Stanley had walked the streets of London, going in and out of antique and second-hand stores, looking at all manner of furniture, clothes, rugs, soft furnishings and books. She'd eaten a light meal and had actually tasted the food, rather than giving her body fuel to get her through the next few hours. Today had been a good day, and she was looking forward to tomorrow, despite not knowing what she was going to do. She could get used to this. "Olivia!" She was halfway up the incline to her house when her name was called. She turned around and saw D.S. Holly Goodfellow standing at the locked gates. "Holly, hello. How are you?" "I'm fine. I hear you're taking some time off work?" "Yes, I need to clear my head. I haven't had a break since... well, it's been a while." "Right, it's just... I really could do with talking to you. You know, Sebastian Lister is just as qualified as I am." "I know, but I don't know him. I feel an affinity with you. You don't treat me like I should be doing the filing and making the tea." "Sebastian wouldn't treat you like that. And I know D.I. Foley doesn't treat you like that. I have a lot of time for D.I. Foley. He's been really good to me. That's why I'm here. We're working on this investigation and we have nothing. There are no links between the families, and we have no witnesses, no clues, nothing. I want to be able to attend the briefings and at least show I'm thinking about this laterally rather than waiting for a fingerprint to turn up." Olivia didn't say anything. "And I refuse to sit back and wait for the killer to claim a fourth family." That was the catalyst for Olivia. She went back to the gate and unlocked it. "I can give you half an hour." "I really appreciate it." Olivia led Holly through to the kitchen. Her elevated mood from a day of shopping had quickly disappeared. She was suddenly thinking about the Wishart family. As soon as she'd walked into their bedroom and saw them lined up, grinning at her with their bloodied smiles, she knew she couldn't do this. It wasn't just the killer who was making a mockery of everything. It was the victims too. It was almost as if she could hear them laughing. "Ha, ha, ha, here she comes, the great Dr. Olivia Winter, the daughter of a serial killer who thinks she can see inside our minds and understand why we've been killed. She's just as fucked up as the man who butchered us. Come on then, Olivia, do your worst." Holly sat down while Olivia got them both a drink. She didn't offer her wine, as she assumed she'd be driving, and resisted opening a bottle just for herself. Coffees made, they sat down at the island, and Holly ran through the latest developments. Both Chloe Duffy and Benedict Wishart volunteered for a homeless charity. Chloe was a cook and made the meals. Benedict offered homeless people free dental checkups. Holly said, "Was this at the same homeless centre?" "No, they both volunteered at different ones. We've spoken to staff at both, and as far as we're aware, their paths had never crossed." "I'm guessing members of the homeless community frequent different centres. They could have been fed by Chloe and had a check-up by Benedict," Olivia said. "True. We did ask if there was anyone who stood out, anyone who maybe took an interest in either Chloe or Benedict, but there isn't anyone. They come in, they eat, they leave." "Right. We also contacted their workplaces again. The only connection we can find is that both Chloe and Benedict worked with drugs. We actually put the question to staff if they could have stolen drugs, but that's come back as a negative too. Linda Greenacre was purely management. She had nothing to do with the ordering or administration of drugs. It's like every time we come up with a new angle, it's immediately disproved." there is not one single thing that connects these two families. Yet you've mentioned in your books that serial killers choose their victims. They're not random. Killers will go after people who remind them of someone. It doesn't have to be a physical similarity. It can be who or what they represent. In this case, like I said to D.I. Foley, I believe he's killing whole families and will be seeing his own family as he does so. How do we find him? I don't know, Holly. I really do not know, and I'm sorry I can't be more help. There's nothing linking these families from the police point of view, but to the killer there is, and that link will be monumental. Right now, it's probably best if you don't get too bogged down in trying to find that link, seeing as it isn't obvious. The only way you're going to catch this man is through proper, old-fashioned police work and analysing the evidence. We have a single strand of hair. We've got a DNA profile, but no match, Holly said, the frustration in her voice palpable. There are no eyewitness statements, no vehicle caught on ANPR, no fingerprints, no footprints, no doorbell camera footage, no dashcam footage from passing cars, nothing. Absolutely nothing. It's exasperating, I know. If we can't catch him through the usual channels, then surely the only way is through looking at the psychological makeup of the killer. Is there anything at all that can point us in the right direction? Holly's frustration had turned to pleading. I've been looking at the victims again, and Brandon Duffy, although he suffered a violent death, it was a few swift slashes with a knife across his neck. There were no other wounds. Benedict Wishart, he also received cuts to the throat. The two Greenacre children both were killed by a single stab wound. However, in all the murders, it's the mother who received the most wounds. Does that mean anything? Olivia thought for a moment. She took a sip of her coffee and wished she'd sneaked in a drop of whiskey. The matriarch seems to have great significance to the killer. Maybe he had a mother whom he adored and who either died when he was young and he misses her, or maybe she didn't feel the same as him, or maybe she was domineering and abused him, either physically or psychologically. Whatever the case, he had a very unnatural relationship with his mother, and that is coming out in his crimes. What about the father? His father may have been absent, or, in the case of the mother being domineering, maybe she belittled her husband in the same way she did her son. So you think we're looking for the son? How old would he be? Olivia almost sniggered. I'm not a profiler, Holly. Though, as you're struggling, I will go out on a limb and suggest, and this really is only a suggestion, it's not gospel, but I think you're looking for a youngish man, possibly in his mid to late 20s, or early 30s. He's white, he's intelligent, he fits in with his surroundings with ease. He's angry. He's employed. He's a loner. Why do you say that? He's committing these crimes late at night or in the early hours of the morning when everyone else is asleep. If he was married or even had children, they would notice him missing from the house. He's young and living in London, so he might be sharing a home with others. It's not cheap living here for a single man without a high income. And I can't see him being hugely successful, or he wouldn't be committing these crimes in the first place. He's angry at his mother, and he's not reached a level of success she can be proud of. So he's attacking the mother more because he's blaming her for him not reaching the heights she set out. But why kill the father and the children? Why not just attack the mother when she's on her own? Because it's the family unit he wants to destroy. He's blaming his own mother for not providing the caring, loving family he believes she should have done. He's raging against the machine of the family lifestyle. It's like I was saying to Amias, something happened recently to set this off. Either his mother died of natural causes before he could confront her about her behaviour, or he snapped. Holly frowned while she worked out what Olivia meant. You mean he's already killed her?
Possibly. So I need to look for an unsolved case, recently, of a mother being killed. He may have killed her, but I think he's done it in such a way that he's managed to escape justice. It could have been seen as an accident, but he certainly had a hand in it. He's punishing her, but he's still incredibly angry. The fact he's killing is testament to that.
But her death is recent?
Possibly.
This is going to be a lot of work.
If I could give you more, I would, Olivia said.
I know. You have helped. Thank you so much, Olivia.
You're welcome.
I'll leave you in peace. I really do appreciate you seeing me,
she said, standing up and reaching for her coat. Olivia replied with a smile.
He's going to do this again, isn't he?
Holly asked, in the doorway of the kitchen. Olivia nodded. I'm afraid so.
Another family wiped out. What can we do to stop him?
Not a lot. He isn't a burglar. He doesn't break in. He knows these families.
And we're back to square one, with me saying there's nothing obvious to link these families, she said. Sometimes I really hate this job.
There was nothing Olivia could say to that. Right now, she hated her job too.
Chapter 43. D.I. Amias Foley was sitting at his untidy desk, a pained expression on his face. He couldn't get over Olivia's outburst at the Wishart house yesterday. He knew Olivia had a problem with active crime scenes, but she had seen worse before. She had endured worse, too. He had decided not to inform his superior, and hoped it wouldn't leak out. He could trust Holly and Leon not to say anything, but there were other people at the Wishart house, and he knew people loved nothing more than to gossip, especially when it came to a highly regarded academic who was clearly on the verge of a breakdown. Was that what it was? Was Olivia so unstable that she was one dead body away from losing it completely? He hoped not. As much as he valued her input into his investigations, he liked her as a friend. She was an intelligent woman, and she was also funny and kind and caring and... His phone rang, making him jump. He hoped it wasn't Lola again. Her constant calls were upsetting.
D.I. Foley,
he answered.
I was expecting an update more than 2 hours ago.
Foley's eyes widened. Assistant Chief Constable Julian Clyde needed no introduction. He spoke with a gruff Scottish accent, which became more pronounced depending on how angry he was.
I'm sorry, sir, time seems to have slipped by,
Foley said, by way of an excuse.
I'm hoping it's slipped by because you're busy with interviews.
Foley took a breath. He couldn't lie to the ACC. He knew he'd be caught out within seconds.
It's not that easy, I'm afraid. Really? 3 violent and brutal crimes in a matter of weeks, Foley. 3 families doing everything right in the world slaughtered, one of whom is related to a former DCI. Do you have anything to go on?
Foley's silence dragged on. There was literally nothing he could say.
You've either hung up on me, you're trying to think of a convincing lie, or you've got sweet fuck all. Any one of those is going to lead to you and your team receiving a severe bollocking. I'm sorry, sir. You're sorry. Oh, well, that's all right then, as long as you're sorry.
Clyde's voice oozed sarcasm.
I'll go on the 10 o'clock news tonight and say we haven't found the person who has butchered 12 people, but the senior investigating officer is ever so sorry. We are working around the clock. It's not good enough, Foley. You've been using the Behavioural Science Administration, I see. Dr. Winter is an eminent psychologist with a forensic insight. Surely she's been able to give you something.
Foley bit his bottom lip hard.
Yes, sir, she's been invaluable. Yet you still don't have a person of interest.
No, sir, I don't. Right. 48 hours, Foley. You have 48 hours, then I'm bringing in a new team to review everything you've done so far. If I find errors, mistakes, missed opportunities, I'll expect your resignation. Do you understand?
Foley wasn't given a chance to answer as the call ended.
Fuck,
he said softly to himself. There was a knock on the glass door. He looked up and saw Holly enter. "Is this a good time, sir?"
No, Holly, it's not, but come in anyway.
"I think I've got something," she said.
About bloody time,
Foley said, ushering her to sit down.
Right, well, I've been going through the bank statements of the Wishart family, and there's been a regular payment, once a month,
to a Dr. Lawrence Schindler.
I've looked him up and he's a psychotherapist in Harrow. There's no mention of him anywhere in Lorelei's diaries, but Benedict has an appointment with an LS on the first Wednesday of every month. Do you think it's worth talking to him, or will he hide behind doctor-patient confidentiality? He will,
Foley said.
But when the patient is dead, the rule no longer applies. He might want to protect himself, depending on what their sessions were about, but it's still worth giving him a call.
Chapter 44. Sebastian pushed open the door to the office in George Street and stepped inside. It was raining heavily, and he was soaked just coming from the taxi.
"If my car passes its MOT, it'll be a bloody miracle,"
he said to Daisy as he carefully removed his coat. "I'm glad you're back," she said. "The phone hasn't stopped ringing all afternoon. The police have issued a statement about the Wishart family, and the press has put two and two together with the Duffy and Greenacre families, and they've been calling here wanting to speak to Dr. Winter. Is there a serial killer in London? Is Dr. Winter helping the police? Has she heard from her father lately? I don't know what to tell them." Sebastian sighed. He thought for a moment.
"We'll need to issue a statement of our own. The Home Office will be expecting us to be helping. I'll give D.I. Foley a ring and see what he wants me to say."
"How is Olivia?" Daisy asked.
"She's fine. She just needs a few days on her own."
"She needs more than that. I've been working here for 5 years and I've never known her take a holiday. It's all work, work, work with her."
"Tell me about it."
"Also, not long after you'd gone, we had a visitor. Olivia's agent popped round with another padded envelope full of fan letters." She leaned down to her bottom drawer and pulled out the heavily laden jiffy bag. "I had a quick look through. There are a few yellow envelopes in there that I assume are from her father."
"Jesus, that bloody man. He's bombarding her agent now."
"I'm guessing he's written to her old home and they've been returned as not at this address. What are you going to do? Are you going to give them to Olivia?" Sebastian thought as he rifled through the letters.
"I have no idea. This really is the last thing she needs right now. She thought moving would put a stop to her dad trying to get in touch with her, but there are always ways if a person is determined enough."
The phone rang. "No prizes for guessing who that's going to be."
"I tell you what, after you've fielded that call, put the answer machine on and take yourself off home."
Daisy suddenly brightened up. "Oh, thank you." She picked up the phone. "Behavioural Science Administration. How may I help you?" Sebastian went into the meeting room as Daisy tried to fob off another member of the press, eager for a sensationalist splash. The table had been pushed to one side to allow Ash room to work in. The television had been fitted, but exposed wires told Sebastian it had not been connected. He assumed that was to happen tomorrow. The table was a mess of notes, newspapers and printouts. Ryan had left his tablet behind before leaving, which was not like him at all. He never went anywhere without it. He pulled out a chair and sat down. He was worried about Ryan. Since beginning his EMDR therapy, he had changed. He'd become quieter, more distant, and he wasn't coming home until late, sometimes after they'd all gone to bed. Sebastian had asked him a couple of times where he was going after work, and he'd replied that he was really getting into working out at the gym, yet there was never any gym wear in the laundry. Therapy wasn't for everyone, that much was true. But it was important to share your issues. Bottling things up led to Olivia Winter. Sebastian didn't want that for Ryan. Ryan had spent a couple of hours chatting to Ash, but when he finished for the day and went home, Ryan decided to do the same. He faked a headache and told Daisy he needed some fresh air. Ash had mentioned a pub he was meeting a couple of mates in. Ryan looked it up on Google and was now following the blue line on Google Maps, taking him the mile to his destination. Fortunately, the rain had stopped. The clouds had dispersed, and the temperature had dropped. He quickened his pace to keep warm. The Mother Recap was a pub on a corner. Ryan pulled open the door and stepped into the dimly lit building. He stood in the doorway and looked around. Tables and booths were occupied with late afternoon drinkers, mostly couples and groups, but there were a few singles dotted here and there, mostly the elderly, sipping at a pint and reading a newspaper. There was a smell in the air, wet dog and ale. It wasn't entirely unpleasant. He headed for the bar, all the time looking around him, taking in the faces of his fellow drinkers, looking for someone approachable, someone he could strike up a conversation with.
"What can I get you?"
the barman asked. Ryan looked at the pumps.
"Pint of Old Badger, please." "Got any ID?" "Sorry?" "I need to see some ID."
"I'm 26, Ryan said incredulously. The barman raised an eyebrow. Ryan felt his face warm with the glow of embarrassment. He rooted around in his pocket. He took out his wallet and handed the man his driver's license. He studied it and kept looking up at Ryan. He handed it back, didn't say anything, and went to pull his pint. Ryan took a sip of his drink. It was dark and peaty. It tasted delicious. He'd never been a fan of real ales before, but Ash had introduced him to a few, and he was enjoying them. He decided to remain at the bar. It was the best place to strike up a conversation with someone. Anyone. As the light darkened outside, more people entered, and the music became louder. Afternoon drinkers left, and after-work drinkers arrived in their fitted suits, designer coats, and lanyards around their necks. "Hi," Ryan said to a woman who stood beside him and ordered 2 large gin and tonics and 2 pints of lager for her friends. She looked at him and gave a weak smile. "Called out?" he said. "Yes," she agreed, non-committal. "Just finished work?" "Yes." "Good day?" "Yes, thank you." She paid for her drinks, picked up the tray and walked carefully away to her group. Ryan sighed, finished his pint, and ordered another. "Hello," Ryan said to a man who looked to be somewhere in his mid-40s. His hair was short, combed back, and had flecks of grey at the temples. He wore a sharp suit with a white shirt and pink tie. The man turned to look at him and gave a smile. "Evening." "Called out?" "Yes." "Good day?" "Not bad, not bad. You?" Ryan's eyes widened. He'd been asked a question back. That was a good start. "Yes, fine, thanks. Had an early finish for a change, so thought I'd treat myself to a drink or two. Has to be done." "Yes." The man's pint was brought to him. He raised it to Ryan, said cheers, then turned and walked away. Ryan was halfway down his 3rd pint when he heard his name called. He turned but couldn't see anyone he recognised, so went back to his drink. His name was called again. This time a hand was slapped down on his shoulder. "Ryan, I didn't expect to see you here," Ash said.
"Oh, Ash, hello," he said, his words slightly slurred. "Just fancied a drink. Grim meeting this afternoon. You know how it is." "Yes. You here on your own?" "Yes. Me too. What can I get you?" he asked, noticing Ryan's half-empty glass. "Oh, that's kind of you. I'll have a pint of Old Badger, please." "2 Old Badgers," Ash instructed the barman. "Want to sit down?" "Sure. Didn't you say you were out with friends this evening?" "Yes. One cancelled and the other's having to work late. This is why I prefer being my own boss. Nobody to answer to." Ryan picked up his drink and followed Ash to a free booth. They sat opposite each other, and Ryan took off his jacket and made himself comfortable. He took a long slug of his beer. "I see you're getting to grips with the real ale." Ash smiled. "Yes, I don't think I'll go back to lager now." "I can't be doing with lager. Tastes like piss." Ash raised his glass. "Cheers." They clinked glasses, and both took a lengthy sip. "So how come you left Newcastle then? You never really said." "Fresh start, I suppose. I couldn't carry on in the police force, and there wasn't anything for me up there since—" He trailed off. "Olivia offered me a job at the BSA, and it seemed like a no-brainer." "So is London much different to Newcastle then?" He looked around him. His smile dropped, and he felt the pinch of loneliness grip him once more. "Yes, it's very different. I don't think I'll ever settle here. People aren't as approachable as they are in Newcastle. It's difficult to meet people, get to know them." "True, but you can't force these things, can you? You meet people in unexpected places. I met my ex standing in a queue waiting for a taxi." He laughed. "I think I might have jumped out of the frying pan and into the fire. At the beginning of the year, I was a detective constable for Northumbria Police. I had my own flat in Wide Open. It wasn't great, but it was mine. Now here I am 11 months later, and I'm missing the lower part of one leg. I'm living with Sebastian and his 3 kids in a city I can't fucking stand. I'm no longer a detective, and I spent today reading about a Russian teenager who killed a bunch of kids." "Things happen for a reason, mate. Look on the bright side." "Bright side? Do you want me to tell you the things Vladimir Vinichevsky did? There is no bright side." "Of course there is. You just have to look for it. I know you've been through the shit recently with your leg and everything, but your luck has to change sometime, doesn't it?" Ryan rolled his eyes. "Fancy another?" "Sure." Ryan stood up and staggered slightly. He was 4 pints into Ash's one, and he hadn't eaten since lunchtime. He'd need to pace himself if he wanted to have a good long chat and open himself up. "I want to go back home," Ryan said. The beer had relaxed him. He was leaning on the table, head in his hand, picking away at a soggy beer mat. His words were slow and slurred. "To Newcastle?" He nodded. "I hate it here," he admitted. There was strong emotion in his voice. "How can you live in London? It's so noisy. It never stops. Never. And there are so many people, yet nobody talks to anyone. It's so anti-bloody social." I mean, you seem to get on with your colleagues." Ryan rolled his eyes. "It's funny how people are different out of their environment. When I met Olivia, I thought she was this confident, intelligent woman who... It turns out she's all kinds of batshit crazy. And Sebastian... I mean, don't get me wrong, Sebastian is a nice guy. He's let me stay in his house, but he's got too much going on." "How do you mean?" "He's a single dad. He's looking after 3 kids on his own. They're his world, as they should be. I dunno, He slumped down onto the table. "If you're not happy here, why don't you go back to Newcastle? I've given up my flat now. Don't you have anyone to stay with for a while?" Ryan looked up at him. "Can I tell you a secret? No offence, Ryan, but I really don't want to hear anything that's going to give me nightmares." Ryan nodded. Fair enough. Can I ask you a question? Ash took a breath. If you must. Do you ever get the feeling that you're invisible? Ash looked around. He was feeling slightly uncomfortable about the direction of this conversation. Listen, mate, I think you might have had a bit too much to drink. Do you want me to call you a taxi or something? I'm invisible, Ash. Nobody sees me. And when they do see me, they don't care. Do you know what you have to do when you're in that position? Haven't a clue. 2 things. You either disappear completely, or you make yourself seen. Right. Shall I tell you something else as well? Look, Ryan, I don't think the drink's agreeing with you. When did you last have something to eat? Let me get you a taxi. He took out his phone. Where's home? Home. Home? He raised his voice. The word sounded alien, as if he'd never heard it before and had no idea of its meaning. I'm fucked if I know, Ash. Home. It certainly isn't where the fucking heart is or wherever I lay my hat, he said, with a slight smile. Can I come home with you? Chapter 45. The first of the delivery vans had just left when there was a buzz on the intercom. Olivia thought the second was here already. She woke the display and saw Amias Foley staring into the camera. He didn't look happy. She hadn't seen him or spoken to him since she'd charged out of the crime scene in Stanmore like a terrified amateur. She'd been dreading this moment. She pressed the green button to unlock the gate. Standing at the front door, Olivia watched as Amias made his way up the incline. Good morning, she said. She was aiming for breezy, but standing in the cold, a chilly wind whipping around her, arms folded tightly against her chest, she appeared anything but welcoming. This isn't a personal visit, is it? What makes you say that? The way you're walking. The way I'm... You can read my stride patterns, can you? He asked incredulously. Only once I've got to know someone. The way you're walking is determined and urgent. You're busy, and you have something you need to tell me. I'm guessing there's been another set of murders. She stood back to allow him to enter. He gave her a smug smile. You don't know everything, Dr. Winter. I shall make a note of this in my diary as the date when the great Dr. Winter got something wrong. No, there hasn't been another set of murders. Olivia closed the door and secured the locks. She turned and watched as Amias squatted to his knees to make a fuss over Stanley, who had charged towards him, tail wagging. Oh, I see you've started furnishing your house, he said, looking up into the living room. Yes. You've decided against fitted furniture, then? Yes, I decided on eclectic and comfort, rather than sterile and clean lines. You think my home is sterile? Not at all, I'm joking. You need to learn how to read people better, Olivia. Don't only use your skills for work purposes. Sometimes a comment can be light-hearted. She smiled. Would you like some coffee? Does the Pope shit in the woods? I'd love one. They went into the kitchen, where Olivia began spooning ground coffee into the cafetiere. She knew exactly how Amias took his coffee. She should do by now. She'd made enough for him over the year and a half they'd known each other. My boss has given me 48 hours to find the killer, or he's bringing in a new team to go through everything we've done so far with a fine-tooth comb. If I've bollocksed up in any way, he wants my resignation. Olivia's mouth fell open. Can he do that? He can do what he wants. The media will be all over him demanding answers, and I'll be the fall guy. Oh my God, Amias, I'm so sorry, Olivia said. She ran her fingers through her hair, tugged on it to cause some pain, chastising herself for failing to help him find the killer.
I haven't been fully on the ball with this one, have I?
You've had a lot to contend with lately. Moving house is a great stressor. But then the funeral of Janet Brown and, well, I'm aware there are similarities between these killings and what your father did to your mum and sister. You can't be 100% switched on all the time.
I don't think I'm 50% switched on right now. I'm letting you down, and I'm sorry. I'm working on it, though. I had a chat with Sebastian, and he's made me realise that I need help. I'm going to start seeing a therapist again.
That's good,
he said. It doesn't help you now, though, does it?
You need to look after yourself.
She looked up at him and gave him a sympathetic smile. What are you going to do if your boss demands your resignation?
I'm not sure. I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. Look, Olivia, when you went to visit Patrick Maitland in prison, did you get anything from him that could help me now?
Olivia blew out a heavy sigh. If Patrick hadn't left behind physical evidence, I genuinely think he would have continued killing. He didn't think about how he would feel afterwards. This killer, now, is like Patrick Mark II, in that he's a thinker. The more he kills, the more he gets away with, and the bigger his ego becomes. He's killed 3 families, possibly 4, if he's killed his own, and he knows you're nowhere close to catching him. His ego will be through the roof.
He'll get complacent and make a mistake?
I don't know about that, but he'll certainly kill again much quicker. Keep in mind that this man has kept below the radar of those who know him. The level of detail and horror he's inflicting will be messing with his mind, but he's managed to keep it in check so far. Soon it will explode. He won't be able to keep the 2 personalities separate. Somebody knows him, and at the moment, they think he won't say boo to a goose. But they're going to discover his dark side. He's not going to be able to contain it much longer.
HMP Belmarsh, Western Way, London, SE28, OEB, Friday, 21st of November, 2025. Hello, Florence. I've no idea why you're writing to me. I've no idea what you want to say or what you think I can tell you. But if you want to waste money on a train fare from Birmingham to London, then feel free. I've added your name to my list of visitors. Choose whenever is good for you. My diary is pretty empty at the moment. Richard Button.
Chapter 46. D.S. Holly Goodfellow was impressed by the offices of Dr. Lawrence Schindler. She had struggled to find a parking space in Warwick Street and was pleased it wasn't raining when she walked the 3 blocks to the main entrance. Sitting in the waiting room, she checked her appearance by turning on the front-facing camera on her phone and made sure her hair was neat. The perfectly coiffed receptionist, with too much makeup, made her feel self-conscious, especially the way she looked her up and down, judging her on her outfit. Cow. The door opened and Dr. Schindler asked her to come in. The second she saw the psychotherapist, her mouth fell open. If she had to describe her ideal man, the good doctor was certainly it. He was tall, with broad shoulders and a slim build. His casual shirt and trousers fitted him in all the right places. He was wearing a sweet, yet understated fragrance, and he was oozing confidence and charisma. The only drawback was his job. She didn't think she could date a therapist. She would constantly be wondering whether he was analysing everything she said or did. Should she be worrying about that? Did that say more about her and her paranoias? Holly decided it was probably best not to pull at that particular thread, and followed him into his high-ceilinged and brightly lit consulting room. "Thank you so much for seeing me at such short notice," she said.
"Not at all. I'm happy to help. Please take a seat."
"Thank you." She smiled as she hitched up her trousers and sat down. She looked at the coffee table in front of her and took in the half-full box of tissues. She was sitting on the patient's couch. Holly felt uncomfortable. This was the sofa where people released all their fears and hang-ups. How many had burst into tears on this luxurious Chesterfield? How many had bawled, screamed, ranted, shouted and sworn in this room? If walls could talk. "Dr. Schindler," Holly began.
"Lawrence, please,"
he said with a smile. Holly found herself smiling back. He was lovely. She could feel her cheeks burning. "Lawrence, I'm aware that you're bound by patient confidentiality, and I'm not asking you to reveal any sensitive issues regarding one of your... Are they patients?"
"Clients."
"Sorry, clients. However, I'm working on a murder investigation, and I'll come straight out and say that we're stumped when it comes to finding a motive and a suspect. If there is anything you can tell me about your client, it would help us."
"I'll see what I can do. Who are we talking about?"
"Benedict Wishart."
Lawrence's face paled. His eyes widened. "Benedict? He's your murder victim?"
"I'm afraid so. He and his whole family, his wife and children, were killed last week."
"Oh my... Jesus Christ!"
He stood up and went over to the window. He took a deep breath and turned back to Holly.
"This is the murder in Stanmore that's been on the news, I'm guessing?"
"Yes."
"Hasn't there been another as well?"
"In Pinner, yes. And a third in Wembley."
"Bloody hell,"
he said, returning to his seat.
That's horrible. And you say you have no idea who might have killed them?"
"Not at the moment. We've spoken to many members of the Wishart family, their friends and colleagues, and we haven't been able to identify a suspect yet. Is there anything you can tell me about Benedict that could help us?" Lawrence still seemed to be in shock after Holly's news.
No. There's nothing. Benedict suffered with personal issues. It was a lot to do with self-perception and his place in the world. He lacked belief. He always thought he wasn't good enough for the life he had."
"Is that like imposter syndrome?"
This went deeper. He literally felt like a fake in his own life. He was successful in his work. He had a beautiful home. He drove an expensive car. He had a wife who loved him and 2 children who were doing incredibly well in their studies. Benedict was continuously waiting for it to all fall apart. He expected his wife to leave him, his children to get involved with the wrong crowd or drugs or anything that would cause their grades to drop. Every night when he got home, he expected to see his house burning down, and it was a relief when it wasn't.
"My goodness," Holly exclaimed.
"I know." He had no evidence to back up his feelings, but it was so deeply rooted that he couldn't shake it off. That's what we were working on in our sessions.
"How long had you been seeing him for?"
"Almost 3 years."
"And was he improving?"
"He was. We took things slowly and worked on an area at a time in terms of importance. I can't believe he's dead. He genuinely was a lovely man."
"Did he ever mention anyone, any enemies or anyone he was frightened of or suspicious about?"
"No, that wasn't what our sessions were about. Benedict had a good circle of friends around him. From what we talked about, I cannot see anyone in his life who would want to kill him or his family. Benedict Wishart is the last person I would expect someone to have a grudge against."
Holly released a frustrated sigh.
"I've not helped, have I?"
he asked, with a faint smile. "You haven't." She leaned back onto the comfortable sofa, a painful frown sitting on her forehead. "I'm not sure what's worse, though. Knowing there's someone in your life who wants to kill you, or a complete stranger killing you at random.
I'm the wrong person to ask, I'm afraid. I'm a psychotherapist. You need a psychologist.
Holly gave a weak smile. She knew one of those. It was a shame she was out of action at present. Chapter 47. Ryan left a post-it note message for Sebastian by the kettle. He wasn't feeling well and was going to register with the local GP, something he hadn't got around to doing yet. Perhaps he could be seen this morning. Sebastian had sent him a text, but hadn't received a reply. When he arrived at George Street at 11 o'clock, after his only lecture of the day, he found Daisy sitting at her desk, looking harassed, as if she'd already done a full day's work.
Problem?
Sebastian asked tentatively.
No, nothing. Well, nothing a bullet to the prefrontal cortex wouldn't cure.
The sound of drilling came from the meeting room. It stopped, but was immediately followed by drilling from the floor above. Daisy raised her voice. Between that and the phone ringing off the hook every few minutes with bastard journalists wanting to speak to Dr. Winter, I'm beginning to consider taking up alcoholism as a hobby.
I thought about that once. It's an expensive hobby.
All the good ones are. By the way, I've rescued these from the meeting room, Daisy said, going into a drawer and pulling out the school photographs of the twins. They were covered in dust. You don't want them ruined?
Thanks, I was wondering where I'd put those.
I thought Ryan was going to be here first thing. I've been helping shift tables and making cups of tea.
He's not well. He's gone to the doctor's.
Oh, what's wrong with him?
Not sure. I haven't seen him since yesterday.
I'm starting to worry about Ryan, she said, a concerned look on her face.
What do you mean?
He's been very quiet lately, distant. Sometimes I've gone in there and he's just been sat at the table staring into the distance. When I've called his name out, he's looked at me like he doesn't even know where he is. Sebastian pulled out a chair and sat down.
I must admit, since he started his EMDR therapy, he has changed. It's obviously unlocked something. Maybe something other than what he went through back in Newcastle. Maybe something further back that he thought was deeply buried.
Like some kind of childhood trauma?
Possibly. That's the problem with these new techniques. You don't know what's going to be unearthed.
It makes you glad to be sane, doesn't it? Daisy said, crossing her eyes. Sebastian let out a throaty laugh. Ryan wasn't feeling ill at all. He just couldn't face going into work. Not this morning. Not after last night. Not after what happened with Ash outside the pub. Add into the mix his research into Alexander Pichushkin, Manfred Seal, David Meerhofer and Vladimir Vinichevsky, and his head was heavy. Last night he dreamt he was walking through woodland and came across a dilapidated shed. The closer he got to it, the more he thought about turning and running in the opposite direction. But something compelled him to keep going. He pulled open the door, stepped inside, and that's when he saw her. A teenage girl, lying on the floor, naked, her lower abdomen torn open with a knife, her internal organs splayed around the rotten wooden floor of the shed. His nightmare woke him up early in a tangle of duvet cover. He hadn't been able to get back to sleep after that. The girl in his dreams was Gudrun Abel, believed to be the first victim of Manfred Seal. She had been 19 years old and working as a care assistant. Her uterus had been removed, earning Seal the nickname the Hesse Ripper. While Ryan sat up in bed, still trying to get used to calling a bedroom decorated by a teenage girl his own, he wondered why all these serial killers were given nicknames. They were violent, disturbed individuals, not cast members of Gladiators. He spent the rest of the night thinking about the Angel of Death, the babyface killer, the Black Widow, the co-ed butcher, Jack the Butcher, Jack the Ripper, and Jack the Strangler. He wondered what his nickname would be if he ever went over to the dark side. Ryan the Ripper. He eventually fell back asleep until the sounds of the Lister household woke him up. He really liked the twins, but he wished they had a volume button. Ryan quickly showered and left the house without any breakfast. He said a quick hello to Robert and Catherine, who were glued to early morning TV, waiting for their father to get up and make breakfast. He walked around aimlessly until he jumped on a tube. He hated the underground. It was loud and hot. He only managed a few stops before he had to get off. When he reached ground level, he looked around him and saw he was at Tottenham Court Road. He'd never been in this part of London before. He had no idea where he was. But he saw a signpost for the British Museum and headed for it. He wanted peace and quiet. He wanted a calm and relaxed environment, where he could sit alone with his thoughts and try to make sense of what was happening around him. Nothing seemed to make sense anymore. He was struggling. And it wasn't just with what had happened to him earlier this year. There was something else. It was as if he wasn't in control of his own body and mind anymore. He looked up. He stopped walking. The British Museum should have been right in front of him. Where was it? He looked down at his phone. He'd walked right past it and was on a completely different street. How had that happened? What the fuck is happening to me? He asked himself, tears welling up in his eyes. Chapter 48. Olivia was pretty sure she was doing the right thing. Maybe 70% sure. But there was a voice in her head that was screaming at her to get up and run out of the building. Dr. Winter. She looked up at the smiling face of Dr. Lawrence Schindler in the doorway to his office. She took a deep breath and followed him inside. She'd called him yesterday afternoon, telling him she urgently needed to see him professionally, and she was willing to pay more for a quick appointment. When she woke this morning, she remembered the only task she had for today, and that was to sit down opposite a psychotherapist and open her soul. An hour was all it would take, but it felt like such an ordeal. The last time Olivia had spoken to a therapist was after she was discharged from hospital at the age of 9, following 4 stab wounds by her father. He was in prison on remand, and she was living with her grandparents in Westminster, not sleeping, not eating, not talking, and wetting the bed at night. She had 4 sessions with Dr. Brownlow, her grandmother waiting impatiently in the waiting room for her to be finished. When they left, a photographer was outside. He jumped out from behind a wall and snapped Olivia's photo, which appeared splashed across the tabloid front pages the next morning. Dr. Brownlow's receptionist had tipped them off, for a large fee, that the famous serial killer survivor Olivia Button was inside attending a therapy session. Olivia had been mistrustful of therapists after that. She'd been mistrustful of everyone after that. Her shattered relationship with Ethan Miller was testament to that. However, her unresolved issues had built up over the years. She needed to do something in order to survive, or she may as well sell up and book a suite in a mental institution and spend the rest of her life in a padded cell. Olivia had purposefully chosen her outfit this morning. She didn't want to wear black, in case Dr. Schindler read something morbid into it. She didn't have anything bright and garish in among the boxes of clothes still waiting to be unpacked. So she chose dark grey trousers and a navy jumper. She was casual and underemphasized. She sat in the centre of a Chesterfield sofa. There was a box of tissues in the middle of the table in front of her. She hoped she wouldn't have to use them. Dr. Schindler sat opposite. He looked warm and approachable, open and receptive. However, in Olivia's experience, appearances were deceptive. She once thought her dad was the best dad in the world, and look how that turned out.
Why did you want to see me so suddenly?
Lawrence asked. I'm struggling at the moment, she began. Well, to be accurate, I've been struggling for decades. It would appear my job has changed, and I now have to work on active cases. I've attended a couple of crime scenes recently, and I haven't approached them well. In fact, I ran out of the last one. I'm fine at seeing crime scene photographs. I was fine earlier this year when I walked into a garage and found a colleague surrounded by blood. But I don't know, lately I keep going back in time to being 9 years old and walking into my parents' bedroom and seeing my mum and sister. All that blood, I don't know why.
Okay, so you said you were fine when you entered a garage and found your colleague. When was that?
January?
This year?
Yes.
So what's changed between January and now?
I discovered there are more victims belonging to my father out there. He told me about a woman he killed before he even met my mother. Police dug up the garden of the flat he was living in, and they found a skeleton. She was buried last month. I went to the funeral.
How did you feel going to the funeral?
Sad. There were very few people there. It had been 40 years since she'd been killed. There was only her sister left to mourn her.
Do you visit your father in prison often?
No, never.
But you said he told you about this new victim you didn't know about.
He'd been badgering me to visit. He'd been sending me letters, hand-delivered, somehow. I thought if I visited, they'd stop.
Have they?
I don't know, I've moved house.
Lawrence let out a laugh. That's a drastic reaction.
I've always lived in anonymity. That was destroyed when that TV drama was made about my father. My neighbours suddenly knew I was the daughter of a serial killer. They were looking at me differently. I didn't feel private anymore. I felt I had to move.
Do you feel private where you are now?
Yes. I haven't chatted to a single neighbour yet.
You're isolating yourself?
Not really. I have Sebastian and Eth. She was going to say Ethan, then stopped herself. She no longer had him. All she had was a miniature dachshund and her work.
Sebastian's a colleague, though.
He's more than that. He's a friend. He's a very good friend. He's a good man.
He is. I've known him a long time.
Lawrence said.
I don't think I'd have been able to bring up 4 children on my own like he's doing.
No, he's stronger than he gives himself credit for. That's another reason why I'm here. Sebastian says I can call on him any time, and as much as I appreciate that, he has more things on his plate than me. I don't want him worrying about me. She stopped herself. She could feel the emotion rising up inside her. She might have to reach for a tissue soon if she continued.
What do you want, Olivia?
She looked up at him. I want to be normal.
What does normal mean for you?
I want to be happy, she said. She felt her bottom lip start to wobble. I want to laugh. I want to go out for a meal and not be constantly looking over my shoulder, wondering if someone is going to attack me. I want to go on holiday and relax on a beach. I want to go on a date. I want to have sex and feel it and not use it as a form of punishment. I want to let people into my life and not keep them at a distance.
You can do all those things.
I can't.
You can. You've just told yourself you can't.
Lawrence leaned forward.
Olivia, what happened to you when you were 9 was horrific. At that age, you think your parents are infallible. They're the most important people in your life. They're there to protect you, look after you, provide for you, and show you what life is all about. The fact your father killed your mother, your sister, and tried to kill you, forced you to see, at such a young age, all the evil and darkness in the world. And you've been surrounded by that ever since.
She wiped a tear away with the sleeve of her jumper.
I provide tissues for a reason,
Lawrence said with a smile. She reached for one and hated herself for doing so.
You need to bring some lightness into your life, Olivia. Especially considering the job you do. You need to find a way to switch off from time to time. How do I do that? That's for you to answer, not me. Find out what makes you smile, what makes you happy, and do it more often. However, you also need to confront your past.
In what way?
How many times have you spoken to your father since you were 9 years old?
She shook her head. I can probably count on the fingers of one hand how many times I've seen him.
The letters he's sending you, he's taunting you because he knows he can. Even though he's not getting a response from you, he knows he's getting under your skin. You need to show him, directly, that you don't care one iota about him.
I don't want to see him.
When I do, I get so angry. I see my mum and my sister.
Her words were lost to her tears, and she grabbed another couple of tissues.
The reason why you feel so much anger and hatred and torment is because you've never confronted him. You need to do that. You need to close that door on him permanently. Right now the door is ajar, and that's why he's able to get through. So what, if I go to see him in prison and give it to him with both barrels, I'll suddenly feel happy and chilled? No, suddenly, no. But it will be a step in the right direction. You need to see his reaction when you tell him that he means nothing to you, that his attempts at contacting you are pathetic and puerile, that he's a sad, lonely, pathetic individual who deserves to rot in prison for the rest of his life. It will wipe the smile off his face, and your brain will lock onto that image, and Richard Button will no longer be the monster you believe him to be.
It made sense. It made perfect sense.
The problem was Olivia didn't think she was strong enough to do that without crying, which would negate the whole process. You know I'm right, Olivia,
Lawrence said when she didn't speak.
I know. Your choice. Freedom or a life of anxiety.
I know, she repeated.
What are you going to do?
She didn't know. Part 3. Chapter 49. Leamington Road Villas, Notting Hill. Monday, 24th of November, 2025. Stephen Marchland, 51, marketing director at Patterson Llewellyn Designs, opened his eyes. He didn't have time to react before he was rendered unconscious with a blow to the head. By the time he came around, he was sitting on the floor in his pyjamas, hands tied behind his back, gag in his mouth, and blood dripping down his forehead. Neil Marchland, 19, sport psychology student at the University of East London, opened his eyes. Something was wrong, but he didn't know what. It was lighter in his bedroom than it should be. He sat up. His door was open and there was a silhouetted figure standing in the doorway.
What the... Who? How?
Neil was groggy from sleep. He clearly had no idea if he was awake or having a bad dream.
Would you like to see what I've done to your father?
That's all it took to render Neil Marchland pliable. Under normal circumstances, had he not been panicked and frightened, he would have launched himself at this intruder, thrown him to the ground, beaten the shit out of him, then run to his father's bedroom to help him. But Neil had woken up into a nightmare. There was a stranger in the house. His father was clearly in difficulty, and it had been only 4 years since he lost his mother. They were both still feeling the effects of grief. The loss of her was titanic. He couldn't lose another parent.
"What have you done to my dad?"
Neil asked in a voice he didn't recognize. He sounded young, fragile, scared. The intruder stepped to one side.
"Go and take a look."
Neil pushed back the duvet. He swung his legs out of bed. He stood tall in just a pair of boxer shorts. He had an impressive physique. He was fit and strong and could easily have overpowered the intruder, but the fear of the unknown had paralyzed him. He eased past the man standing in the shadows. It was only when he was clear of his bedroom and in the hallway that he ran into his father's room.
"Oh, Jesus Christ, no!"
Neil exclaimed. He saw him, prostrate on the floor, bound, gagged, blood dripping slowly down his face from a wound on his forehead. He ran to his dad to help him, to administer first aid, but he didn't reach him. He was grabbed by the hair from behind and yanked back. He held up his hands in surrender when he felt the cold steel of a knife against his throat.
"When you were a child,"
the intruder whispered softly into Neil's ear,
"did you ever play Simon Says?"
Neil swallowed his tears and nodded.
"I'm going to tell you to do something, and you're going to do it. Understand?"
Neil nodded again. He looked down at his father. They made eye contact. Neither of them could comprehend what was happening, or how they were going to escape this.
"Good lad. Now, Simon says, get down on your knees and pray."
Neil was dispatched quickly. This wasn't about Neil. While he was on the floor, bleeding out, breathing his last breath, the intruder went over to Stephen, who was leaning against the radiator beneath the window. He was helpless. Tears were streaming down his face as he watched his son die. There was nothing he could do to stop the torment. He tried everything he could, but every time he moved, it seemed to spur something in the killer, and he prolonged the torture of his son. All he could do was sit back and watch, as his reason for living was destroyed before him. The killer sat in front of Stephen. They were almost nose to nose.
"You should be congratulated, Stephen. You and your wife did a good job bringing Neil up. He was a credit to you both. When Beth died, it could have torn you both apart, but it did the opposite. It brought you closer together, and the bond between you was strengthened. You were a good dad, Stephen. Neil was a good son. You see, I was a good son. I did everything right. I never missed a day of school. I cleaned my bedroom. I washed the dishes. I took the bins out. I had a paper round and earned my own money. I didn't get involved in gangs. I didn't smoke or drink. I didn't do drugs. I was a good boy, Stephen. Everyone said so. I never asked my parents for anything. I didn't ask them to buy me a car for my 18th birthday. I didn't ask for money to use as a deposit for a flat. I did everything myself. And when I did actually need them, the one time I asked them for something, do you know what they said?
Stephen shook his head. He was only half listening. He couldn't take his eyes from his son, lying not 6 feet from him.
They said I was an adult now, that I should be able to solve my own problems. I needed them this one time, and they weren't there for me. And it made me look back through my life, and I realised they've been terrible parents. Selfish, greedy, loveless, cruel, malicious, fucking evil fucking people,
he screamed,
The things they did? Why have a child if you're going to do that to them?
The gag around Stephen's mouth was tight. The killer struggled to pull it down.
Why, Stephen? Why have a child if you're going to use them, torment them, psychologically fuck with them? I don't know,
Stephen replied. His voice was full of emotion. The life was draining out of him now that his son was dead.
Did you ever hit Neil? What? No, never. Did you abuse him? No. Did Beth? No, she was a good mum,
Stephen said, choking on his tears.
She loved Neil. He was her whole life. He was mine too. That's how it should be, isn't it? Parents should love their children. They should support them, look after them, nurture them, not fucking climb into bed with them and...
He stopped himself, closed his eyes tightly shut and tried to banish the images that wouldn't leave him alone. He turned around and looked at Neil, dead in a pool of drying blood. He took a deep breath and released a heavy sigh.
Would you like me to leave now, or would you like me to kill you as well? You've taken everything,
Stephen cried.
Kill me.
The killer smiled. A tear rolled down his cheek.
My dad wouldn't have said that. Thank you.
He stabbed him in the stomach and held the knife in place. Stephen didn't scream. He didn't cry. He didn't shout. His eyes were fixed firmly on his son. The killer yanked the knife out and stabbed him again and again and again. He was stabbing his father for never standing up to his mother and saving him. Chapter 50. Olivia and Sebastian were sitting in her newly furnished living room. Olivia opened a window to let in the cold air. Stanley had eaten something he shouldn't have, and he was letting them both know it.
For a small dog, he's making his presence felt in a big way,
Sebastian said, pulling a face.
I hadn't realised he'd got into the bin until it was too late. Who knew dogs couldn't stomach hummus? It's falafel that sets me off.
Thanks for that. Now what's worrying you?
What makes you think I'm worried?
The frown lines on your forehead are getting deeper. Someone's going to fall into them one day and they'll never be seen again.
Fine. First of all, when are you coming back to work?
I've never left. I'm just taking time away from the office for a while. I've been working on our book, and I've submitted a few articles. I'm still working, Sebastian. I'm always working.
Have you resigned from the BSA?
No, she answered firmly.
But you don't want to work active cases?
No, I don't. However, I'm pretty sure I can come to terms with that.
How?
I've had 3 sessions with Lawrence Schindler, and he's helping. He really is. I don't feel... She paused as she thought. I don't know, I just don't feel as tightly wound as I used to.
In what way?
If I knew that, I'd tell you. I've been meaning to speak to you, actually. What do you think of me going to Belmarsh and seeing my father? Sebastian almost spat out his tea.
You're thinking of visiting your dad?
Lawrence thinks it might be good for me if I tell him how I feel. He thinks it might show him he doesn't have a hold over me.
What do you think?
That's what I asked you.
I know, but whenever it's been suggested in the past that you go and speak to your father, it's always been a blatant, absolutely no fucking way.
Olivia smiled. Maybe I'm evolving.
Maybe.
So what do you think?
What would you say to him?
I haven't worked that bit out yet. I was hoping you'd help me prepare some kind of speech. I don't want to go in there angry and fuming with steam coming out of my ears, but I don't want to go in there crying my eyes out either. I want to tell him how pathetic he is, and how I'm never going to acknowledge his attempts to taunt me. That I'm over him.
Is that the truth?
She took a deep breath. I think it is. Lawrence is right. I do need to move on and put him firmly in the past. I can't do that until I've confronted him.
Well, there's no rush, is there? How about we spend a couple of weeks going over things, and you maybe go and see him in the new year?
She nodded. That sounds like a plan. I mean, it's not like he's going anywhere, is he?
No.
What's second?
Sorry?
You said there was more than one thing worrying you. I'm guessing the second is Ryan. Sebastian visibly shrank in his seat.
I'm more than worried about Ryan.
He's withdrawing. He's hardly speaking. I can't get anything out of him.
And Lawrence called me last night and told me he's missed their last 4 sessions.
Why?
I've no idea. I hate myself for doing this, Olivia. But the other night I followed him from work.
Oh, Jesus Christ, Stanley, not again, Sebastian said, lifting the collar of his jumper up over his nose.
I think I'll keep him on bland food for a few days.
So, you followed Ryan? Where to?
He said he was going to the gym, but I haven't seen any gym clothing in the washing. I followed him to a pub. He sat at the bar, and he was necking back the pints like it was water. He had 3 in 15 minutes.
Was he on his own?
He kept looking around and watching people. I thought at first he was meeting someone, but nobody came. He spoke to a few who came to the bar, but they got their drinks and went back to their groups.
Do you think he's lonely? Olivia asked.
There's something else.
He paused. He was clearly hating what he was about to say.
The kids have started saying they're frightened.
Olivia's eyes widened.
Of Ryan?
He nodded. Why? Has he done anything?
No, not that I'm aware of. They've started hearing his screams and his calling out when he's having nightmares. I think they're intensifying. And there are times when he just sits there in the living room, staring into space. It's like he's somewhere else.
We can't have the children being uncomfortable.
What do you want to do? I don't want to ask him to leave, but he can't keep going on the way he is doing.
I agree. I've been neglecting him, Olivia said.
You're not responsible for him, Olivia. He's a grown man.
I know, but I invited him to London to join the BSA. I should have taken him under my wing and made sure he was comfortable and fitted in. Why did I think I could do that? Look at me, I can't even look after myself.
We all go through blips, Olivia.
I ran out of a crime scene practically in tears because I had a flashback to seeing my dead mum and sister. That's more than a blip, Sebastian. I probably shouldn't even be doing the job I do. First of all, my dad fucks me up royally, and instead of seeking help and coming to terms with it, I train as a forensic psychologist and travel the world talking to other serial killers. I mean, who the hell does that?
You're seeking help now,
Sebastian said.
It's taken a long time for you to realise it, but you're still young. You're still in your 30s. You can have a decent and happy life. You don't have to live with what Richard did hanging over your head. Take Lawrence's advice. Confront your father. Then slam the door on him.
Olivia sank back in her seat and released a heavy sigh.
What is it?
I'm reverting to type, aren't I? We were talking about Ryan, and I've turned the conversation around, so it's about me. Talk about selfish.
Olivia, will you stop beating yourself up?
You're heading in the right direction. You've accepted you need help in order to continue, and that's what you're doing.
Ryan isn't there yet. What are we going to do about him?
We can't help him until we know what he perceives the problem is.
He's clearly not come to terms with what happened in the garage with Leslie Quinn.
He's not going to if he's missing therapy. Did Lawrence say how the EMDR session went?
He wouldn't say. Client confidentiality.
But he can tell you if he believes Ryan is a danger to himself.
In that case, I'm guessing he's not.
But he's expressing behaviour that's worrying your children. If they're starting to hear him screaming in the night, that means the nightmares are becoming more frequent, more horrific.
The drinking won't help either,
Sebastian said.
He's clearly trying to dull the pain, or forget something. We've been so preoccupied lately. You with these murders D.I. Foley is investigating. Me with the lectures and our book, and the office renovations. What if he's got himself caught up in something there's no way back from?
There's always a way back, Sebastian.
No, there isn't,
Sebastian stated firmly.
Sometimes we go too far.
Chapter 51. It's happened again. That was all Foley needed to hear to drop his coffee mug and jump up from his desk. He'd spent an hour with DCI Clifford from Sussex Police, who had been brought in to oversee the investigation. It had been a difficult meeting, in which Foley believed every action he'd ordered was being painstakingly scrutinised. Holly was standing in the doorway to his office, a grim look on her face. They had several cases ongoing at present, but the murders of 3 families in Wembley, Pinner, and Stanmore were taking over their lives, and now, it appeared, there was a 4th.
Where?
He asked, grabbing his jacket from the back of his chair. Notting Hill.
A whole family?
Single father and teenage son. I've got the basic details. I can tell you on the way. Leon's going to meet us there. Forensic team is en route and Dr. Linklater is currently doing a PM, but she's been informed.
I guess I'm driving then,
he said, marching out of the office and heading for the exit. Stephen Marchland is 51 years old, Holly began as Foley drove at speed, blue light flashing through the busy streets of London. He works as the marketing director for Patterson Llewellyn Designs. I've never heard of them, but Google tells me they're a firm of architects specialising in high-end skyscrapers.
He won't be short of a bob or two then.
His son, Neil, is 19 years old and is a sports psychology student at UEL. I've been looking at his social media feed and he's huge. He plays rugby and ran the London Marathon for the first time last year. His thighs are bigger than my waist.
Foley stole a quick glance at Holly. I'm not going to remark on that. I feel that whatever I say could be taken the wrong way.
Holly couldn't help but smile. Let's just say his legs are impressive.
Mother?
There isn't one. Again, thanks to Neil's social media. He posted a photo of his mum last month, marking the 4th anniversary of her death. He didn't say how she died.
Who found them?
They were found by... Bloody hell! Red light! She exclaimed.
I'm aware, Holly,
Foley said as he swung the steering wheel to the left, ignoring the barrage of car horns blaring at him.
Do people not acknowledge a siren anymore?
You're not giving them much time to react, driving at this speed.
They should be more alert, for crying out loud. You were saying...
What?
Who found them?
Oh, right, yes. They were found by Cynthia Rickard. She comes in and cleans for them twice a week.
Not anymore, she doesn't. What do we know of the bodies?
Not much so far. Uniform just said it's a bloodbath.
Just like the others. Do I turn left or right here?
I haven't a clue, sir.
Fuck it,
he said, turning left. Do you want me to call Dr. Winter?
Sorry?
Dr. Winter. I know she's been a bit, lately, but do you want me to get her on standby?
Not yet. Let's see what's waiting for us when we get there.
A few more sharp turns and Foley turned into Leamington Road Villas. The road was a mess of police vehicles and CSI vans haphazardly parked. Foley slammed on the brakes and didn't bother to line up with the curb. Blue and white police tape had already been put in place outside the murder house, and a white forensic tent was being erected at the front door. Foley climbed out of the car and looked around him. It was a clear but cold day, and he shivered in the winter breeze. He lifted up the collar on his jacket and zipped it up. As he approached the house, he glanced at the neighbouring properties. The rows of terraced houses on either side of the heavily pedestrianised road screamed with expense. There were no gawkers here, and no curtains twitching behind the huge bay windows of the high-ceilinged living rooms or the sash windows of the upper 2 stories. Either everybody had already left for work, or they were so preoccupied with their own lives that there was no room for anyone else's drama. Foley and Holly flashed their ID at a cold-looking uniformed officer standing by the front door and signed his register of attendance. They walked through the forensic tent and into the house, standing in the spacious hallway where Leon was waiting for them, already in his white forensic suit, mask and overshoes.
"Have you been up?"
Foley asked as he struggled to get into the paper suit.
"I have. Spencer Gore is up there waiting for us. Have you spoken to the cleaner?" "I've tried. She's in a state. I've told Uniform to take her back to the station. We've contacted her husband and he's meeting her there." "Did she tell you anything?" "Not much. She just kept going on about what a lovely family they were. Stephen has a sister in Cornwall. We're trying to find the contact details."
Foley began making his way upstairs.
"A house like this. Please tell me there's a surveillance camera knocking about somewhere,"
he said over his shoulder to Leon.
"Yes, there's one above the front door. As soon as we get access to the computers, it's the first thing we're going to look at." "Excellent."
Foley didn't need to ask which way to turn down the landing. He saw the master bedroom to his left and the flashing of a camera coming from inside. He took a deep breath and walked slowly towards the open door. He stood in the entrance and looked inside. His view was blocked by whatever it was Spencer Gore was doing, yet he could see the blood soaked into the deep cream carpet, the arterial sprays on the walls. It was another massacre. He cleared his throat. Spencer looked up.
"Ah, D.I. Foley. Lovely of you to join us. I present to you another scene from a horror film,"
he said, dramatically stepping to one side and revealing the victims lined up perfectly in front of the fitted wardrobes.
"You really are a ghoul. Do you know that, Spencer? It has been pointed out. Do you know, this year I've been at the scene of over 200 deaths. Not all of them murders, obviously, but the majority have been. Forgive me for having a somewhat dark sense of humour, but if I allowed each death to set up home in my head, I would be taking some seriously strong shit right now, and I doubt it would be available on prescription."
Foley didn't look at the crime scene manager. He couldn't take his eyes from the victims before him. He squatted down so he was at their level. He looked at them in turn. Father and son. So much alike. They were posed in a similar fashion to Linda Greenacre and her 2 sons. Stephen Marchland's arm had been placed around the strong, broad shoulders of his much taller son, Neil. Their carved-in smiles grinned up at Foley. They could be striking a pose for a selfie.
"Remember at the house in Wembley, there was the photograph on the wall of the mother with her 2 boys?"
Spencer asked.
"I'm not likely to forget it,"
Foley replied.
"Take a look at the photo on the bedside cabinet."
Foley went over to the side of the bed Stephen clearly slept on. There was a heavy silver frame next to a Tiffany lamp. He picked it up and looked at the picture. It depicted Neil in a rugby kit, muddy and ruddy from a match. Beside him, his father, arm wrapped around his son's shoulders, a proud, beaming smile on his face as they both held up pints for the camera.
"Macabre, isn't it?"
Spencer said.
"Fucking evil, I'd say."
Foley glanced back at the photograph, then to Stephen and Neil, dead in the corner of the room. They didn't seem much younger in the picture. It was obviously recent, and one Foley expected would be released to the media.
What can you tell me, Spencer? I can tell you that the young man was in great shape. I'd kill for abs like that. Is that a confession?
Spencer chuckled.
3 stab wounds to the torso, a couple of them deep but not deep enough to do serious damage. He could have survived them. They looked like he was being toyed with. It's the lacerations to the neck that killed him. Veins and arteries severed, and he bled out. Well, you only need to look at the state of the carpet to know that.
And the father?
I've lost count. I think you're going to have to wait until Dr. Linklater gets him on her slab and cuts his PJs off and cleans him up. The killer has really gone to town on him. Torso, chest, neck, arms, legs. He's shown no mercy whatsoever. He's angry,
Foley said, more to himself.
No shit.
Has your team finished here, Spencer?
Give me another 10 minutes. Have you taken plenty of photographs?
We have. I'm thinking of putting together a calendar.
Foley ignored his snide comment.
Send me over a set as soon as possible. I also want a video run-through of the entire house. You're going to see Dr. Squeamish, aren't you?
Leon asked. Foley stood up.
We've got 4 crime scenes, 14 dead bodies, and not a single person of interest,
he said sternly.
So you're putting a woman who is clearly 1 dead body away from going completely batshit over a team of detectives with about 100 years' worth of experience between them.
Leon was defiant, his arms firmly folded across his chest.
Dr. Winter has a brilliant analytical mind. Maybe at one time, but you show her the photographs, especially the close-ups bloody Hannibal Lecter over there has taken, and she'll be getting carted out of her office in a straitjacket. Leon, show some respect. No offence, sir, but respect has to be earned. You don't think she's earned the respect of our unit, after everything she's done? No. She has earned it, but she has also lost it. If she was on her A game, she might have been able to help us by now, and we wouldn't be standing on the set of Scream 7 looking at the dead bodies of a father and son.
Foley didn't move. He remained toe-to-toe with Leon and refused to break eye contact first.
Holly?
Sir?
I want you to remain here until Dr. Linklater is ready to get the Marchland family back to the mortuary. Go with them.
Yes, sir.
Leon, organise house to house.
Leon nodded. Foley broke away first and headed for the stairs.
Wow. You could cut the atmosphere in here with a knife,
Spencer Gore said. He turned to look down at Stephen and Neil.
No offence. So this Dr. Winter,
he said, going back to Leon and Holly.
I've only ever seen her in a forensic suit. Is she fit?
She's covered in stab wounds, she's obsessed with serial killers, she lives in a fucking prison, and she's all kinds of fucked up,
Leon said.
You'd be perfect for each other, Spencer.
Chapter 52. Olivia returned to George Street for the first time in 2 weeks. Ostensibly, she had been taking a few days of annual leave, but she had still been working. There was the book she was writing with Sebastian, lectures to prepare for, and papers she had agreed to write. All this while designing her house to turn it into a home. On top of that, she had been struggling with choosing whether or not to go and see her father in prison, whether she would ever make amends with Ethan Miller, and trying to discover what was wrong with Ryan. There had been very little relaxation going on. Sebastian and Daisy stood in front of the meeting room doors and told Olivia to close her eyes.
Are you ready?
Sebastian asked. Yes. You're not peeking, are you? Daisy asked.
If this goes on much longer, I really won't give a toss how the media wall looks. Okay, 1, 2,
3, said Sebastian. The doors were pushed open, and Olivia opened her eyes and walked in. Oh my goodness!
That's amazing,
she said. The back wall looked completely different. The huge 80-inch television screen was centered, with shelves running down the left-hand side of it. The right was left blank to avoid the room looking cluttered. There were uplighters in the floor, and the back wall had been painted in a vibrant blue, offsetting the white of the other 3 walls. It changed the entire dynamic of the room. I love it, Olivia said, walking up to it and rubbing the smooth wood. You can't see any wires at all.
I know,
Sebastian said.
That's kind of the point.
We've got a remote for the uplighters. They change colour, Daisy said excitedly. Look at this finish, Olivia said as she marvelled at the curve of the shelves.
Do you wish you'd had one put in at home now?
Sebastian asked. No, I'm pretty happy with my mismatched living room. Though I might see what he can come up with when it comes to the wardrobes, I still haven't found anything yet. The front door buzzed, and Daisy went out to answer it. No Ryan? Olivia asked, looking around.
He's working from home today. Olivia?
Sebastian looked over her shoulder and out into the main reception to make sure they weren't being overheard.
The kids were talking about Christmas last night. I asked Ryan if he was planning to go back to Newcastle for the festive season, and he was really cagey. Has he ever mentioned his mum and dad to you?
No. She thought for a moment. Jesus, I don't even know if he's got any brothers or sisters or anything. Bloody hell, we've really done him a disservice.
I was thinking, I know you don't go in for Christmas much, but what if we all got together, me and the kids, you and Ryan, and had a sort of fun yet dysfunctional Christmas?
Olivia smiled. Sounds like hell. Count me in.
Thanks.
No problem. There was a knock on the door. Daisy pushed it open a crack. D.I. Foley is here to see you. Bloody hell. Has he got me on radar? How did he know I was here? Show him in, Daisy. Foley entered. He looked shattered. Amias, how did you know I was here? Olivia asked. Are you tracking me?
No, George Street is on my way to yours. I thought I'd try here first.
He sat down without being offered a chair. He released a heavy sigh.
Everything all right?
Sebastian asked.
There's been another one. Another family murdered? Yes.
Where? Olivia asked. She pulled out the chair opposite and sat down.
Notting Hill. Single father and teenage son. The son received a few stab wounds, but not deep enough to kill him. We've lost count of the number of stabs the father suffered. There's a real fixation with the parent, isn't there?
Sebastian asked.
It's like the children are just collateral damage. But if his rage is aimed at the parents, at any parents, why not just kill them when they're alone? Why kill the kids as well?
Foley asked. Sebastian shook his head. He couldn't answer him. Olivia went into her bag and pulled out her tablet. She sat at the meeting room table and switched it on, going to her notes. He's escalating. He killed Linda Greenacre and her sons on September the 10th. The Duffys were murdered on October the 15th, that's 35 days later. The Wisharts died on the 12th of November, that's 28 days later, and now, here we are on November the 24th, just 12 days later, and he's killed again. The cooling-off period between each kill is shrinking. Olivia allowed that to sink in before she continued. When a person kills, they go through all kinds of emotions and feelings. Don't forget, he doesn't just kill, he practically plays with his victims. And he takes photographs too. He will spend days playing it over in his mind, reliving it minute by minute, and he can sit back and look at the photos too. After a while, like with anything we all do, the initial memory fades and the feeling of pleasure dissipates, so he needs to do it again to get that immense rush once more.
I know all that, Foley said, but what happens when there's only a day after a murder spree and he feels the urge to do it again?
Let's hope you never get there, Olivia said.
Why? What's going to happen?
He'll take his own life. He'll realise that this is the only option left for him. But before he does so, he'll want to do something bigger than he's done before. He'll want to go out with a bang.
Fucking hell,
Foley said, exasperated, running his fingers through his hair.
I can't let another family die, Olivia. Tell me what I can do to stop this bastard.
You have only one option left open to you.
Go on.
You blanket the media, Olivia said. You ask people to look at those around them to see if they've noticed someone absent from their normal routine on the days in question. Have they changed or seemed different in the immediate days afterwards? Someone knows who the killer is, Amias. You just have to make them see it. Chapter 53. Monday was the only night of the week when Sebastian didn't try to enforce a healthy and nourishing meal upon his kids. The reason for this was because he was always shattered on a Monday evening and didn't care if his kids wanted fish fingers and chips. The background noises to the Lister family home were the twins, Robert and Catherine, winding each other up, and 13-year-old Alistair in his bedroom, engaged in a loud battle with whatever computer game he was playing. Sebastian had given up on warning him about the damage he was doing to his hearing. He pushed open the door to the living room to find Ryan lounging on the sofa, iPad resting on his lap.
Dinosaur chicken bites all right for you, Ryan?
Sebastian asked. He smiled.
Fine. Olivia loves the media wall. She's back at work. Well, she's been working while she's been at home. That woman can never take any time off. I bet if she was on a Caribbean island, she'd sit on the sandy beach with a tequila in one hand and a criminology book in the other. Is she back at the office full time now? I think so. Look, Ryan, I know you've stopped seeing Dr. Schindler. I'm guessing the EMDR wasn't what you were expecting it to be.
Ryan didn't say anything. He kept his eyes fixed on his screen.
You can talk to me, Ryan. I know we haven't known each other for long, but I like to think we're more than just colleagues. We're friends as well.
Ryan took a deep breath. He slowly blew it out.
Why did you meet Dr. Schindler for a drink? Sorry?
A few weeks ago, I was leaving a coffee shop, and I saw Dr. Schindler. I saw him go into a pub, and you were there, waiting for him. It wasn't long after my EMDR session. Was he talking to you about me? Should he be doing that?
Ryan, Lawrence wasn't talking about you. As a psychologist, I have to have someone I see on a regular basis to debrief, so that I'm not bottling things up. I use Dr. Schindler. I meet him in a pub so we can relax, have a drink, and so it doesn't feel like a therapy session. He's never once mentioned you.
Ryan looked up at him.
Really? Really? He only called me to tell me you've missed your sessions. He wanted me to know so that I'd keep an eye on you.
Oh, I thought...
I can imagine. Does Olivia have someone she debriefs with? No, and I've told her to get someone repeatedly, until I'm blue in the face.
I overreacted, Ryan said.
We've all done it.
I don't think therapy is for me, Ryan said after a long silence.
Why not?
I didn't feel comfortable with Dr. Schindler. I mean, he probably wasn't, but I always got the impression he was judging me.
He wouldn't do that.
I know, but it didn't stop me thinking it.
Do you still think it?
Ryan nodded. There are other therapists, Sebastian said. I don't want a therapist.
You've been through a massive trauma, Ryan. You can't keep your feelings and emotions bottled up inside you. Also, I notice you've been drinking more. I've smelled it on your clothes. You're on a slippery slope. You need to address these things before it gets any worse for you.
I will.
How?
Sorry?
How are you going to address them?
I've met someone, a friend. We meet for a few drinks and chat.
Oh, well, that's good. It's good that you've made a friend. Only a professional will help you to understand your trauma. You could be suffering with post-traumatic stress disorder.
I'm not.
You're not? How do you know?
I know. I think we can dwell on things like PTSD and therapy too much. Everyone is quick to stick a label on things these days, don't you find? Yes, I'll admit I've been through a trauma, but I'm putting it behind me. I'm moving on. I mean, I've left my job and my home and moved away. It's what we do, isn't it? We leave some things in the past and we move on.
Not quite.
I think I'll skip the dinosaur chicken things if you don't mind, Ryan said, turning off his tablet and standing up. I think I might pop out.
Oh, okay, sure. Going anywhere nice?
Who knows?
I'm in London,
he said with a smile.
It's the busiest city in the country. Surely something fun is happening somewhere.
He left the room, closing the front door behind him with a slam, leaving Sebastian behind in the living room on his own.
It's worse than I thought,
he said to himself. The only thing Sebastian could think of was denial. Ryan Sweetland was in denial about everything. Chapter 54. It was only when she looked at her watch that Olivia realised she was falling into a routine. It was 7 o'clock in the evening, and she was taking Stanley for a walk around the block. She did the same last night at 7 o'clock, and the night before. Usually she was a stickler for not doing things at the same time, so that a psychopathic serial killer stalking her couldn't learn about her timetable and know where she would be at a particular time of day. She paused and wondered if her sessions with Dr. Schindler, coupled with her plan to visit her father in the new year and finally tell him what she thought of him, had caused her mind to settle. Was she, after 26 years, beginning to relax into herself? Olivia found herself smiling as she walked through the gates at the bottom of the mews and headed for her house. Maybe, and it was a huge maybe, she might one day leave the house with an upstairs window ajar.
Olivia.
She turned at the sound of her name being called and saw Amias Foley on the opposite side of the gates. Stanley yapped, his tail wagging furiously at the sight of a friend.
I've come for a visit,
he said as she headed back down the slope. So I see. Personal or professional?
A little bit of both.
You're carrying a backpack. Why do I get the feeling you're going to be showing me something I don't want to see?
Because you're an incredibly suspicious person who has trust issues.
That's true, she agreed, though she hoped she was turning a corner. Do you have alcohol in your bag?
No.
He thought for a moment.
I think I might have an apple.
I should slam this gate in your face.
Are you going to?
No, but that's only because I owe you an apology.
Do you?
He frowned. For running away from the Wishart house.
You've already apologised for that.
I know. But it was unprofessional of me. I'm surprised you're here at all. I'd have thought you and your team would have been sticking pins into a doll of me.
No, nothing like that. We all think a lot of you. We know you've been through a great deal. Crime scenes are upsetting places.
He shivered in the cold. "Am I allowed to come in?" She stepped back and allowed him to enter. He took the lead from her and walked up the incline to the house, chatting to Stanley while Olivia locked the gate behind him. She followed and watched. She really liked Amias. He was a good man. Inside, Olivia and Amias were sitting in her newly decorated living room. It was lit by the standard lamps in the corners of the room. It felt lived in and homely. Stanley was snoozing on his bed, his little legs kicking out as he dreamt. A glass of wine each, Olivia told Amias that she was seeing a therapist on a regular basis, that she was dealing with her unresolved PTSD from her father trying to kill her when she was 9 years old, and her many trust issues.
"You do seem different,"
he said.
"If I believed in shit like auras, I'd say you were positively glowing."
"I do feel more relaxed about things. I've felt knotted and tense for a long time. I've got a long way to go, but I'm heading in the right direction."
"That's good. Is it cheeky of me to ask for your help?"
Olivia smiled. "No, that's what I'm here for."
"Not only that, I'd like to think of you as a friend, Olivia, not just someone who can help with a difficult murder investigation."
"We are friends," she said. "We swapped Christmas cards last year."
"We did, and I hardly ever send cards out."
"I'm honoured." Amias raised his glass in a toast. She raised hers back.
"I'm not going to ask you to visit the Marchland house. Nobody should have to see that unless they really need to. I've got crime scene photos and a video walkthrough of the house. You can view them in the safety of your own home if you want to."
Olivia took a breath and nodded. "I will. Thank you, Amias."
"You won't be thanking me when you look at them. The post-mortem on Stephen Marchland shows he was stabbed 29 times.
A frenzied attack.
The majority of the wounds were directed at his stomach and chest. There were a few deflective wounds on his arms and hands.
He fought to survive."
Dr. Linklater doesn't think so. She thinks they're from where the knife slipped while he was being stabbed. She described it as the killer standing over Stephen and just ramming the knife down aimlessly. Neil died from blood loss. Like the 2 young boys at the Greenacre house, he suffered a severe laceration and bled out, though he did receive a few stabs to the torso, which were survivable. It looks like the killer was playing with him.
A father and son presented a more uneven fight for the killer. It was 2 against 1. Maybe the father, or the son, was stronger than the killer.
"I'm guessing the son was,"
Foley interrupted. He dug in his rucksack and pulled out a pack of crime scene photos. There were a few loose pictures too, which he handed to her. They showed Stephen and Neil in happier times.
Neil was 6'3" tall. He played rugby. He ran marathons. I mean, look at him. It would take someone serious to take him on in a fight, wouldn't it?
"It certainly would," she said, sadness in her voice, as she looked at the smiling photos of father and son. "I think the shallow stab wounds on Neil's torso were to show them how serious he was about inflicting injury. He's obviously no match for someone of Neil's build, so he has to show his dominance in another way, and he uses a knife to do so." "Do you know who died first?"
According to Spencer Gore, blood pattern analysis suggests Neil died first.
Olivia hesitated. "Let me see the crime scene photos."
"Are you sure?"
"I'm a glutton for punishment," she said, holding out her hand. Foley handed her the pack. She opened the cover and saw a wide shot of the bedroom. It showed Stephen and Neil, posed, leaning against the wardrobe. Evil grins carved into their faces. On the carpet were 2 large patches of blood. "I think he had father and son facing each other," Olivia said. They were both incapacitated in some way.
Stephen had a head injury, nothing serious.
Foley interrupted. None of the other victims had blows to the head. The killer had to show he had the upper hand straight away. He hit Stephen to render him unstable so that he wouldn't overpower him. He possibly did the same with Neil.
You said he sat them opposite each other. What was the point of that?
So they wouldn't fight back. If one of them showed any sign of trying to apprehend the killer, he would inflict pain upon the other. I think that's what the shallow stab wounds to Neil were for. Maybe Stephen was threatening the killer. He will have wanted to protect himself and his son at all costs. The stabs to Neil were the killer's way of bringing Stephen under his control. If he doesn't shut up, the stabbings will continue.
He was going to kill them anyway.
They didn't know that. When you're in that position, you'll say and do anything to survive. A memory flashed in Olivia's mind. Her body slumped back into the armchair.
What's wrong?
Amias asked her.
When my dad killed my mum and Claire, he chased after me into the woods. When I was on the ground, he stabbed me 3 times, and then he said he loved me. I looked up at him. I didn't recognize him. His face was evil. He had the bloody knife hanging over me. I knew he was going to kill me, but I told him I loved him too. I said what I thought he wanted to hear, to persuade him to let me go. She looked back at the crime scene photos. It didn't work. It didn't work for Stephen and Neil either. It's the natural fight or flight mode,
Amias said.
It is.
You fight while you can. It doesn't have to be physical. It can be words. You say or do anything in order to survive. Look at the injuries imposed on Linda Greenacre. She was doing what came natural to a mother. She was trying to save her boys, and she suffered for it. I'm guessing there was no sign of a break-in at the Marchland house.
Correct. However, there was a camera above the front door.
You've got him on film?
No. He came in via the back door and disabled the camera. The screen goes black at exactly 2:30 in the morning.
Olivia frowned. Is the camera visible from outside?
No, it's concealed.
So he knew it was there. He'd been in the house before. Who do we let in our homes? Olivia asked.
Friends, relatives.
Who, I'm guessing, have all been discounted as suspects in all 4 cases.
We're still questioning the Marchlands' friends and family, but yes to the other 3.
Who else do we let in? Foley shook his head and sighed.
Neighbours, delivery people, estate agents.
Have any of them had an estate agent round to value the house?
No.
Have any of them recently moved into their homes?
No.
Do any of them have regular delivery guys visit?
They all have Amazon accounts, but who doesn't? And how many times do you get the same bloke coming?
The killer knows the houses. He knows their security. He knows how to either pick locks or he's managed to obtain a key somehow. He's either entered the house for perfectly innocent reasons and lured the families into a false state of security, or he's used nefarious means to do so.
You mean like posing as a gas engineer or something?
Or something. Foley's phone started to ring. He dug into his pocket and looked at the screen. He sighed. Do you need to get that?
It's Lola Duffy. I don't know what to say to her.
He put the phone back in his pocket.
I'll call her later.
Amias leaned forward in his seat. He had a strained look on his face.
You said the cooling-off period is shortening. There were 12 days between the Wishart family and the Marchlands. I've not got long before another family is killed, Olivia.
I know. Leave these photos with me. Send me the walkthrough video as well, and all the crime scene and post-mortem reports. I'll do my very best to point you in the right direction. Amias dug into his rucksack and brought out a memory stick.
There's something else,
he said. I had a feeling there would be. The photo above Linda Greenacre's bed mirrored the pose he put the bodies in. Stephen and Neil Marchland were posed in a similar way to a photograph Stephen had on his bedside table of him and his son. Olivia frowned as she wrestled with something. Can you find out if the Duffys and Wisharts were posed in a similar way to one of their photographs? I'll have a look. Also, find out if that photo is on display in the house, or tucked away in an album. Will do. It means something, doesn't it? Olivia nodded. This is all to do with family. If it was to do with his parents, he'd just kill them and leave the children. But he's not. He's killing whole families. He hates family. His own family? Yes. Has something happened to him? I think so. And the family was responsible? Possibly. Amias let out a heavy sigh. He remained still and silent, listening to the sound of the ticking clock. There's a month until Christmas, he said. We've released a statement to the media this evening. Tomorrow the papers are going to be full of it. This isn't going to end well, is it? For once, Amias, I'm completely in the dark. I have no idea how this is going to end. And I find that absolutely fucking terrifying. Chapter 55. Ryan was mesmerized. He knew that Olivia was working with the police on a serial killer investigation, but he didn't know anything about it. He didn't know the victims or how they'd died. Sitting in a pub at a table in the corner, his usual spot, he was scrolling through his phone when a breaking news alert came through. The Metropolitan Police were on the hunt for a vicious killer who had claimed 14 victims. Ryan clicked on the BBC News app and read through the story. Details were still coming through, so there was very little information. However, there were photographs, and one of the pictures showed a happy family of 5 smiling into the camera. Ryan opened his rucksack and pulled out the creased photograph he found tucked into one of his notebooks. He wondered where it had come from. It was macabre, showing 4 people sitting side by side, drenched in blood, evil smiles carved into their faces. They looked frighteningly like the Duffy family on the BBC News app. They were victims of the serial killer. But how the hell had Ryan ended up with this photograph? In fact, who took the photo in the first place? He looked intently at the Polaroid. He knew what type of person would take a photo like this. It was the killer. The person who killed that family had taken this as a reminder of what he'd done. It was the next best thing to a trophy. But how did I get this? He asked himself, his voice barely above a whisper. Did I kill them? Chapter 56. Serial killer targeting London families. D.I. Foley rarely bothered with newspapers, but after the press release was issued last night, he was eager to see how the nation's media were handling the story. He wanted to know if the killer was likely to be pissed off with how his crimes were being reported. While dressing, he turned the radio on and listened to the news on Radio 4. The top story was of 4 families killed in London over the past 3 months. The bare facts were given, followed by a commentary piece about why the people in London weren't warned of this before. Could the latest victims, the Marchlands, have been saved if they'd been aware of whole families being at risk? That angered Foley, so he turned to Radio 1 and could only listen for a couple of minutes before the noise of what he assumed was a song became too much. He suddenly realised there was a reason why he preferred silence in the morning. The press was having a field day. They loved nothing more than striking the fear of God into people, and a serial killer, especially in the run-up to Christmas, was what the newspapers needed to help boost sales. Usually it was soaring house prices and the economy, But blood being spilled was more attention-grabbing. If it bleeds, it leads. On the way to the station in Sanderson Street, he stopped in at a newsagent and bought a few of the dailies, the tabloids, and a couple of the more quality papers. They all ran a variation on the same headline. 14 victims and counting. Met police shock serial killer press release. At his desk, he scanned the stories in the newspapers. Most of them gave a potted version of the statement released from the press office. A few already had photographs from the first 3 crime scenes and showed the houses belonging to the Duffy and Wishart families, with crime scene tape and white-suited forensic officers milling around. A couple of papers even had a photograph of Linda Greenacre and her 2 boys slapped on the front page. Others had talked to neighbours and had gone out onto the streets of London and asked people how worried they were. 7 children among serial killer victims. This was only day 1 of the news being announced that a serial killer was stalking the capital. Today the journalists would be out in force, knocking on doors where the victims lived and getting the full story of the police investigation on their doorstep, what the victims were like, and how the residents' lives had changed since the killings. Tomorrow, coverage would be more comprehensive. And on day 3, the media would turn their attention away from the victims and towards the police and their handling of the investigation. Should the public have been made aware sooner? How many lives could have been saved if the press release had been announced earlier? Did the police have any suspects? Holly tapped on the glass door to Foley's office and walked in without waiting to be asked. She launched straight into her spiel. She didn't even say good morning. The phones are already ringing off the hook. DCI Clifford has asked to see you before the briefing. The ACC secretary has left a few messages too. Somebody called Maura Lacey from The Sun has called 3 times asking for you by name. She says she knows you, and I've lost count of the number of councillors and MPs whose offices have called asking how we're going to protect the people of London. Call them all back and tell them I've handed in my notice and I've moved to Cornwall, where I'm opening up a shop selling whelks, Foley said. What are whelks? Holly asked, pulling a face. Never mind. Right, I'll go and have a word with Clifford, then I'll go and see the ACC. Tell everyone the briefing will be put back until 10 o'clock. I want us to start again. These families were targeted for a reason. There is a connection. We need to find it, and we're finding it today. No offence, boss, but we've been through everything multiple times. None of the kids go to the same school or college. None of the parents work in the same place. They don't share banks, GP surgeries, dentists, opticians, supermarkets or gyms. The only thing they have in common is they all have Disney Plus and Netflix. No, Foley said, standing up and heading for the door. Nothing that this killer is doing is random. He stepped out of his office and into the open plan area. Do you hear me? He called out, raising his voice. Everyone stopped what they were doing and turned to look at him. None of what this killer is doing is random. It's all done for a reason. We just don't know what that reason is yet. However, by the end of today, we will. You've all been working on this from the beginning. You all know the Greenacres, the Duffys, the Wisharts, and now the Marchlands. Something links these 4 families. Find the connection. Leon stood up. Boss, what do you think we've been doing? No, Foley snapped. He held up a hand to silence him. I'm tired of excuses. This ends today. The killer is out there. He'll have read the newspapers and he'll know we're scrambling around in the dark. He's laughing at us, knowing we're clueless. Now I'm warning you all, if we don't have a person of interest by the end of today, I'm handing the whole thing over to DCI Clifford, and he'll get rid of all of you and bring in his own team. Is that really what you want? He turned on his heel and left the suite, slamming the door behind him, leaving the team in shock. Chapter 57. Olivia had sent a text to Sebastian telling him about Foley's visit last night. She was going to spend the day at home going through all the crime scene photographs and the video walkthroughs to try and find a solution to these murders. After breakfast, she retreated to her office on the first floor. All her books and files were in boxes, but the long refectory table she'd brought with her from Camden was in the centre of the room. She sat down with her laptop and notebook and was about to begin when she heard the tip-tap of Stanley entering the room. He went over to his bed in front of the radiator and lay down. "If there is such a thing as reincarnation, I'm coming back as a sausage dog," she said. Stanley looked up at her, yawned, then closed his eyes. The first video file on the memory stick was of the walkthrough of the Greenacre house in Sudbury Court Road, Wembley. It was taken by a member of Spencer Gore's CSI team. There were 3 entrances to the house: the front door, a side door, and via the bifolding doors in the back garden. There was also a fitted garage that had an internal door leading into the house. Olivia discounted that as a point of entry straight away. Firstly, neither the Duffy family nor the Wisharts nor the Marchlands had an attached garage, and the killer would have used the same method on each house. Also, in the early hours of the morning, when the streets were quiet, the sound of a garage door rolling open would echo around the neighbourhood. The porch led to a reasonably sized hallway. A door to the left opened to the living room. Double doors at the back of the lounge led to the kitchen and dining area, with patio doors leading to the garden. It was a neat and tidy house, given the occupants were a single mother with a full-time job and 2 young boys. The CSI returned to the hallway and walked up the stairs. While he was doing so, Olivia made a note to ask if the locks on the 3 doors to the house had been checked. If memory served her correctly, Amias said Linda Greenacre had changed the locks when her now ex-husband moved out. If there were any signs of tampering, it would show up more on newish locks rather than ones with ordinary wear and tear. If the locks hadn't been picked, someone in the Greenacre family knew this person well enough to entrust him with a key. The landing was a small L shape. There were 4 bedrooms, a large shower room with separate toilet. The CSI went into the boys' bedrooms first. They were a mess of toys and discarded clothing, books, bags, trainers, football boots and video games. The walls were adorned with posters, mostly featuring footballers with model good looks, who Olivia didn't recognise. The smallest room had a desk in one corner, which Olivia guessed was used by the boys for homework, or maybe Linda worked from home occasionally. According to Amias, there had been a laptop and tablet on the desk, but both had been taken away for forensics. At the other side of the room was a 2-seat sofa, an ironing board, and a large box in which, as the cameraman stepped closer, Olivia could see boxes wrapped up in Christmas paper. She paused the video. Olivia took a short breath and blew it out. A mother and 2 young boys, living their lives in peace. Yet they had been attacked so brutally, slain in their own home. The fact that Linda had already started her Christmas shopping made their deaths more heartbreaking. "Run! Olivia, run!" Olivia's mother's words rang out in her head. There were just a few days until Christmas when Olivia came home from a friend's house. She'd walked up the stairs, wondering where her mum and sister were, hoping to catch them in the act of wrapping up presents for her. When she pushed open the door to the master bedroom and entered a scene of pure horror. Her sister Claire dead, butchered, covered in so much blood, Olivia couldn't even recognise her, cradled in her mother's arms. Geraldine, her mum, struggling to cling to life, using her final breaths to tell her daughter to run. And then her father... Jesus! Olivia said. She pushed back the chair and stood up. She couldn't cope with this. She always came back to this moment where she walked in on her mother dying and seeing her father reflected in the mirror in the ensuite, red, bloodied, a knife in his hand. Why couldn't she let this image go? Lawrence was right. If she went to see her father in prison and told him exactly what she thought of him, it would draw a line under her past and she could move on. She would never forget her mum or Claire, but she needed to live some kind of a normal life. Punishing herself like this was hindering her relationships, and now it was encroaching on her working methods. Something had to give. Olivia looked down at Stanley. I need to see him face to face, don't I? I need to tell my father that he means absolutely nothing to me, and that I don't hate him because I don't know him. I can't hate someone I don't know. I'm going to do it, Stanley. It's going to be my New Year resolution, and the first one ever that I'll keep. She lowered herself to her knees and kissed Stanley on the top of his head. Thanks for always being there, and for at least looking like you know what I'm talking about. There'll be extra chimkin for you tonight. Olivia returned to her desk and restarted the video. The cameraman headed for the master bedroom. He pushed open the door and paused in the entrance. Olivia gasped. She had to force herself to start breathing again. Whoever was recording slowly walked into the room. He turned the camera to the left to reveal a framed photograph above the bed, showing Linda with a son either side, her arms around them, all three smiling and happy. The camera quickly spun round, and there they were, Linda, Alex, and Sean, in a copy of the pose in the photograph above Linda's bed. Cruel grins carved into their faces, covered in blood. Olivia paused the video once more. She closed her eyes and swallowed hard. She wanted to cry. She wanted to slam the laptop closed. But nothing would change the fact that Linda, Alex, and Sean had been killed so tragically by some sick, twisted individual who thought he could play with their corpses like this, pose them in a sickening diorama. She watched the rest of the video play out as the blood-soaked carpet, the spatters, and arterial sprays were shown in gruesome glory. The video ended. Thank God for that, Olivia said to herself. She uploaded the photographs of all 4 crime scenes. Amias had also sent her photographs of the families in happy times when they were still alive. She wanted to see how these people lived. After all, it was how they lived which had caused the killer to murder them. She needed to understand what it was about their lives that had enraged him so. 3 members of the Greenacre family, 5 members of the Duffy family, 4 members of the Wishart family, and 2 members of the Marchland family. 14 victims. A single mother, a single father, and 2 families with both parents. Then, if Olivia was right, he'd killed them and taken their photographs. All apart from Brandon Duffy were posed, grinning to the camera, with their bloodied smiles. They'd been presented neat and tidy, clothing straightened, hair tucked behind the ears or smoothed out. They were all drenched in blood. The killer had captured them as a family. That was his plan. For the Duffy family, he'd failed. Brandon was away. He should have been at home. That's why he caught up with him the following day. The whole family should have been together and died together. And he wanted the family to pose as one, Olivia said to herself. Why? Family was clearly important to the killer. He wanted to be part of a happy, structured family. There were 2 scenarios here. Olivia grabbed a pen and made a list. She loved a list. Scenario 1. The killer is directing his anger towards his parents. 1. Did his parents abandon him as a baby? If yes, has he recently tried to make contact and they want nothing to do with him? 2. Did he ever know his real parents? Or was it too late, and they were dead when he found out who they were? 3. Was he adopted? Were his adoptive parents and adoptive siblings cruel to him? 4. Did he go from foster home, waiting for that one perfect family to adopt him, but it never happened? 5. Did his parents abuse him, either physically, sexually, emotionally, psychologically? He was an only child. The thought about him being an only child came to Olivia out of left field. She was as sure as she could be, without actually talking to him, that the killer had suffered in the past. How, she didn't know. But whatever it was unresolved. He had nobody to talk to about it. If he'd had a brother or sister, providing they weren't the abuser, he would have confided in them what was happening to him. That brought Olivia on to her second list. Scenario 2. The killer has a family of his own, and he's lost them. 1. He's married, or been married, and has children. Following the split, his wife has met someone else, they've moved away, and he has very little contact with them. 2. He married. He discovered he couldn't have children, which led to the breakdown of the marriage. The wife has since remarried and had children and is blissfully happy. 3. He's never married. He's never had a girlfriend or relationship, and all he wants is to be a husband and father, and resents those who are. Incel? 4. He was married with children and something happened. The wife and children died in a freak accident. He's angry. Why him? In his eyes, he's done everything right, yet everything went wrong. It's not fair. Why me? Why not someone else? Why am I being punished? The killer isn't blaming himself for his actions. Someone else has done something to him to make him who he is. That's what he believes. When he's eventually caught, he might admit to the killings, but his motive will be due to the actions of someone else. He's not mad. He's not insane. He isn't suffering from any psychological illness. He's incredibly angry. But who is he angry with? Olivia asked herself. She went back to the crime scene photographs. Most of the injuries were inflicted on the parents. In all 4 cases, they received the most stab wounds. The children will have been killed first, because the killer wanted to see the reaction in the parents when he murdered the people they loved the most. All parents will always put the needs of their children before themselves. Not Benedict Wishart, she said, zooming in on a close-up of Benedict's prone body. He'd had his throat cut. It was a deep, severe laceration. And according to the forensic report, blood from his 2 children and his wife was all over him, on top of his bloodstains. He was killed first. Why? Because he messed up with Brandon Duffy, and he wanted to make sure the husband was out of the way first, she said aloud. The killer won't think of himself as being especially strong, and he'll know, deep down, that the father will do anything to protect his family from a killer. Even if the father isn't particularly aggressive or fit or physical, the need to protect will turn him into a lion. So he needs killing first. During the first few minutes of the attack taking place, everyone is clueless. It's a break of the normal routine. Horror has arrived at their front door and they have no idea what to do. They're panicking. Until the mind can work out what's going on and react, that's when we're at our most vulnerable. And that's when the killer struck first and murdered Benedict Wishart, with the deep cuts to the throat. From then on it's easy. Lorelei, Roman, and Honor are a mess, and he can take advantage of that. The same applied to Stephen and Neil Marchland. Neil was physically fit and cut an imposing figure. he had to be incapacitated first, so they knew how serious the killer was, and there was nothing they could do to stop him, despite Neil being more than a physical match for him. When he went to Brandon Duffy's hotel room, he found a man in the grip of grief. His world had been turned upside down. He invited his killer into his room, not knowing who he really was, probably not even caring. Nothing was registering with Brandon as the unthinkable happened. His mind was protecting him, stopping him from screaming and crying and begging and pleading for it not to be true. The killer struck while Brandon's resistance was low. At the Greenacres house, there was no husband. Linda was a single mother. She had to be mother and father to her 2 sons. Face to face with a killer, she would have been petrified. She would have been vulnerable, wondering if she was going to be raped in front of her kids. She would have wanted to protect them at any cost, yet her mind was conflicted. What can I do? What can I say? How can I save my children? How can I save myself? Each of the boys only received 1 stab wound. That was enough for Linda Greenacre to be putty in the killer's hands. "You're angry at your entire family," Olivia said. She sat back in her seat and folded her arms across her chest. "It's your parents. Something happened to you, and you've gone to them for support, and you've not received it. They've turned you away. Why? But none of this is your fault. It's them. They're to blame. So you're taking your revenge on families who are, in your eyes, blissfully happy." Olivia pulled up the photographs Amias had sent her of the 4 families. She looked at them and felt a heaviness in her heart. 14 people, all of them dead because one man had issues that would easily be resolved if he just had someone to talk to. Something connects the Greenacre, Duffy, Wishart and Marchland families, Olivia said. What is it? What is the killer to you? He's not family. He's not a friend. He's not a neighbour or a colleague. The police would have already discovered him if he were easily identifiable. So the question is, who do we welcome into our homes and reveal things such as our security information, and maybe even where we keep a spare set of keys? That's a tricky one. The first person that comes to mind is a police officer or... Her eyes widened. Someone claiming to be a police officer. Chapter 58. Olivia decided to take a break. She went down to the kitchen and put on a pot of coffee. She needed it strong enough to stand a spoon up in a mug. Could the killer really be a police officer? If he was, then he was on Amias's team. A revelation like that would kill Amias. He thought he knew his team and held them all in high regard. Olivia had only ever really spoken to Leon and Holly. She knew Leon wasn't keen on her, but Holly admired Olivia. She hoped to God the killer wasn't one of those 2. Olivia took the pot of coffee and a packet of biscuits back upstairs to her desk. She sat down and glanced over at Stanley. She saw he hadn't moved. Lucky sod. Looking back at the crime scene photographs, Olivia surmised that the family unit was the target. These people could have been anyone, but it was the family as a whole who the killer wanted to destroy. But why now? Olivia asked herself. Something has happened recently that has made you want to do this. I don't think you're young. You're not a teenager. You've been able to ingratiate yourself with these families in a way for them to trust you and welcome you into their homes. But the connection isn't with the children. You've ignored them completely. It's the parents you've won over, which makes me think you're of a similar age. Or maybe someone with an older outlook, someone who doesn't fit in with their own peer group and has always acted older than their years. Olivia's phone ringing made her jump. She picked up her mobile and saw Amias calling her. She swiped to answer.
Amias, how are you? I'd rather not answer that question if it's all the same to you.
Oh, that doesn't sound good. Anything I can help you with?
You can tell me who's killing these families.
I might have something for you there, but it might not be what you want to hear.
Oh, God.
He sighed heavily.
Go on.
Are you alone?
Yes, I'm having a breather, a cup of tea and a not-so-chunky Kit Kat.
I've been racking my brain all morning, trying to find a connection between the 4 families.
We've been doing the same here.
He interrupted.
And I've come up with nothing. Snap.
However, I'm wondering if that's because there isn't a connection. I think this killer is on the outside looking in. He hates his parents. They've done something to him that's made him turn out like this. Florence Marks answered my nature versus nurture question. To her, God created man, but it's man who created killers. I think one of the parents did something to our killer, and the other parent knew about it and did nothing to stop it. I also think he's an only child.
Okay, that makes sense. But what did you mean when you said I might not like what you've got to say?
Amias asked. What kind of person can worm his way into a family he doesn't know and find out about their security system and spare keys without raising suspicion?
I've no... Oh, God. You think it's a police officer, don't you?
It's one possibility.
And it's someone on my team.
Again, another possibility.
Fuck. Who?
I hate asking you this, Amias, but you might have to look to whoever is on the other side of your office door and seriously consider them.
Shit.
I'm sorry.
It's not your fault. If that's where the evidence is taking you, we have to consider it.
Did you look at the photographs of the Duffy and Wishart families to see if the killer copied any of them in his poses?
Yes. There's a photograph of the Duffy family in height order from father down to daughter on the landing. And there was a framed photo in the Wishart's living room, which the killer copied.
There was no reason for the killer to go into the living room when he broke into the Wishart's house. He knew they would all be in bed. How did he know it was there?
Because he'd been in there before.
Precisely, Olivia said.
He knows them, doesn't he? He's wormed his way into their lives until they've trusted him enough to allow him access. Shit.
This is a very cool and calm killer you've got on your hands, Amias.
Jesus. Look, Olivia, I'm going to have to go. Spencer Gore has arrived for the briefing. I'll give you a call later in the day.
No problem.
Take care, Amias.
The call ended without Amias saying goodbye. Olivia could detect the edge to his voice. She hated telling him the killer could be someone he worked with, someone he respected and trusted. She really hoped she was wrong. Chapter 59. When Olivia was a girl, entering the therapist's office was akin to going to the dentist. She loathed it with a passion. Her appointments were recorded on the kitchen calendar of her grandparents' home, and every morning she'd look at it and see that the dreaded day was getting ever closer. Her favourite times were the day after each appointment, as that was the longest time before she would have to go back. Now, her appointments with Dr. Lawrence Schindler didn't bother her in the slightest. She didn't look forward to them like she would a beach holiday, but after only 4 sessions, she was beginning to feel an improvement, a lightness, and she knew she was on the correct path to something resembling a happy life. There were no quick solutions to therapy. It wasn't an overnight thing. It could be many more months of sessions, maybe even years, before she would consider herself in a place where she wouldn't need Lawrence's input anymore. But she was prepared for what was to come. For the first time in her life, She was willing to put in the effort in order to save herself. Olivia smiled at the receptionist and took a seat in the waiting room. She picked up a high-end glossy magazine and began flicking through the pages. A celebrity couple she had never heard of, with astonishingly white teeth, was showing off their new baby. A television presenter she had also never heard of, with plumped-up lips and frightening eyebrows, was taking the reader through her new home. She closed the magazine and threw it down on the table. She doubted she was the intended market for this publication. Lawrence came into the waiting area from outside. He had his coat on and a newspaper under his arm.
"I'm so sorry I'm late, Olivia. I had a meeting across town and traffic was a mare. Come on through."
He unlocked his door and stepped inside. Olivia followed and went over to her usual place on the sofa, while he took off his coat and rummaged in his desk for his notebook.
"How are you?"
he asked. "I'm fine. You?"
"Yes, I think so. I was reading about these awful murders in the taxi."
He indicated the folded-up newspaper.
"He's killed 4 families, 14 people, in 3 months. Shocking. I'm assuming you're helping the police with this."
"Yes," she said. Olivia leaned forward and opened up the paper. She looked at the front page, read the banner headline, and took in the photo of the beautiful suburban home with the blue and white crime scene tape stretched across the driveway.
"Are they close to catching who's done it?"
"I'm not sure. I'm not privy to the day-to-day running of a police investigation, for which I'm very thankful."
The newspaper didn't go into much detail, but apparently the crime scenes are quite gruesome. Reading between the lines, it sounds more like a slaying.
Olivia adjusted herself on the sofa. "They are quite upsetting. I honestly don't know how the police and forensic people do this kind of stuff day after day."
"What's your input been? Are you able to formulate an insight on the kind of person doing this?"
"I'm trying," she smiled. "This is new to me, working on a live investigation. I'm still finding my feet."
"Of course."
He found his notepad, selected a pen from the pot, and sat down on the armchair opposite Olivia. He stared at her, taking her all in.
"So,"
he began. I've made a decision to see my father in prison," she said. A warm smile spread across Lawrence's face. His image had changed since the previous visits. He'd worn neutral colours, light shades, beige chinos and a white shirt. Today he'd gone darker, charcoal trousers and a black jumper with a grey shirt beneath. The darker colours didn't match with his pale skin and his white blonde hair. They made him look drawn.
"That's wonderful news, Olivia,"
he said. "I'm planning on going in the new year. I haven't made an appointment yet. I'm working on what I want to say at the moment. Sebastian is helping me draft something."
"That's good. It's important to be prepared. But keep in mind who exactly you're going to be seeing and his reactions."
Olivia nodded. "I know. To be honest, I have no idea what he's going to say in return. I don't even want to try to hazard a guess. I know it's going to upset me. I know he might even try to hurt me with his words, but I need to do this."
"You do. It's the first step in closing the door on that part of your life."
"I want to remember my mum and sister for who they were before they were killed. Whenever I think about them now, it's of them on the bed, covered in blood, breathing their last breaths. I don't want to keep seeing that forever."
"No, and you shouldn't. It's the good memories that keep us going."
Olivia looked around the room. She took in the generic artwork and the framed certificates. Her eyes fell back on Lawrence. He was concentrating on her, smiling. The silence continued, and Olivia didn't find it awkward. She was comfortable here, in a therapist's office. She surprised herself by that. Can I talk to you about something else?
Of course.
It's about Ryan. Ryan Sweetland. I'm worried about him.
Oh?
I know he stopped his sessions with you, and I'm not asking you to tell me what you spoke about. But I'm frightened of how he's coping, or rather, not coping, with what happened to him back in January. Sebastian says his nightmares are becoming increasingly violent, and he's drinking heavily too. I blame myself.
Why?
He interrupted. I invited him down here. I uprooted his life, gave him a new job, and just left him while I had my own breakdown. I should have been looking out for him.
Ryan is a grown man, Olivia. You're not in control of others.
I know, but I should be more solicitous. I was thinking of asking him to move in with me.
What?
Lawrence Schindler's eyebrows practically shot up off his forehead. You don't think that's a good idea?
Why would you do that?
He's currently living in Sebastian's daughter's bedroom. He's surrounded by 3 boisterous children. He can't be comfortable in a single bed with posters of Timothée Chalamet staring at him from the wardrobe. Lawrence didn't say anything. He's an actor. Don't worry, I had to look him up too.
No, I've heard of Timothée Chalamet. I'm just wondering what your motive is for such an upheaval.
Olivia frowned. It's hardly an upheaval.
You don't know Ryan?
I do.
You met him in January for a few weeks while you were working in Newcastle. He's been employed by you for a couple of months and, like you just said, he suffered a massive trauma that he hasn't fully come to terms with. You don't know how he's reacting to anything, yet you're planning to open your home to him. You, a person who doesn't enjoy their personal space being invaded.
She stopped herself. She didn't know what to say. I feel like I owe Ryan some stability.
The only person who can give Ryan stability is Ryan himself. Think of this from your point of view. You've recently decided to enter into therapy after more than 25 years of your own suffering. You've had a few good sessions, so you're feeling elated. That's natural. But it's far too soon for you to be considering making such massive changes in your life. Let's say Ryan does move in. What happens if you go to see your dad in prison and you don't receive the closure you're seeking, and you suffer a setback? What happens to Ryan then, when you decide you want your sheltered life back? It would be unfair to pack him off back to Sebastian's.
Olivia didn't say anything. Lawrence was right. She was trying to run before she could walk. Olivia sat back on the sofa and mulled over what he'd said. She had felt buoyed in recent days and put it down to making decisions in her life that would help move it forward, but Lawrence had thrown a spanner in the works and made her question her decisions. Is that what she was doing with Ryan? Taking on the role of informal therapist to help him after he ended his sessions with Lawrence? Was she trying to fill that gap? On the other hand, did Lawrence have a motive for telling her to rethink inviting Ryan into her home? Was he annoyed and bitter about Ryan cancelling his therapy with him and didn't want Olivia taking his place? She looked up at Lawrence and gave him an awkward smile. Maybe Ryan was right. Maybe it was difficult to put all your trust into one person whom you had no idea about other than their qualifications in an oak frame hanging on the wall. Olivia glanced at the clock. The session had only been going for 20 minutes. It was going to be a long 40 minutes before she could leave. Chapter 60. The briefing at Sanderson Street Police Station lasted over an hour. Foley had allowed Leon and Holly to lead it, as the 2 detective sergeants took the entire team through all 4 crime scenes. They talked about the lack of connection between the families, the similarities in each murder, The evolution of the serial killer as he used pillowcases to cover the faces of his victims in the first murders, but didn't for the third and fourth, and the reasons behind that. Foley sat at the top of the room and watched his team, Olivia's words ringing in his ear that maybe the killer was someone he knew, someone he worked with. Olivia believed the killer was male, so that discounted Holly straight away, and the two other permanent female members of his team. He dismissed Leon. He'd known him a long time, and he couldn't see Leon doing anything like that. Also, Olivia said the people closest to the killer would have noticed a change in his personality since the killings had started, and as he developed his crimes. Leon was an open book. He let his feelings be known on any given subject. There was no change in his demeanour whatsoever. But what about the other members of the major crime unit? As Foley looked out at their distressed faces, which ones were genuinely shocked by the murders? And who was play-acting? Who was hiding an evil persona behind a facade of calm? There were a few members of the team whose names Foley struggled to remember. Whenever they worked a difficult case, such as this one, officers were drafted in from other departments to help with the workload. But Foley should still know those working under him. He felt bad about that, but a major crime meant there was very little time for a meet and greet or a team-building exercise. Something had to give, and that was clearly the personal touch. His eye landed on DCI Clifford, sitting at the back of the room. He had thinning grey hair and thick-rimmed glasses. His blank expression was giving Foley serious Alec Guinness in Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy vibes. They both wanted the same thing, to catch the killer. But it didn't help that Clifford was there simply to monitor Foley and his team.
We found various hairs on Linda Greenacre,
crime scene manager Spencer Gore began. He was sitting on the edge of a table, elevating him higher than the other members of the team. He was scrolling through a tablet as he spoke.
Most were stuck to the blood on her nightie, and when we tested them, they came back as a match to both of her sons.
If she was killed last, which we're assuming, Holly said, it's likely she had contact with them as they lay dying. Both boys suffered a single injury, but it was severe enough for them to bleed out, the pathologist Dr. Linklater said. They weren't quick deaths.
Could the mother have been cradling them as they died?
Leon asked.
The hairs were located on the chest area of Linda's nightie,
Spencer said.
I suppose it's possible to assume she was holding them, resting their heads against her, trying to give them words of comfort as they died. What would the killer have been doing all this time?
Leon asked.
Getting his rocks off watching their suffering, I presume,
Spencer said.
Bastard, someone in the room uttered. However, going back to the hairs, I said some of them belonged to Linda's sons, but not all of them. A couple were longer, which made me believe they didn't come from the kids. The root was attached, which meant we could extract DNA, but there was no match to Linda, Alex, or Sean. The killer?
Foley asked.
Linda's sister, her husband, and their kids have all given swabs for comparison, as they were in the house on a regular basis. None of them were a match for the hair. Have you run it through the National DNA database? Yes, and it came back blank,
Spencer said.
However, it did match the hair found under the right forefinger of Brandon's hand. There's your connection. You just need to find me who the hair fits. Think of it as a macabre Cinderella.
Foley took his phone out from his pocket and typed out a text. Run the DNA from the stray hair through the database for serving police officers. He watched out of the corner of his eye as Spencer reacted to a vibration from his back pocket. He fished out his phone, read the message, and looked up at Foley with a questioning frown. He typed back,
Seriously?
Foley nodded. Spencer looked down at his phone and typed again rapidly with 2 thumbs.
We run it against everyone who attended the scene, ink all CSI, uniformed officers, and Dr. Linklater for elimination purposes. I want the officers testing who were not at the scene. You think the killer is a copper?
Foley didn't reply. He stood up and headed for his office with his head down. He could hear Holly talking in the background, but he suddenly felt a wave of sadness sweep over him, and he wanted to be on his own for a moment. He could feel DCI Clifford's gaze burning into him, but ignored him. He looked back at his team. He could hear Olivia's voice in his head, telling him to question everything and everyone. Was he too quick to bypass Leon? Was it possible that he had been playing the long game? Ingratiating himself into Foley's life as a stable, Jack-the-Lad heart-on-his-sleeve kind of guy, so he wouldn't be suspected? Did Leon have something in his past that had turned him into a killer? He often spoke about his dad, saying what a tyrant he was when he was a boy, and how he'd hit the gym so people wouldn't see him as a target. Had he finally snapped and killed his father, and then decided to keep on going when he saw other families living so happily? Foley would have to keep an eye on Leon. It was a task no detective inspector wanted, but he would now have to start investigating his own team. Chapter 61. Ryan needed a break from reading about serial killers. It was heavy going, and making him see danger where he knew danger didn't lurk. It certainly made him more mistrustful, and he looked at people sitting next to him on a bus or at the next table in a coffee shop and thought more about who they were and their motives for their behaviour. He downloaded Sketches by Boz by Charles Dickens to his iPad. Since moving to London, he had become more interested in the city and wanted to read books with a London setting. He'd read a mismatch of different genres from different times. He devoured Andrew Taylor's series set after the Great Fire of London. He loved Brick Lane by Monica Ali and White Teeth by Zadie Smith. He had no idea what The Lonely Londoners by Sam Selvon was about, but the title alone put him off. A Tale of Two Cities by Charles Dickens was remarkable. He loved Dickens's description of London life. It was almost poetic. Sitting in a coffee shop, latte in front of him, relaxing with a good book, Ryan felt at peace. Maybe he shouldn't have a high-pressured job. The police force didn't work out for him. Maybe working for the Behavioural Science Administration wouldn't work either. His research was clearly affecting him. Perhaps he would be better off in a job where less thinking was required. Would it make him happier? He couldn't feel any more depressed about life than he did right now. Ryan read from his tablet. It is strange with how little notice, good, bad, or indifferent, a man may live and die in London. There is a numerous class of people in this metropolis who seem not to possess a single friend, and whom nobody appears to care for. He sat back and thought about that. It was true. He had seen firsthand how people went about their business in London and didn't interact with anyone else. If it wasn't for the sounds of traffic, London would be deathly quiet. It was the quietest, loudest city he knew. He looked around him. All the tables in the coffee shop were in use. It was almost lunchtime, so it was bound to be busy. But even those who had to share a table didn't strike up a conversation with each other. Ryan had been feeling at peace, but now the heaviness of loneliness was weighing him down. The atmosphere in this chain coffee shop was beguiling. A woman in a business suit, reeking of an expensive perfume, asked if the seat opposite Ryan was available. He told her it was. She sat down, sipped at her black coffee, and opened her sandwich. She took out her phone and scrolled through a social media app while she ate, completely oblivious to life continuing around her. "Cold today, isn't it?" Ryan said. She looked up at him, and her facial expression was one of abject horror. "Sorry?" "It's cold out. Beautiful blue sky, but deceptive." "Oh, right, yes, I suppose it is," she replied, looking back down at her phone. "Still, we can't expect warm days with December around the corner." The woman, not taking her eyes from her phone, smiled. "On your lunch break?" he asked her after a silence. She said, still glued to her phone. "Me too," he said, though he wasn't. "I'm a researcher." She nodded. "What do you do?" "Sorry?" "Your job, what is it you do?" "Why?" "I'm just making conversation." "I'm sorry, I'm really busy right now. I need to reply to this." "Oh, right, okay," he said. He stole a glimpse at her phone. She wasn't replying to anything at all. She was watching a video on Facebook of cats jumping when they touched a cucumber. His point was proven. In a city of almost 10 million people, nobody knew who anybody was. It wasn't long before the woman left. She rapidly ate her sandwich, took a few sips of her coffee, but left most of it untouched. Ryan guessed she would return to where she worked and tell her co-workers about some weirdo in Costa who'd tried to talk to her. That would be their main topic of conversation for the rest of the afternoon. Ryan sighed. He wanted to get out more in order to meet people and feel better about himself. Yet the more he went out, the more he realised people were so antisocial. And it made him feel worse. A contradiction. An oxymoron? Give it a label, but it was still so bloody depressing. He closed his tablet and picked up his rucksack. He placed the tablet inside and took out his notebook. He opened it at a clean page, and there it was again. The photograph of that family, lined up, bloodied, smiles cut into their faces. He'd cut it up into tiny pieces. He was sure of it. The picture had made him ache with such sadness that he had to get rid of it. Yet here it was again. How was that possible? He held the photo close to his face, examined it, studied it, looked deep into it. They looked familiar. He could almost feel their pain. He could practically smell the metallic tang of blood. "I'm so sorry," he said quietly to the family. Chapter 62. I was in the car on the way over here and pulled up at a pedestrian crossing. Amias Foley began. He was sitting in the meeting room at George Street, his cold hands wrapped around a mug of coffee. A family crossed the road. Mother, father, 2 kids. They looked like twins, little girls wearing matching leggings, boots, and pink winter coats with white fur trim. They were bouncing across the road, happy and smiling. The parents looked happy, content. I don't know, a wave of something came over me, and I imagined seeing them again in a bedroom, dead, covered in blood, evil smiles carved into their faces. I had to pull over. Olivia and Sebastian stole a glance at each other. Foley had called an hour ago asking if he could come to the office to chat to them. On the phone, Olivia thought he'd sounded tense, but she hadn't expected to see the ashen expression on his face. The investigation was obviously weighing him down. "We've been through everything, right from the beginning," Foley said. "I had the CSM and the pathologist join us to talk us through their reports. I hoped it might give someone a hint of an idea we hadn't thought of yet, but nothing." "Why is he doing this, Olivia?" "I think, as a child, he was abused by his parents. I think one was the abuser, and the other knew about it but looked the other way. As he's got older, he's had in his mindset that he would be the opposite of his parents, that when he got married and had children of his own, he would be everything his own mother and father weren't. But this is where I'm conflicted. He's either never been able to make a connection with a woman to start a family, or the marriage broke down, the wife left, and she took the children with her. And that in itself was like a knife to the heart. But from his point of view, it won't be his fault, even if it blatantly is.
So what? He's taking his rage out on other families?
Foley asked. I think so, Olivia said. I think he's seen the Greenacre, Duffy, Wishart and Marchland families all happy and getting on with life, similar to how you saw the family crossing the road on your way over here, and he's thought they were rubbing his nose in their happiness. They were flaunting how wonderful they were.
But you said he knows the families.
He does. He probably doesn't know them in a sense that they exchange Christmas cards, but he knows them well enough that they've invited him into their home, long enough for him to see the layout of the house.
Who does that leave, then? If it isn't a family member or a close friend, who's left?
Sebastian cleared his throat.
I've been thinking of this. Like the families, I have young children. It could be one of their friends, or a relative of one of their friends. I have young kids over all the time to play with Robert and Catherine. They come over for their tea, and when the parents come to collect them, I invite them in, offer them a drink. They might even use the toilet. They could be looking around, eyeing up the door, seeing what kind of locks I've got.
I've been giving it some thought too, Olivia said. I've not long since moved, so I've had a decorator in, I've had delivery drivers bringing in new furniture, security people, plumber, electrician, gardener, that guy who came to check those steps in the back garden. And you can guarantee they nearly all want to go to the toilet. And what do all those people have in common? Foley frowned.
I've no idea.
They all need paying. And who uses cash these days? Check the victims' bank statements to see if they've paid anything out to the same company.
We've been over their statements,
Foley said, frustrated. But your killer is incredibly clever, Olivia said. He might not have given the same name or the same bank details to all the families. But if you find that both the Duffy family and the Wishart family had a gardener, it's worth checking to see if it's the same guy.
The other day you were telling me it's someone on my team. I've been digging into their backgrounds. Now you're telling me it's some random gardener.
Amias, the thing is, we don't know who your killer is. He's doing everything in his power to remain below the radar. And it's working. Foley deflated.
It's been 3 months,
he said.
3 months, and I've got nothing. It's horrific. I mean, he's out there right now, and he's just waiting until he feels like offing another family. What kind of a monster is he?
He stood up and went over to the window. He pulled apart the slats of the Venetian blind and looked out at the darkening street. He sighed and turned back.
Olivia, the time between each kill. I know you said it's reducing with each murder, but if he's getting more frequent with his crimes, doesn't that mean he should be standing out more to people who know him?
The desperation in Foley's voice was evident. He was reaching for anything that would help.
From a police point of view, the cooling-off period for a serial killer is no help at all,
Sebastian answered.
Why not? It reveals nothing. A police investigation is based on facts and evidence. During a period where nothing happens, you can't get anything from it. I suppose not. However, from our point of view, it's more revealing. Go on then,
Foley said, returning to his seat.
An active serial murderer wants to be able to continue killing for as long as possible without being caught. In order to do this, they need to maintain a normal life and be seen to be living a normal life. During the cooling-off period, that's what they're doing. The longer they maintain the facade of a normal life, the less likely it is for people around them to suspect they're capable of being a serial killer.
The cooling-off period helps us understand the psychological needs of the killer, Olivia said. We can learn so much about their motives, fantasies, and psychological makeup by finding out what they do during this downtime.
But this is something we can only do once the killer is caught,
Sebastian said.
You're going to give me the spiel about this is the reason you don't work active cases again, aren't you?
No, Sebastian said with a smile.
I think we've used that as much as we can. So the cooling-off period,
Foley said.
I'm guessing that's like a junkie between fixes.
Yes, Olivia answered. The killer has got his high from his kill, and it satisfies his urges before he needs to kill again. In between kills, he might be thinking about his previous kill, fantasizing about it, maybe pleasuring himself at the thought of it. It's only when the memory isn't as strong that he needs to find another victim.
Can a killer control his cooling-off period?
Foley asked.
It's an urge. If he sits at home of an evening, looking at the photos he took of his victims, and he doesn't have that same rush, he's going to go back out and recreate the magic. He won't be able to help himself,
Sebastian said. I think he's a very organized, meticulous man, Olivia said. He lives his life in an ordered, structured way so that he can have control over events. Going back to the abuse he suffered as a child, and the fact his family has broken down, nothing he could have done could have stopped that from happening. He tried so hard to create the perfect family, but it still fell apart. The only thing he can be in control of is himself and his own actions.
Why has he started killing? Why now?
He's angry, Olivia said. He's lost control of everything he worked hard for. He's tried to do everything good and it hasn't worked, so he's thought, fuck it, what's the point in being good and decent and honest when it gets you nowhere?
So these events, his family falling apart, will be a recent thing?
Most likely.
Yet the abuse he suffered as a child could be as far back as 20 or 30 years ago.
Yes, but as his family has fallen apart, he'll have been looking back through his life, trying to find that one point where it started to turn to shit, and he'll have seen that the abuse was the catalyst.
Once he reached that decision, would he have done anything to his parents? Could he have killed them?
Olivia and Sebastian looked at each other.
It depends,
Sebastian said.
On what? On how close he is to them in adulthood. Once he reached maturity, they could have kicked him out, left him to his own devices. In that case, they'll mean nothing to him. If, however, they kept him reined in and controlled his life, he will have snapped, and they will have borne the brunt of it.
Why do you always give me these either-or answers? Because it's what we do, Olivia said. If we knew who the killer was, we'd be able to give you a detailed description of why he's done what he's done. However, you're not interested in that, which is understandable. You just want to know the who. Unfortunately, we're psychologists, not psychics.
Do you know any psychics?
Foley asked, the hint of a smile on his lips. Part 4. Chapter 63. Belmarsh Prison, Thamesmead, South East London. Tuesday, 2nd of December, 2025. It was a cold, crisp, clear morning. The sky was a brilliant blue, and there wasn't a single cloud in sight, yet the temperature hovered around freezing. It took over 2.5 hours for Florence Marks to get from Birmingham New Street Station to London Euston. She then had 2 further trains to catch, an underground and an overground, followed by a short walk, before she saw the looming Category A prison. When she caught sight of the red brick monolith, which looked much bigger than she expected, she paused and took in the grandeur of the building. She felt sick. Maybe this wasn't such a good idea after all. She walked with a pronounced limp, using her walking stick to help with her mobility. She struggled with her bag on one shoulder, the strap of which kept slipping down the knee-length puffer coat she was wearing to keep her warm. She was wrapped up in a matching hat, scarf and glove set. She crossed the road to the main entrance and stepped inside. It was the first time she had ever been in a prison and didn't know what to expect. She could feel every part of her body shaking. She was nervous and scared. Florence remained at the back of the group of visitors and watched the rigmarole they went through. Their bags were searched, and all mobiles were turned off. They emptied their pockets onto a tray and then walked through a metal scanner. All belongings were gathered together and placed in a locker, which they would retrieve following their visit. Nothing, absolutely nothing, was to be passed to the prisoners, unless they had been given prior permission. Florence was one of the last visitors to be searched. "Can you place your bag on the table, please, madam?" she was asked. Florence struggled to lift up her bag. It was full of the provisions she needed for a comfortable train journey. There was a hardback book she was reading, her reading glasses, a packet of tissues, several packets of mints and bags of sweets, a bottle of water, a newspaper, and a puzzle book. The prison officer went through it with great interest. She was then asked to empty her pockets. She removed her gloves, which was a struggle with her walking stick, and took out tissues, a couple of loose coins, and a biro, putting them in the plastic tray. She was then asked to walk through the scanner. On the first pass it beeped. "Do you have anything metal on you?" she was asked. "There's my watch. Could you take it off, please?" "Oh, sure." She fiddled with the clasp. Her fingers were cold and shaking. It took her a while to undo it. She placed it in the tray, hobbled around to the front of the scanner, and walked through it a second time. It beeped again. "Is there anything else?" the prison officer asked. "Not that I'm aware of." He looked down at her shoes, leather lace-ups. "Belt buckle?" "No, I'm not wearing a belt." "Do you have a pacemaker or any metal implants?" "No." "Any piercings?" "No." "Oh, wait, it could be the walking stick. It's got a metal ferrule on the bottom." "Right, can you leave that here and walk through the scanner again?" "Not really. I need the stick to walk." "It's the stick, Brian. Just let her through, for crying out loud," the officer searching through her bag said. "You know how sensitive that thing is. Remember that kid and his braces the other week?" "Fine, you'll need to turn off your mobile phone and place everything in your bag and into a locker over there," he told Florence. "Okay, thank you. I'm sorry for being such a nuisance," she said to the officer who handed her bag to her. "That's quite all right, madam." He gave her a smile. Florence gathered all her belongings from the tray, found room for them in her leather handbag, and walked over to the bank of lockers. She pushed in the bag, along with her hat, scarf, and gloves. By the time she was finished, everyone was waiting for her. "I'm so sorry," she said with a smile as she limped towards the crowd. She listened with interest as the prison officer told the visitors what was going to happen. From his bored voice and tired expression, this was a speech he gave on a regular basis. They would all enter the visiting area, where their relatives and friends were waiting for them. Nothing was to pass between them. No physical contact was allowed. Florence's mind drifted. Relatives and friends. Richard Button didn't fall into either of those categories. He was the man who had murdered her sister. There wasn't a word for the connection between Florence and Richard. Even something as wide-ranging as acquaintance was stretching it. The crowd moved forward as they were led down a corridor. Florence remained at the back, and she struggled to keep up the pace. Her eyes ran everywhere as the realization dawned on her that she was really here. She was actually in a prison. A door opened, and she watched as people found who they were here to see. Chatter erupted around the room. Florence stood in the doorway. She had no idea what Richard Button looked like, All she could find online were pictures of him as he was arrested back in 1999. There was nothing of him since. Yet, her eyes landed on him straight away. He was older, broader, less hair, more wrinkles. But it was clear the man in the black trousers and navy jumper was the man who had killed her sister and buried her in the back garden of his flat. She took a strained breath and stepped towards him. Florence didn't take her eyes from Richard Button as she slowly limped towards his table. He didn't stand up. He didn't shake her hand. He didn't even say hello. He simply stared at her. She looked at him and saw the light dancing in his eyes. He wanted her to feel uncomfortable in his presence. He oozed malevolence and hatred. She pulled out the plastic chair, unzipped her coat, and sat down. She balanced her walking stick on the edge of the table between them. She looked at him, took him all in. She could hear him breathing, in through his nose, out through his mouth. There was less than a foot separating her from the man who had robbed her sister of her life. His face was stubbled, and there was a scar running along the bottom of his chin. She wondered if he'd always had that, or if he'd been involved in a fight at some point during his 25 years in prison. "Good morning," she said to him. Her mouth was dry, and her voice was shaking. If he wanted her to be scared, then he'd got his wish. She was scared. Richard didn't say anything. He nodded his head as a greeting. "Thank you for agreeing to see me," she said.
I'm not sure why you're here.
He spoke.
I've nothing to say to you.
Florence could feel her blood boiling with rage. Even after all this time, he was still the same vicious, arrogant, evil bastard he was on the outside. Prison hadn't worked for him at all. She folded her arms, sneaking her hands into her coat. She didn't want him to see they were shaking. "My sister, Janet. How did you meet her?" she asked. Florence couldn't look him in the eye. He shrugged and rolled his eyes. He looked bored.
I've no idea. It was a very long time ago.
40 years.
Precisely. Could you remember who you met 40 years ago?
I think if I'd murdered them, it would stick in my mind, yes.
Well, I don't.
Do you remember killing her?
Of course.
Florence swallowed hard. She felt sick. Did she suffer? A hint of a smile appeared on Richard's face. It was so slight it was almost impossible to detect, but Florence saw it. He leaned forward and lowered his voice.
I killed her. Of course she suffered.
Florence buckled. The man was a monster. She wiped away a tear before it had a chance to fall.
You shouldn't have come here,
Richard said. You're wrong. I'm exactly where I want to be. Florence had been practicing. She'd got it down to a fine art. The speed, the strength, was developed through anger and rage and horror. Her left hand grabbed the handle of the carbon knife she'd bought online. She yanked it out, jumped forward, and stabbed at Richard's neck repeatedly. She screamed with every stab she inflicted upon him. She cried and screamed and shouted and swore. The whole room around her erupted, not that she noticed. There were gasps and cries of horror at this sudden outpouring of violence from a limping elderly woman. Prison officers ran towards her and tried to pull her away. But right then, at that moment, she had more power in her than every single person in the room. It took 4 huge men to drag her away. She dropped the knife and fell to the floor. She was shattered. Her breathing was heavy and laboured. She looked down at her hand and saw blood. The blood of a killer. The blood of a violent and evil man. She turned to look at one of the officers.
Is he dead now?
Chapter 64. I was thinking while I was walking into work this morning, do you remember that sandwich shop around the corner, run by that guy with the Liverpudlian accent? Olivia began. He made the bests ever. Bacon, egg, sausage, tomato, all crammed together in a huge bread roll. The yolk and the tomato oozing together as you bit into it and the grease running down your chin. I could just eat one of those right now. Sebastian started laughing.
Please don't,
Ryan said. They were in the meeting room at George Street. Ryan had been on a night out last night. He hadn't got in until the very early hours, and judging by the colour of his face, he was suffering.
My dad made amazing Sunday morning fry-ups,
Sebastian said.
What made them special was the black pudding fritters. Oh my God.
Ryan slapped a hand to his mouth.
The last thing you said to me last night before you left the house was that you were meeting Ash for a couple of drinks and you'd be back by 11,
Sebastian said.
I'm aware,
Ryan said. He reached forward and picked up his mug of strong coffee with both hands. He took a sip and pulled a face at the taste.
I'm guessing you had more than a couple of drinks.
Just a few more.
And those drinks weren't lemonade either, were they?
Nope.
Olivia, weren't we going to talk Ryan through the Scott Rickman investigation?
Sebastian asked, tipping a wink to Olivia. Oh, yes, we were. You'll love this one, Ryan. Scott Rickman was an American serial killer from the 1980s. He killed 6 women and 2 men. He cut them open and ate their livers and kidneys. Police caught him while he was frying liver in his apartment. Ryan's eyes widened. His face, if possible, lost more of its colouring.
You two are pure evil,
he said.
In this job you have to get your kicks where you can.
Sebastian smiled.
Okay, we're done taking the piss now, Ryan, but seriously, you can't come into work looking like that. You need to develop more self-restraint if you're going to go out on a school night.
I know. Look, can you have a go at me in a bit? I need to go and vomit. He jumped from his seat and ran out of the meeting room.
It's the 4th time in a week he's gone out and got pissed,
Sebastian said.
He's always been home before midnight and slurry, but he's never been this bad.
You think he's drinking to dull the pain?
You don't?
I'm not sure. I mean, Christmas is just around the corner. There are a lot of parties going on in the evenings. Let's keep an eye on him over the holiday season, and come the new year, we'll sit him down and have a long chat with him. There was a knock on the meeting room door. Daisy walked in. First of all, I'm not cleaning up whatever Ryan's doing in that toilet. Secondly, D.I. Foley's here to see you, Olivia. Amias Foley walked into the meeting room and closed the door carefully behind him. His face was grim.
Hi. Olivia, can I have a word with you in private?
Private? What's happened? She asked, jumping up out of her seat. Has there been another killing?
It's not work-related.
Not... The penny dropped.
Shit. It's Richard, isn't it?
Oh, God. Please don't tell me he's admitted to killing someone else we didn't know about, she said, reaching out to Sebastian.
Do you want me to leave?
Sebastian asked. No, please stay with me, Olivia said. Amias, what's happened?
Olivia, I don't... Richard's dead.
What? She slumped back down in her chair. Sebastian wrapped his arms around her shoulders. Dead? How? Did he... No, he wouldn't have killed himself. Did someone kill him?
Olivia, let me speak,
Foley said. He pulled out a chair and sat down.
Earlier this morning, Richard had a visitor. The person he was seeing had a concealed knife on them. They stabbed him to death. The prison officers couldn't do anything to save him. He bled out.
Oh my God. Who was it? Who killed him? Foley took a breath.
Olivia, it was Florence Marks.
Olivia's eyes widened. What?
Florence Marks?
No, she wouldn't. No.
How did she get a knife through security?
Sebastian asked.
It was a carbon knife. Some scanners don't always detect them.
Foley looked to Olivia. He took in the blank stare and the pale expression.
Olivia, are you all right?
I don't know. It's not what I was expecting at all.
Listen, Olivia, Florence was taken to hospital because she cut her hand on the knife as she was stabbing Richard. We've arrested her, but she's saying she wants to see you. She literally won't say anything to us until she's spoken to you.
Why?
I don't know. Maybe she wants to explain things. I've told her that she can speak to you, but I'll be there as well. She's agreed to that. Will you go and see her?
I suppose I should do, really. Shouldn't I?
You don't have to,
Sebastian said.
No, I do.
Olivia stood up. Bloody hell. Why? Why did she do it?
She spent 40 years searching for her sister,
Sebastian said.
She sacrificed everything. Now all that's over, she probably realized she's given everything and there's nothing left.
The room fell silent. Olivia felt numb. I was going to see him, she said.
Sorry?
Foley asked. I'd arranged to visit him. Dr. Schindler said it was a way to close the door on that part of my life. I was going to tell Richard how his taunts weren't working and that he meant nothing to me.
I can't do that now. At least you know the taunts will definitely stop,
Foley said.
That's some kind of closure, isn't it?
I'll get my coat. Olivia stood up. She left the room, barely making a sound.
Is she going to be all right?
Foley asked.
I don't know. She was starting to take control of her life and she had a direction she was heading in. She's had that taken away from her. She's going to feel conflicted. At the end of the day, he was her father, and he's been murdered. How do you get your head around something as intense as that? Especially when the man in question was an absolute monster. Is this a setback? Undoubtedly.
Chapter 65. Florence Marks was in Queen Elizabeth Hospital in southeast London. There had been no nerve or tissue damage to her hand, but the wound had required stitches. What actually happened? Olivia asked Foley in the car on the drive to the hospital. Foley filled her in on what he knew so far. How many times did she stab him?
We think maybe 11 times.
Bloody hell.
It was a frenzied attack. I've seen the video footage. She literally was like a woman possessed. The prison officers couldn't pull her off him.
She rang me after her sister's funeral. She said she wanted to see Richard. I tried to talk her out of it. I said whatever she asked him, she wouldn't get a straight answer, as he was manipulative by design. I told her to give it serious thought. I didn't hear from her after that. I thought she'd taken my advice.
Did she say anything to you that made you think she was planning something like this?
Of course not, Olivia said, turning to Foley for the first time. I'd have told you if she had done.
I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have snapped like that. What will happen to Florence?
I'm not sure. Maybe with a good lawyer she'll be able to plead mitigating circumstances. She's admitting what she's done, and it's caught on camera. She's committed murder, which carries a mandatory life sentence. Fingers crossed for a lenient judge.
Poor woman, Olivia said.
You feel sorry for her?
No, I don't feel sorry for her. I think I feel grateful. Florence was in a private room. There was a uniformed police officer sitting outside, looking bored. He and Foley exchanged a few words before he opened the door, and he showed Olivia inside. The room was dimly lit. The vertical blinds at the window were pulled closed to keep out the glare from the sun. Florence was sitting up, staring into the distance. Her left hand was heavily bandaged. "Florence?" Olivia said. Florence came out of her reverie at the sound of her name being called. She turned and saw Olivia. When she did, tears streamed down her face. Olivia leaned down and gave the woman a long hug. "Why did you do it?" Olivia asked. She took a seat and pulled it close to Florence's bed. Foley remained standing by the door. She grabbed a tissue and wiped her nose and eyes. "I had to. I just kept thinking that I had to kill him. I couldn't get over what he'd taken from me. Not just my sister. My parents died not knowing what happened to her. My marriage ended because I couldn't let it go. I've sacrificed my life trying to find her. And all that time, he knew. He knew where she was. He could have ended my suffering decades ago, but decided not to. He needed to pay. They could have added another 100 years to his sentence and he wouldn't have cared. He was on the never, never list anyway." Olivia reached across and took Florence's good hand in hers. "What did you say to him this morning?" Florence's face hardened. "You were right when you said I wouldn't get any answers. He said he couldn't remember how he met Janet. I asked if she suffered. He said, of course she did. He was reveling in my heartbreak. All these months I've wondered if I'd have the guts to go through with it. As soon as I saw the look in his eyes, I knew. Yes, I could kill him. He was evil personified, Olivia. Pure evil. He needed putting down." Olivia turned to look at Foley. His face was grim. She looked back to Florence. "I'm sorry, Olivia." Florence said, "Please, don't hate me for what I've done." "I don't hate you. I'm a good person. I've always lived my life in the best way I can, but I've realised that none of us are in charge of our own lives. Other people determine what happens to us through their actions. The minute Richard Button entered my life and killed my sister, the writing was on the wall. There was never going to be a happy ending for me. He made me into what I became, and the consequences serve him right." "Amias, could you give us a few minutes on our own?" "Are you sure?" Foley asked. "Yes, please. Could you?" "Sure, I'll be right outside." Olivia watched as Foley left and waited until the door was closed before she turned back to Florence. "I'm not sure what's going to happen to you, but I know some lawyers I can pay to make sure you get the best defence." "You don't need to do that, Olivia. I knew when I planned this that I'd end up in prison. I'm prepared to face up to what I've done. The law may call me a murderer, but I know that God will not judge me for my actions." Olivia shook her head. "You're as much a victim of my father as Janet was. I will even stand up in court and beg the judge not to send you to prison." Florence swallowed hard. "You're a good woman, Olivia Winter." She smiled. "I try to be. That's all we can do. Try our best." Olivia stood up. "I'll let you get some rest. If you need me, if you need anything, make sure you call me. I'll be there for you." "Thank you." Olivia leaned down and hugged her. She kissed her on the cheek and whispered in her ear, "No, thank you, Florence." Outside the hospital room, Foley was waiting. Olivia left the room and closed the door softly behind her. She leaned against it and blew out a heavy breath. "You okay?" he asked her. "I'm not sure. Where do we go from here?" Olivia took a deep breath. I need a drink.
Excellent choice.
Olivia pushed herself off the door and headed down the corridor. Foley walked by her side. She linked arms with him.
I owe that woman everything,
Olivia said.
What do you mean? I wish I'd done years ago what she's done today. Really?
Absolutely. I believe in the justice system and, despite its flaws, I believe in the prison system too. However, there are some people who just enjoy the suffering of others, and I'm incredibly sad to say that my father was one of those people. Maybe he had a loose connection in his brain that made him do what he did. I've no idea. But there was no helping him, simply because he didn't want to change. What happened to him today was inevitable. I certainly won't be shedding any tears. I will, however, sleep very happily in my own bed tonight. He can't taunt me anymore. I may not have given him a piece of my mind, but it doesn't matter. He's gone. He's not coming back. He can no longer hurt me. Chapter 66. Where is he? Olivia asked Foley as they made their way towards the lifts.
Sorry?
Richard, where is he?
He's waiting to go to the mortuary.
Is he in this hospital?
Yes.
Can I see him?
What? Really?
Yes, I think. This is the only time I'm going to be able to see him. I need to see him, Amias.
If this is to get confirmation that he's actually dead, you don't need to put yourself through the ordeal of seeing him. Trust me, he really is.
No, I know. I need to see his body. I need to close the door on this.
I'll have a word with one of the doctors and see if we can sneak you in.
Olivia waited for over an hour. In that time, she sat in the main reception area of the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. She didn't check her phone for messages from Sebastian. She didn't look at her emails. She didn't people-watch the variety of life entering and leaving the hospital. She simply sat in the corner and thought of what Richard dying meant to her. It would be an end to the taunting letters and constantly knowing he was always there in the background. She would no longer be afraid when she opened the front door of an evening and saw her post on the mat, or when the phone rang, wondering if he'd somehow managed to get hold of her number. Despite her not wanting anything to do with him, Richard was always hovering on the periphery of her life. He was her father, yet he was a monster. He had taken her on holidays as a child. He'd bought her a bike for her birthday. He'd sat her on his knee while they watched Disney films together. He'd tucked her up in bed at night and read her a story. He'd also murdered her mother and her sister and tried to kill her too. Was it any wonder that Olivia couldn't settle or enter into a normal relationship with a man? The person she'd trusted and loved above all others was evil. That was what Olivia struggled with the most. Her feelings towards him were conflicted. She hated him with a passion for what he'd done. But when she looked him in the eye, she was taken back to a time when he was cheering her on at the school sports day. She heard his voice louder than anyone else's as she crossed the finishing line. The first face she saw when she turned to the crowd was that of her father. He was on his feet, jumping up and down, pride, happiness, pure delight on his face. Anyone would think Olivia had won Olympic gold. How could that man have taken joy in inflicting such pain and horror on others?
Olivia?
She looked up to see Foley standing in front of her.
You all right?
He asked. I'm fine.
You're crying.
Am I? She wiped her eyes with her fingertips. They came away wet.
Richard is down in the mortuary. I can get you in, but we need to be quick.
She nodded.
You don't need to do this.
Olivia stood up and smoothed down her clothes. I love how you're trying to dissuade me from seeing my father, yet you practically push me into a room where 4 dead bodies have smiles carved into their faces. Foley didn't say anything to that. He led the way down the corridor, and Olivia slipped her arm through his. She needed his support right now, and she wasn't afraid to admit that. The mortuary was cold, and Olivia shivered. She and Foley were standing in front of a bank of steel doors. A technician stepped forward and pulled one open. He grabbed the end of the trolley and yanked it out. The sound of the metal runners echoed around the huge room. Olivia took a shallow breath. She couldn't take her eyes from the mound on the trolley, covered with a white sheet. Her father was beneath it. She wouldn't be at all surprised if he sat up and screamed boo. It would be something he would do. That's why she needed to see him. Despite Foley saying he was dead, despite Florence admitting to killing him, she needed to see it with her own eyes.
Are you ready?
Foley asked her quietly. She nodded. The white sheet was peeled back slowly and stopped at the shoulders. She looked down at the pale face of her father. His eyes were closed. She looked at the stab wounds on his neck. They'd been cleaned up. All that remained were 11 puncture wounds. When her mother and sister had been killed, Olivia had attended the funerals. Olivia had wanted to see inside the coffins. She wanted to say goodbye. She wanted to put Claire's blue dog in with her. Her grandmother wouldn't let her. She said it would be too traumatic for her. The blue dog now sat on her bedside table. It was years before Olivia stopped crying about Claire being separated from her favourite toy. In death, Richard Button looked as far away from being a disturbed serial killer as anyone could get. He looked calm, serene, at peace. Maybe he finally was. Maybe he did have some undiagnosed chemical imbalance in his brain that caused him to behave the way he did. Or maybe he was just a sadistic, evil bastard. She would never know. As she looked down at him, she tried to understand how she felt. She wasn't sad or angry or happy. She didn't feel anything. He really was a stranger to her. He was gone. This body was simply a shell. She stepped forward, leaned down, and whispered in his ear. Her voice was so quiet, nobody else heard what she said.
Olivia,
Foley said, placing a hand on her back, jolting her from wherever her mind had taken her.
we need to go.
The technician covered Richard's face. He pushed the trolley back into the cabinet and closed the door with a heavy slam. Olivia walked, slowly, and with the aid of Foley, out of the mortuary suite and into the brightly lit hospital corridor. Neither of them said anything until they were out in the cold, fresh air of the car park.
How do you feel?
Foley asked her. It was a while before she replied. I honestly don't know.
It's a lot to take in. He was a huge part of your life.
He was, despite hardly being in it. A gust of wind blew around them both.
What do you want to do now?
Foley asked. I want to get drunk. Chapter 67. Ryan had left George Street early. His hangover had diminished throughout the day, but he was still feeling the effects of his drinking session with Ash last night. It had been a great night out, he assumed. He remembered laughing a lot, but he could remember very little else. He couldn't cope with listening to the saga that was Robert and Catherine's day, and the smell coming from the kitchen of food cooking was turning his stomach. He poured milk into a bowl of cereal and took it to his bedroom, closing the door firmly behind him. He sat on his bed and ate Robert's Cocoa Pops, devouring them. It might be the hangover, but they tasted better than anything a chef in a Michelin-starred restaurant could create. He drank the remaining chocolate milk from the bowl. Ryan had hardly done any research today. His eyes wouldn't focus on the words, and his mind couldn't understand anything he was looking at. He knew he'd let Olivia and Sebastian down, and he was sorry. He burped, and he tasted cheap chocolate and bile. He'd make it up to them tomorrow. Tonight he needed to catch up on sleep. He curled up beneath the duvet and closed his eyes. Ryan's eyes snapped open. He sat up. It was dark, but something had changed, and he didn't know what. He scrambled on his bedside table for his mobile, but it wasn't there. He needed to know what time it was. He flicked on the bedside lamp and stumbled off the bed. His rucksack was on the floor where he'd left it. He unzipped it and scrambled around inside for his iPhone. He pulled it out and looked at the screen. He looked at the time. It was coming up to 8 o'clock in the evening. He'd only been asleep for an hour. How was that possible? He looked for his tablet. Something told him he wouldn't be sleeping much tonight. He may as well read or work or play a word game, something to distract him. Ryan tipped up his bag and emptied it of its contents. It was full of random notebooks, old pens, receipts and paperbacks. A photograph fell out. He held it up to the light and looked at it. A woman with her arm around 2 boys. They were all saturated with blood. Their faces had rictus smiles carved into them. Ryan closed his eyes tightly shut. He felt a headache squeeze his brain. He opened his eyes. The photograph was still in his hands. What does this mean? What does any of this mean? There was a knock on his door. "Yes," he called out. It opened a crack, and Sebastian popped his head through the gap.
"Hello, I've brought you a cup of tea. I thought it might help you feel better."
"Thanks," he said.
"Is everything all right?"
Sebastian asked, coming fully into the room.
I don't know. Why? You look like you're wrestling with something."
"Sebastian, can I ask you something?"
"Of course."
"Do you think it's possible to do something and then completely forget you've done it?"
"What do you mean?"
"I think I've done something bad, but I can't remember doing it." Sebastian sat down on the bed.
"What is it you've done?"
Ryan stood up from the floor. He handed Sebastian the photograph.
"I think I'm murdering people."
Chapter 68. D.S. Holly Goodfellow felt like she was going mad, or blind, or both. She had spent most of the afternoon going through pages and pages of bank statements belonging to Linda Greenacre, the joint accounts of Benedict and Lorelei Wishart, the separate accounts of Brandon and Chloe Duffy, and the 2 accounts of Stephen Marchland, which alone raised more questions than answers. But Stephen's tax avoidance had nothing to do with her. She decided to go back 2 years. She had no idea how long the killer had been planning his crimes, and how long he felt he needed to inveigle himself into the lives of his victims so they would trust him enough to either let him have his own key, or he was able to get close enough to the family to steal a spare key to get a copy made, without the finger of suspicion pointing at him. He could have played the long game, which made Holly's job more difficult. She analysed every single entry, not only the name of the company a transaction was made with, but the bank account, the sort code, the reference number, the date, the transaction amount, and any other key details she thought might be relevant. She found that on one day in October 2024, Lorelei Wishart and Linda Greenacre had bought books from the same branch of Waterstones. A random coincidence? Or something more meaningful? Holly wasn't sure. She had spent hours staring at these statements. She might be seeing danger signs where none existed. She made a note of it just in case. Holly chuckled to herself. That seemed to be her catchphrase for this job. just in case. Every single entry on her notebook was written down, just in case. She leaned back in her chair and stretched her neck. She was stiff. She looked around the huge open-plan office. Nearly everyone had gone home for the evening. All she could see through the dusty slats of the Venetian blinds was darkness. She looked at her watch. It was a little after 8 o'clock. She should have gone home hours ago, yet she felt obliged to stay. It was strange to see D.I. Foley sidelined. She couldn't read D.C.I. Clifford. He was a difficult man to work for. She wanted the old team back together as soon as possible. That was why she had stayed late. That, and the fact that she had nothing else going on in her life. Holly wasn't like Leon. He had outside hobbies and the gym. Holly had nothing. A bottle of wine and whatever was trending on Netflix was what filled her evenings.
I had a feeling you'd still be here.
She turned and saw Leon walking towards her. He was wearing jeans and a hoodie, a rucksack slung over one shoulder. She could smell shower gel and his usual sweet fragrance. He'd clearly come straight from the gym. I wasn't planning on staying, but I fell down a rabbit hole with these sodding bank statements and time slipped by.
Do you want a hand?
You could say that with more conviction.
I can think of better ways to spend an evening, but I'm happy to help if you want me to.
I'd love you to, she said, looking up thankfully at him.
I'll go and get us a couple of strong coffees and you can tell me what you've found so far.
That won't take too long. I'll just run for a quick wee. Leon was impressed by Holly's meticulous note-taking. She had created a table in which she listed the names of utility companies, chain stores, independent stores, direct debits, and miscellaneous payments. She then used a different colour pen to represent each of the 4 families. If there was any overlap, like Lorelei and Linda using the same branch of Waterstones on a particular day, she highlighted the entry and paid it closer attention.
You're loving this, aren't you?
Leon asked, a smile on his face. What?
All this detailed researching. You've come up with a chart and you're using different coloured pens and highlighters. You've gone full geek.
I must admit I do like a well-laid-out plan. I'm a sucker for a spreadsheet, too.
You need to get out more, Hol.
Tell me about it. How did it go at the gym tonight? Have you seen any more of that guy?
No, he's not been back since.
Bless him.
Why bless him?
Well, maybe he's confused about his sexuality. Maybe he's wrestling with things and he's trying to find his place in the world. Some people find things more difficult than others.
You always try to see the best in people, don't you?
In this job, we see so much of the bad that people do to each other. You have to remind yourself there are good people in the world.
You're a good person,
Leon said.
I like to think I am, too.
She glanced at him. You have your moments.
I'll take that as a compliment.
Don't get used to it.
I won't. I tell you what, let's spend another hour going through all this crap, then we call it a day, and I'll treat you to a drink at the local.
You're on. 45 minutes later, Holly sat upright. Her interest had been piqued. What? Leon asked, stretching, stifling a yawn. Hang on, she said, quickly grabbing a statement from the Duffy pile and running her finger down the entries. Here it is. In August this year, Brand and Duffy paid an invoice for £3,750 to a company called MH Designs. The invoice number was AC1107. Here, in January this year, Stephen Marchland paid a company called Westwood £4,300 on invoice number AC1092. Leon frowned.
So?
The company names and the bank accounts are different, but the style of invoice number is the same. AC, followed by a 4-digit number.
I don't know what you're getting at. AC could just mean account, maybe.
Holly grabbed her iPad and opened up the Google homepage. She typed in MH Designs. MH Designs is a joinery company. They make bespoke fitted furniture. Leon leaned in and looked over Holly's shoulder. Nice, he said, looking at the pictures on the tablet. She opened another page and Googled Westwood. This was a much more common name, and it took her a while, but she found a carpentry business based in London who specialised in bespoke fitted furniture. This can't be a coincidence, can it? I'm not sure, he said, screwing up his face. You take Linda Greenacre's statements, I'll look through the Wisharts. We're looking for any company with an invoice number beginning AC as a reference, Holly said, the adrenaline rush from a possible lead waking her up. I've got it, Leon said 10 minutes later. In February this year, Linda paid an invoice, AC1101, for £2,100 to a company called LBF Limited. Holly grabbed her iPad and Googled the name. London Bespoke Furniture Limited, she read. Limited means it's registered with Companies House. Here, she said, handing him the Wishart bank statement she had been going through. Search the rest of these while I find out who LBF is registered to. Almost straight away, Leon found what he was looking for. Got it. In April this year, a payment of £3,575 was made for invoice AC1121 to a company called DC Designs. They've all had building work done at some point this year, Holly said. The bodies were propped up against fitted wardrobes, Leon said. If you think about it, all the bedrooms look the same. Fitted wardrobes, matching headboard and bedside cabinets. They've had him in to design, build and fit furniture for them. They'll have probably given him a key too, as they'll all have been out at work all day. But didn't Lola Duffy say if her son ever had any work done, she waited in for them? Holly asked. Is it too late to call her and double-check? No, it bloody isn't. Here, give me your tablet. I'll find the contact details for these companies. You ring Lola. He took the iPad from her while Holly searched her desk for Lola's number. She grabbed her mobile and called her. Lola, I'm sorry for calling late. It's DS Holly Goodfellow from Sanderson Street Police Station. I have a question for you. Is that all right? It's fine, yes, she said, her voice quiet, tired, exhausted. You mentioned that there were only 6 keys to your son's house, and if they ever had any work done or a delivery was due, you'd sit in and wait? Am I remembering that correctly? Yes, you are. Had they had any work done recently? Yes, in the summer. They had new doors put on the fitted wardrobes in their bedroom. Lovely man, very chatty. Did you give him a key to the house? No, I stayed in while he... No. Wait. Yes, I did give him a key. The job should have taken 2 days, but he had to come back on a 3rd, and I had a dentist appointment. I gave him my key, told him to lock up when he finished and post it through the letterbox, which he did. You don't... It's not him, surely. Do you remember his name? Ashley. He preferred to be called Ash, though. Ash Catesby. Lola, thank you so much, Holly said. Is it him? Did he kill my family? Is it because I lent him a key and he was able to get a copy made? Is it my fault? Lola asked, her questions tripping over each other, tears evident in her voice. I'm not sure right now, Lola. I need to run something by D.I. Foley. Can I call you tomorrow? I promise I'll keep you informed. Oh, all right. Thank you. Good night, Lola, Holly said, ending the call before Lola could ask her anything else. Leon held up Holly's tablet, showing the company's house website. LBF Limited is registered to an Ashley Catesby. He's been in business since 2019 and shown a loss every year. Not surprising if he has companies in different names with different banks. Holly said.
You think it's a tax thing?
Possibly, but it's also a good way to hide yourself if you're planning to commit crimes at any of the properties you're working at.
MH Designs and Westwood were only set up in 2022. DC Designs was registered last year.
I think it started low level. Maybe he was stealing things from his customers and it increased. Dr. Winter said something happened to him in his personal life that made him begin killing. I think he came up with the idea of killing his customers, yet he still needed to keep working during his cooling off periods. I bet when he killed one family, he killed off that company too.
I've got it,
Leon said, hammering down on the keyboard.
I've Googled Catesby and it's come straight up. Earlier this year, Hugh and Muriel Catesby died in a house fire at their home in Cromarty Firth in Scotland. Cause of fire was unknown, and the couple were found huddled in the cellar. Bloody hell. Okay, I'll get a team on standby. You call Foley.
We've got him, Leon, Holly said with a smile. We've fucking got him. Chapter 69. After seeing her father's dead body, Olivia and Foley had headed for the nearest pub. They pulled open the doors and saw it was packed with after-work drinkers. Christmas decorations adorned the walls and hung from the ceiling. Wizard was screaming from the speakers, wishing it could be Christmas every day. And a woman was sitting on the lap of someone dressed as Father Christmas, with her hand where nobody should ever touch Santa. Olivia and Foley glanced at each other. They didn't need to say anything. This wasn't the pub for them. They turned and left. They stopped off at a Tesco Metro and bought a few bottles of wine and vodka, and headed for Foley's house. The dogs seemed to sense a change in their mood, as they didn't make a fuss after their initial appearance. Olivia headed for the living room and flopped onto the sofa. She couldn't get the cork out of the wine bottle fast enough. If she'd been in her own home, she would have dispensed with a glass and necked it straight from the bottle.
So, that's it then,
she said, her words slurred.
That chapter is over and done with. It would appear so,
Foley said.
How do you feel?
She thought for a moment.
I feel cheated. Why?
Because, despite not wanting to see him ever again, I actually was looking forward to seeing him again. I wanted to tell him what an evil, despicable waste of space he was. I wanted to tell him that he'd ruined my life. I wanted to say I hated him so fucking much for what he did to Mum and Claire. I wanted... She couldn't finish her sentence as the tears robbed her voice of the words.
You said you couldn't hate him because you didn't know him.
I know. That was sensible me talking straight from a fucking textbook as usual. This is the real me talking. I hate him. Present tense. Even though he's dead, I still hate him. I hate him every single day, and I will continue to hate him until the day I die.
You can't fill your life with hate, Olivia,
Foley said. His voice was low and slow.
That's what I've done for the past 20-whatever years. That man made me hate, and it's deeply rooted inside me. I thought you said you were feeling better with your therapy.
That's a load of bollocks, really, isn't it? I think Ryan's right. How can you truly open up to someone you don't know? I've told Lawrence Schindler all about me. In return, all I know about him is that he seems to have the same clothes in every single shade of colour. That's not a level playing field, is it?
I suppose not.
I can't blame Ryan for going out every night and getting pissed with his new mates. I'd do the same, if I had any.
You've got me.
She lifted her glass in a toast. Shall we make this a regular thing, then? We can get pissed and pour our hearts out to each other.
I'll drink to that.
We're doing it right now.
Indeed we are.
Olivia looked over to Foley and studied him with a frown. "What?" he asked. "What's in your heart?"
"Same as everyone else's. Ventricles and blood and shit."
Olivia sniggered. "No, I mean, what's going on with your emotions and your feelings? Did you hate Dana when she left? Do you still hate her?" He thought for a moment.
"I did hate her when she left. She found another bloke who she obviously thought was better than me, someone who could make her happy where I couldn't. I hated her for leaving, and I hated him for being a better man than I am."
"Do you still hate them?"
"No. They've moved on. So have I."
"You haven't, though, have you? All you've done is redecorate. You're still the same Amias Foley. You're still living in the same house and doing the same job. You've still got time to meet someone."
"Like I said, marriage and the police force don't mix. It should just be a job like any other. We should be able to leave at the end of our shift, but we don't."
"And why?"
"Because we care. I put in so much fucking unpaid overtime because I want to catch the killer more than I want to be paid for my job. I want to help people who need it. And the bastard government know there are stupid people like me in the force who will sacrifice everything to solve a case."
"The government are total bastards," Olivia spat. "I don't want to work on active cases. And I don't want to work on cold cases either. Pass me that bottle. My glass has run out." Foley reached for the bottle on the coffee table. It took him 2 attempts to grab it. He handed it over to Olivia. She poured what was left into her glass. It almost reached the rim. "Do you know why I do this job?" she asked Foley. "Go on." "I studied psychology and criminology because I wanted to know why my dad killed my mum and Claire. No other reason. Like Maurice Flux. No. What is it? Florence Marks? That's her. Like she's given her whole life to finding her sister. I've given mine to finding answers that I know I'm not going to get. Dad said he killed those people because he could, and he knew he'd get away with it. But that's not a reason. That's not a psychological explanation. We can all do things we can get away with, but none of us do. Why Amias? Why did he decide to kill?"
"You've spoken to hundreds of killers. Are any of them similar to your dad? Can't you find the answer to your questions from what they've told you?"
Olivia took a lengthy sip of her wine and looked up to the ceiling in deep thought. "Yes, I probably can. But I needed my dad to say it. I needed to hear him speak the words. And he was never going to do that. And now he never will."
"But if you know, deep down, the true reason, from a psychological point of view, do you need him to say it? Or is that just an excuse you're holding on to, so you don't have to move on? Because you're scared of letting your mum and Claire go?"
"Of course I am. PTSD, survivor's guilt, call it whatever you like. I should have died with Mum and Claire, and I didn't. I hate the fact that I survived. I hate that Dad didn't kill me when he should have done. I hate the fact that I've spent the last 26 years living and getting old while Mum and Claire are frozen in time. Claire is forever 6 years old. Look at the life she was robbed of." Foley struggled to push himself up from the armchair. He staggered slowly to the sofa, where he flopped down next to Olivia.
"The thing is, though, Olivia, you haven't spent the last 26 years living, have you? You've been in limbo. You've trapped yourself in a kind of stasis. You've aged, but you've done very little living."
He took her hand and held it in his.
"You should use this as a turning point in your life. Your dad is dead. He can no longer torment you. Fuck him. Fuck what he did. Fuck everything. Live your life. Make your mum and Claire proud that you've survived. And don't waste a minute more.
She looked at him with hooded eyes.
You're wasted as a detective. You should be a therapist. Or a barman. Promise me, you'll live.
I don't think I know how.
That's what you need to find out.
I need the toilet, Olivia said.
I need to go to bed.
Foley stood up.
I'm going to be so hungover in the morning. Can I sleep on your sofa? There is a spare bed upstairs.
I don't think I can manage stairs.
Neither do I. People who live in bungalows are so lucky.
Yes, but where do they put all their stuff if there's a flood?
I hadn't thought of that.
I have.
You need to switch your mind off from time to time, Olivia.
Tell me about it. The cold woke Foley up around 2 o'clock. For a moment he wondered where he was. Then reality dawned, and so did the headache. He was in the living room, wedged into the armchair. His 2 dogs were snoring in front of the fire, and all Foley had to keep him warm was a winter coat thrown over his shoulders. Neither he nor Olivia had been able to find the energy to go upstairs to bed or fetch a blanket. He fumbled around on the coffee table for his mobile to see what time it was. He winced at the brightness of the screen. It was a while before he opened his eyes. Once they adjusted, he saw he had 10 text messages from Holly, plus several missed calls and 3 voicemails from Leon.
What the hell?
He said to himself. He stood up and immediately felt the effects of the night's drinking with Olivia. He looked over to the sofa where she was sprawled out. The blanket that was usually draped over the back was snugly tucked around her. She looked peaceful and warm. He really hoped this was a turning point in her life. She deserved good things to happen to her. Foley went into the kitchen. He flicked on the light and tried to find the strongest Nespresso pod he had. Something had clearly happened at work, and he needed to be alert.
Boss, it's me. I know it's late, but can you ring me back as soon as possible? Me and Holly have found something. We might be way off track, but either way, it looks dodgy.
Foley didn't like the sound of Leon's first voicemail. The message had been left at 10 o'clock. That was more than 4 hours ago. He hoped Leon and Holly hadn't done something on their own when they realised they couldn't get hold of Foley.
Boss, Leon again. We think we've got the killer. Ashley Catesby. He's a carpenter. All 4 families hired him this year to make bespoke furniture. We've been looking into his background, and you're not going to believe this, but Ashley's parents were killed in a house fire earlier this year. They lived in Cromarty Firth in Scotland. I've been talking to an inspector at Police Scotland, and she said there was some irregularities with the scene, but it was eventually ruled to be an accident.
It took a while for Foley to remember where he'd heard the name Ashley Catesby before. Ash. The man who had designed and fitted his media wall, new kitchen cupboards, and fitted wardrobes.
Boss, it's me again. We really need to act on this now. Where are you? Me and Holly have been round to Catesby's address and he's not there. We spoke to a neighbour and she said he often disappears for days at a time. He might have another address somewhere. If so, he could be planning his next kill tonight. He could be doing it right now. We're running his registration plate through ANPR, but if he's got another flat, he could have another vehicle too.
Fuck, Foley said to himself. The coffee finished dispensing. He didn't really need it. Leon's messages seemed to have sobered him up. He grabbed the cup and drank it, though, heading into the living room to wake Olivia. He turned on the lights and looked at his media wall. Ash Catesby. He couldn't believe it. He'd trusted him. He'd liked him.
Olivia, wake up,
he said, nudging her. She didn't move.
Olivia,
he said louder.
You need to wake up right now.
She stirred and groaned. She opened her eyes and quickly closed them again.
Is it morning? Can you close the curtains, please?
She asked, her voice hoarse.
It's not morning, it's the middle of the night. I don't actually know what the time is, but I've had a message from Leon. I think we know who the killer is.
Olivia opened her eyes. She held up a hand over them to block out the light.
What? Who is he? Ash Catesby.
I know that name.
He did my media wall. He did yours at George Street too.
Slowly, Olivia sat up. She placed both hands either side of her to steady herself on the sofa. Her eyes darted left and right as she tried to focus. Ash, she said. You're sure?
Leon left a message. They've been to his house, but he's not there. A neighbour says he often disappears for days on end. They've looked into his history, and his parents died in a house fire in suspicious circumstances earlier this year.
Shit. I said this would have something to do with his parents.
I need to get to the station,
Foley said, looking around for his keys.
I think I'm going to throw up,
Olivia said.
Oh my God, Ryan!
What?
Ryan and Ash. They get on really well. They've been going out for drinks together.
Really?
Yes.
Phone Ryan. I know it's early, but he might know if Ash has another home and where it is.
Olivia looked around for her coat. She found it on the floor. She picked it up and rummaged around in the pockets for her iPhone. Ryan, December 3rd, 1:47 a.m. Ash is the killer. He's rounding everyone up. I think he's killed Sebastian. I've heard the children crying. I don't know what to do. I think he's killed Stanley. He wouldn't stop barking. I'm so sorry, Olivia. This is all my fault, isn't it? I'm going to be next. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Olivia.
Olivia, are you... What is it?
Foley asked. He'd run out into the hallway for his coat and come back into the living room. He stopped when he saw Olivia violently shaking on the sofa, tears streaming down her face. She was staring intently at her mobile.
Olivia?
She looked up. Her face was white with horror. She handed him the phone. He looked at the screen. The silence in the living room was monumental.
I'll phone Leon,
Foley said, his voice heavy.
He can get a team round there.
They're dead, aren't they?
She asked, looking up at him.
He's killed them all. He's killed them. Sebastian, the 3 children, Ryan, and Stanley. They're already dead. They're gone. I should have seen it. He came into my office. I should have seen it, but I was too preoccupied. Again, my fucking father. Amias,
she cried.
We have to go, Olivia. It might not be too late.
He grabbed his car keys from the coffee table, not even caring if he was still over the drink drive limit. He grabbed Olivia by the arm and yanked her up from the sofa.
Olivia, now. We have to go now.
Chapter 70.
I love my parents, I really did.
Ash Catesby was sitting on Sebastian's bed. He had a rapt audience to tell his story to. Sebastian, beaten and bloodied, was in the corner of the room, tied up, gagged, clinging somehow onto consciousness. Alistair, also tied and gagged, was beside him, shaking with fear. In the other corner, twins Robert and Catherine were tied together, posed like their class photograph. They were struggling to hold on to their tears. They'd been shouted at to stop crying, but with every yell it frightened them more. Next to Ash on the bed sat Ryan. His hands were tied at the wrist in front of him. He wasn't gagged, but he had the blade of a large carving knife digging into his throat. Ash's arm was wrapped around his shoulders, holding him firmly in place.
Parents are supposed to set you up for life, aren't they?
Ash continued.
They're supposed to nurture you, tell you right from wrong, show you what life is all about. Then they set you free. You're doing a great job, Sebastian. You were all doing such a fantastic job.
Then why did you kill them? Ryan asked.
Because why should they get to live a good and happy life when I didn't? Is that what this is about? Because your parents didn't love you? My parents didn't know the fucking meaning of the word.
Ash spat through gritted teeth.
I was their only child. They always said I'd be taken care of. They always said I'd be fine, that everything was coming to me when they died. Last year, all that changed. Mum and Dad retired and they decided to sell up and go on a cruise. Not just one cruise, but a lot of cruises. They didn't plan on coming back. They were going to spend the rest of their lives travelling the world. They were selling everything, the house, the cars, the furniture, everything. They were going to spend the lot and leave me with nothing. That house had been promised to me. Everything had been promised to me, and they were taking it away from me. I was going to be left with nothing. And you know something? That was their plan all along. The look on Mum's face when she told me. She was loving it.
Ryan swallowed hard. It hurt.
Ash, that's no reason to do what you've been doing. Your parents reneged on their plan. It doesn't mean you have to go around killing families. But don't you see, it wasn't just about the money and the house. That was the final kick in the teeth. They've been doing this my whole life. Mum was a sick, twisted woman who delighted in watching people suffer, in watching me suffer. She'd wake me up in the middle of the night, shake me violently awake, and tell me she didn't like me. She'd have preferred it if I'd been born a girl. She'd make me a meat and potato pie, my favourite meal, then tell me it was made from dog food. And every time, she'd laugh. But around others, she behaved like the perfect mother. I told Dad about what she was doing, and he just said it was her way. She was ill, and we had to make allowances for her. But she never did anything to him. It was always me. He knew, and he did nothing. She pushed me off a swing so I'd crack my head on the concrete ground, only for her to come running up and hugging me and telling me I'll be all right. She left me at school in the rain, pretending she forgot to pick me up, only to wrap a blanket around me and give me a hot chocolate with marshmallows. I was the one she abused physically, mentally, sexually.
Sexually? Ryan asked.
Imagine it, Ryan,
he said, lowering his voice, his mouth almost touching Ryan's ear as he whispered slowly.
You're 13 years old. You're full of raging hormones. You're getting excited looking at girls and you don't know why. Your mum comes into your bedroom one evening and says she's going to tell you all about the birds and the bees. She tells you what happens when a man and a woman like each other. She tells you that you'll start getting stirrings down there. And rather than just tell you, she shows you. She puts her hands in your pants. She takes hold of your cock and she starts stroking. That's what my mother did to me, Ryan. I'm 13 years old, and the very first time I masturbated, it was my mother's hand that was doing it to me.
Oh my God, Ryan said, squeezing his eyes closed.
What do you think that felt like, Ryan? How do you think that made me feel?
I'm sorry, he said.
I couldn't tell anyone. I couldn't tell Dad. I was so embarrassed. Do you want to know what she did when she found out I had my first girlfriend? No, Ash, no, I really don't. She told me what to do on a first date. She told us to go to the pictures and for me to hold her hand as we walked to the bus stop afterwards. Isn't that nice?
Ryan risked turning to Ash. He saw a smile on his face, but evil in his eyes. Evil born from evil.
Yes,
Ryan said reluctantly.
She told me that on the second date I should put my arm around her, maybe even kiss her on the cheek. My mum played the part of my girlfriend and told me to put my arm around her and kiss her on the cheek. So I did.
Ryan looked over to Sebastian. His eyes were almost swollen closed. Ryan had no idea if he was trying to communicate anything to him. He really needed his help right now.
Then Mum told me all about the things some girls like to do with their boyfriends. So she unzipped my jeans and she bent down to her knees. Do you know what she did to me, Ryan?
I've got an idea, yes.
My mother, Ryan, the woman who gave birth to me, the woman who promised to nurture me and look after me, my mother orally raped me, Ryan. She repeatedly raped me. Then the next day she was all sweetness and light, telling me what a good boy I was, what a good husband I would make to someone. And Dad just sat there and believed all her bollocks.
I had no idea. I'm sorry, Ryan said. He couldn't think of anything else to say.
It was Mum who said I'd have the house and the money and the cars when they died. And she couldn't resist taking all that away from me either. 33 fucking years she's been raping me, Ryan, and I've took it. She's in here,
he said, tapping his head hard with the tip of the knife before pressing the blade back against Ryan's throat.
I've lived with her permanently in here. Even when I moved as far away from them as I could and came to London, she was still in here, taunting me. Do you have any idea what it's like going to bed with a woman and seeing your mother in your head? Do you, Ryan?
No.
No, you don't. I do. I fucking do. That's who mothers are, Ryan. That's what parents do. They give birth to you and they fucking mess around with you,
he said, his voice rising as anger took hold. They're not, Ryan said.
Not all parents are like that. Yours are, you told me yourself. Your parents don't even want you home for Christmas. They wouldn't even let you move back in with them after your injury. We're so alike, you and me. In this madness, we found each other. We can join forces. Imagine what we could do together. You've seen my photos, haven't you, Ryan? I've been putting them in your bag. I've been talking to you while you've been asleep on my sofa, planting the idea in your head. I knew as soon as I saw you that you were like me. We'll start now, tonight. We'll kill Sebastian and his kids. They've been flaunting their happiness in your face from the day you moved in. He's the perfect father. His wife died and he's picked up the slack. He's raising 3 kids on his own, holding down a busy job, this house. He's even moved you in to show how amazing he is. No, he's not like that. He is, Ryan, they're all like that. Then we'll drive up to Newcastle and we'll kill your parents. I know how to make it look like an accident. We'll set fire to the house. I did that with my mum and dad. We can watch them burn, Ryan.
No, I don't want to watch my parents burn.
But they hate you, Ryan.
You're in their way and they're in your way too. You need to strike first. Don't let them do to you what my parents did to me.
We need to fucking kill them, Ryan.
I can't, I won't, he said, crying.
Here, take this,
he said, forcing the handle of the knife into Ryan's hands.
Start with Sebastian. Go on. Kill him. I'll show you where to stab him. If you do it right, it'll just take one stab through the ribcage and into the heart.
The kids started to wail and cry.
Shut the fuck up,
Ash screamed. He pulled Ryan up off the bed.
Come on. This will be cathartic for you. You know what you were saying about therapy not working, and you needed to find an outlet for your emotions? Well, this is it. Trust me, Ryan, there is no greater rush than seeing the light go out in someone's eyes. Especially if those eyes are in the head of a lying, abusive, filthy, dirty, fucking sick bastard like a parent,
he said, looking directly at Sebastian. Sebastian tried to say something. It was muffled, and his breathing was laboured.
No, please,
Ryan pleaded with Ash.
You need to be free of your demons, Ryan. It's not just Leslie you're angry with. It's your parents as well. Kill Sebastian. Look at him. Imagine he's your dad. He doesn't want you in his home to recover from a near-death experience. He doesn't want you home for Christmas. He's never wanted you. You were a mistake. Make him pay. Do it. Do it, he urged.
Foley was driving at speed through the dark streets of London. He'd called Leon and Holly, told them about Ryan's messages to Olivia, and that they were heading to Alexandra Grove in Finsbury Park, where Sebastian lived. He hoped an armed response team would arrive before they did. Olivia, in the front passenger seat, was scrolling through her phone with shaking fingers. She was crying, screaming, begging, pleading for everyone to be all right. She tried Sebastian's number again.
Hi, you've reached Dr. Sebastian Lister. I can't take your call right now.
She ended the call and went back to Ryan's.
Hello, this is Ryan Sweetland. I don't answer calls, so send a text instead.
She tried Sebastian again, hoping this time he would answer. He didn't.
I can't lose them, Amias, I can't. They're all I've got, she cried.
Foley didn't say anything. There was nothing he could say.
They've done nothing wrong. Sebastian is a good man. The kids, they're good people. Why? Why is he doing this? Why?
Foley swung the car to the left, taking the turn at speed.
Olivia, you need to breathe. You're going to make yourself ill.
I should have seen this coming. It's all my fault. If they're dead, it's all my fault. Jesus, when I get my hands on Ash, I'm going to kill him myself. I see now why Florence had to kill my dad. It's an end. Every story needs an ending. Sometimes we have to create the ending ourselves. I'll kill him, Amias. I'm going to fucking kill him.
Ash left Ryan standing in the middle of the bedroom, his hands tied at the wrist, the knife wedged in between the knots. He went over to Sebastian and dragged him to his feet. He held him up and slammed him hard against the wardrobe. He placed his arm across his throat, keeping him upright.
Do it, Ryan. Kill him. Fucking kill him.
Ryan stepped forward. The knife was merely inches away from Sebastian. He could hear Alistair, Robert and Catherine screaming, crying, begging him not to.
I can't. If you don't do this, I'll do it. Then I'll make you watch as I carve up the kids. Your choice, Ryan.
Don't make me, please. They're good people. That's what they want you to think, but they're not.
They'll turn at some point. Once these kids have grown up and gone off to college, Sebastian will realise how he's spent all his life giving up everything for them. And he'll start to think of himself. Then when they need him, because they will, we always need our parents, he'll tell them to fuck off, that this is his time. That's not what parents should do, Ryan. Kill him. Do it. Fucking kill him.
Ryan was uncontrollable. He was crying and pleading with Ash to stop this.
I'm going to count to 5, Ryan. If you don't kill him, I'll turn this all around on you.
Ryan drew closer, arms outstretched, knife pointing at Sebastian.
I'm sorry,
he struggled to say through the tears.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Sebastian was struggling. He was trying to work the gag free. Eventually it came loose and dropped to his chin.
Do it, Ryan,
Sebastian said.
Stab him.
Ryan looked at Sebastian. They made eye contact. He knew what he had to do. Quickly, Ryan turned and stuck the knife deep into Ash's stomach. Ash screamed. Ryan screamed too. He rammed the blade home, cutting through his clothes and flesh, until all that was sticking out of him was the handle. He kept pushing, keeping the blade in place. He had no idea what kind of injury he was causing, but judging by the paleness of Ash's face, his rapid breathing, his eyes rolling into the back of his head, Ryan guessed he'd ruptured his stomach, that it was quickly filling with blood. He pulled the knife out and Ash fell to the floor. Ryan dropped the knife and stood back. His hands were soaked in blood. He watched as the life drained from Ash. Wiping his hands on the duvet, Ryan ran over to Alistair, quickly untied him, then told him to run and dial 999 while he untied the twins, telling them to fetch the first aid kit from the bathroom. He then went over to a stricken Sebastian and began untying the knot in the restraints behind his back.
Thank you,
Ryan said.
No, thank you,
Sebastian replied.
I wouldn't have had the strength to do that if you hadn't told me to.
Foley's car screeched to a halt outside Sebastian's house. Olivia was already tearing off her seatbelt and opening the door before it came to a complete stop. She ran up the path and hammered on the door with her fists.
Don't you have a spare key?
Foley asked, joining her.
Yes, at home,
she screamed back. He pushed her out of the way and kicked at the door. It took 2 more kicks before the lock broke and the door swung open. Olivia entered the house and stood in the familiar hallway that looked so different. She headed for the stairs and stopped when she saw a terrified Robert and Catherine coming down. She grabbed them and asked if they were all right. Foley pushed past and ran upstairs.
Daddy's really hurt,
Catherine cried. Olivia held them close.
Okay, go into the living room. Stay there. Don't move. I'll be right back, I promise you.
She pushed them towards the lounge as Alistair came out of the kitchen, tears streaming down his face.
Olivia, I can't find the first aid kit. I need to...
His words were lost to his emotion. She took hold of his shoulders and bent down to him.
It's okay, leave it to me. Go to the living room, close the door, look after Robert and Catherine. Please save my dad,
he cried. She couldn't talk. She could feel the swell of tears rising inside her. She nodded and turned to the stairs. She looked up and her heart sank. She dreaded what she would find up there. Olivia took the stairs 2 at a time. Foley was standing on the landing on his mobile. She barged past him and entered Sebastian's bedroom.
Oh God!
Sebastian was leaning against the wall, beaten, bruised, bleeding. Ryan was in the corner, dazed and confused.
Foley,
Olivia called out over her shoulder.
Ambulance is on its way,
he called back. Olivia began to unwrap the tape around Sebastian's wrists. "The kids are fine. They're downstairs," she said, knowing he'd want to know they were safe. "We're going to get you to a hospital. Stay with me. Ryan, are you hurt?" Ryan didn't reply. On the landing, Foley was talking to the 999 dispatcher. He turned and looked back into the bedroom. He saw Ash Catesby moving. He was holding onto his bleeding stomach with one hand and reaching for the knife with the other. "Olivia!" Foley screamed. She looked up. Ash was inches away from the knife. He took a final lunge and grabbed it, raising his arm. Ryan clamped his arms around his head and screamed. Sebastian tried to push himself out of the way. There was only one thing Olivia could do. She reached up and hit him where Ryan had stabbed him. Ash buckled and dropped the knife. Olivia kicked it under Sebastian's bed and dug her fingers deep into Ash's open wound. They made eye contact. Ash's mouth opened. He coughed up blood. Olivia grabbed him by the throat with her free hand and slammed him down against the carpet. "Don't even think about fucking dying on me, you bastard," she hissed. "Olivia, it's okay, come away, I've got this," Foley said. It took a while for Foley to prise Olivia from him. She eventually scrambled to her feet. She turned back and looked at Ryan, a hysterical mess in the corner of the room, holding his head, rocking back and forth, and Sebastian, clinging on to consciousness. She looked down at her hands and saw they were covered in blood. "Run, Olivia. Run." Her mother's words screamed at her. Olivia had no intention of running. Chapter 71. Christmas Day. Olivia couldn't remember the last time she'd had a Christmas tree, but in her new house, it looked perfect as it stood tall in the corner of the living room. She and Sebastian had taken the 3 kids to a Christmas tree farm, chosen an 8-foot spruce, and somehow managed to get it home. Then they'd gone out and spent a full day choosing ornaments and decorations to place on it. It was the first time since their ordeal that the children had really smiled and enjoyed themselves. Ryan struggled in the aftermath. He blamed himself for bringing Ash into their lives, despite the fact he was killing before Ryan even met him. He agreed to return to Dr. Schindler and work on his paranoia, his abandonment, his PTSD, and whatever else was crawling around in his mind. Sebastian recovered quickly. He was bruised and ached, but he was taking things slowly. Mentally, he was stronger than he thought. Olivia watched as Ryan, in jeans and a gaudy Christmas jumper, played with the twins as they opened their presents. It was a familiar scene in any Christmas film, one that Olivia usually avoided, but she couldn't help but smile. Sebastian came in from the kitchen. His face was red, and his brow was covered in a glistening sheen. "I've just given the turkey another baste. We should be eating in an hour." "I'm starving," she said. "So am I. What are you smiling at?" "Those 4. She nodded in the direction of Ryan and the kids. "I can't believe how Robert and Catherine have bounced back. Kids are so resilient." "Why aren't adults?" "Do you really want to pull at that particular thread now?" "Probably best if we don't," she said with a smile. "Stanley seems to have recovered from his ordeal too," he said, as he looked to where Stanley was lying in his bed, eyes wide open, watching the merriment in front of him. He was wearing a Santa outfit the twins had bought him. Ash hadn't hurt Stanley. He'd opened the front door and thrown the little dog out into the cold night air. Stanley had run away and got lost. It was 2 days before he was found and handed in to the police. Olivia had never been happier to see him. She was so thankful she'd had him chipped. She promised she would never let him out of her sight again. The intercom buzzed. "Right on time," Olivia said. She looked at her phone and pressed the green release button, which opened the gate at the bottom of the mews. She went to the door, opened it, and let Amias in. He was carrying a sack of gifts in one hand and a bottle of champagne in the other. The sight of a large bag of presents was met with a cheer from the children. Amias said he had no idea what to buy for kids, but hoped they'd like them. Ryan distributed them, while Amias, Sebastian, and Olivia went into the kitchen. "Drink?" Olivia offered.
"If that's only orange juice in your glass, I'll pass,"
he said. "It's Buck's Fizz."
"Then pour away."
She poured him a glass and handed it to him. He drank half the glass in a single swig, pulled out a stool, and sat at the island.
"Guess what I was doing late last night?"
he said.
"Delivering presents to the children of the world with the help of your 7 reindeer?"
Sebastian said with a smile. 9 reindeer, Olivia corrected.
"There were 7.
Sebastian stated.
"No, 9. Are you sure? Positive?" "Okay. Rudolph, obviously,"
he said, counting them off on his fingers.
"Dasher, Donna, Vixen. I'm beginning to regret coming over here,"
Amias said.
"Sorry, what were you doing late last night?"
Olivia asked.
"Listening to the confession of Ashley Catesby."
"He's out of hospital."
"He is. Discharged into our care yesterday morning."
"What did he say?"
"It's exactly as we thought. He watched the lives of his customers as he worked installing wardrobes and bed frames, but he felt as if they were taunting him with how good their lives were, as if they knew about his upbringing and delighted in showing him the life he should have had. He actually said he thought the Wishart family were actors paid by someone to play the role of a perfect family, just to tease and torment him." "He's delusional,"
Sebastian said.
"It would appear so." "What he told us about his mother, was any of that true?" "We've spoken to her GP. She had a history of mental health issues. Ashley was actually taken from the Catesbys by social services on 3 occasions when he was a child. His teachers reported some of his behaviour in school towards other children, and when he was questioned, he said his mother had shown him how to make other boys and girls happy."
"Why was Ashley returned to them?" Olivia asked.
"His father always intervened and said he would take responsibility. Yet, Ashley told us yesterday that his mother was the dominant force."
Olivia nodded. "She will have been manipulating the father as well as everyone else."
"What happened to the parents?"
Sebastian asked.
"Earlier this year, Ashley went up to their house, a Grade 2 listed building in the far north of Scotland, and set fire to it while they were sleeping. Apparently they begged and pleaded to be let out, but he just stood back and watched them burn."
"Bloody hell," Olivia exclaimed. "What's happening next?"
"He'll remain in custody over Christmas. We're getting a psychiatric evaluation to see if he is fit to plead. The rest depends on that. It's either prison or a secure unit. Do you want to hear something even more disturbing?"
"I'm not sure I do. This is supposed to be a fun and happy day," Olivia said.
"I didn't tell Ash I was a detective when I first met him,"
Amias said.
"That came out a couple of weeks into the work he was doing in my house. He told me last night that he planted a recording device in my media wall."
"What?"
"I've found it and ripped the sodding thing out. It answers a lot of questions, like how he knew where Brandon Duffy was staying. I called the hotel from home when I went to get changed."
"Jesus. I wonder if he's planted something in the one at George Street."
"I wouldn't be surprised. I'm having mine torn out in the new year." "I think we should too,"
Sebastian added.
"He was certainly a man on a mission,"
Foley said.
"What's that smell?" "Bugger, that'll be my potatoes,"
Sebastian said, rushing over to the oven. He pulled open the door and a cloud of dark smoke poured out.
I heard you went to visit Florence Marks on remand yesterday,
Amias said, leaning forward and lowering his voice. Yes, said Olivia. She's accepted she'll be spending the rest of her life in prison. I've said I'll visit as often as I can.
I've also heard you refused your father's body.
Absolutely. We're a week away from New Year. I want a fresh start with no Richard Button in it.
Good for you. How's Ryan getting on?
He's coping. We had a long conversation the other night about how difficult it is to make friends when you're an adult. We've decided we're going to join a couple of classes in the new year and try to spread our social circle.
Sounds fun.
We have to try these things. Human beings aren't supposed to live in isolation.
It's taken you a long time to realise that. The King's speech is about to start if anyone's interested,
Ryan called out from the living room.
I like that film,
Amias said.
I think he means the actual king,
Olivia corrected.
Oh, yes.
They both stood up and headed out of the kitchen. In the doorway to the lounge, a sprig of mistletoe hung down from the frame. Amias grabbed Olivia by the arm and kissed her gently on the cheek.
Merry Christmas, Olivia.
Merry Christmas, Amias, she said, kissing him back. That was Evil in the Family by Michael Wood, read by Olivia Mace. Produced by RNIB Talking Book Studio, London, a HarperCollins audiobook. Text copyright 2026, production copyright 2026 by HarperCollins Publishers. All rights reserved. No part of this publication may be reproduced, stored in a retrieval system, or transmitted in any form, or by any means, electronic, mechanical, photocopying, recording, or otherwise, without the prior written permission of the publishers. Without limiting the author's and publisher's exclusive rights, any unauthorized use of this publication to train generative artificial intelligence, AI, technologies, is expressly prohibited. HarperCollins also exercise their rights under Article 4.3 of the Digital Single Market Directive 2019/790 and expressly reserve this publication from the text and data mining exception. Michael Wood asserts the moral right to be identified as the author of this work. Thank you for listening.